everyone, I'm Joey Bianco from Boston, Massachusetts, and we're broadcasting live from West Palm Beach, Florida. And this is The Great Smoke 2021, the digital experience.
Now, it's The Great Smoke 2021, the digital experience, with Kim Keeney, Michael Herklotz, Melanie Cisco, and Honest Abe DeBabna. Featuring Carlito Fuente Jr., Nick Perdomo, Pete Johnson, Rocky Patel, Steve Saka, Terrence Riley. Special entertainment by Georgie Lakatos, Carlos Guerra, Michael Parenti, Richie Minervini, and Rico Girardi. Now, Honest Abe DeBabna.
Yes, this is it. We've all been waiting for many, many months. The Great Smoke 2021 digital experience live from West Palm Beach, Florida, bringing it to all of you out there in the world and our awesome studio audience who has come from near and far. Thank you so much. Share it on Facebook. Let's break it down today. Let's get everybody in the Cigarverse watching this. And there is no way we could pull off an epic event like this without some awesome co-hosts, which are much needed. First off to my right, Michael Herklotz. Mike, what's up?
Abe,
You ready?
I'm ready to rock and roll. You ready?
Thank you so much for being part of this.
Man, I couldn't be more excited. It's going to be awesome.
You almost didn't get out.
I almost didn't get out. It was a little hairy in New Jersey, I got to tell you. But you know what? It was meant to be. Here we are.
Right.
And it's going to be an amazing show. I hope you're all ready.
We were waiting for the green light. He sent me a photo from the terminal with a thumbs up.
By the way, my first flight in 11 months.
Yeah.
This was all, brand new, but it couldn't have been smoother.
Thank you for being part of this historic broadcast.
You bet.
And to your left, the lovely Kim Keeney. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Are you ready?
I mean, it's all new. Who's ready?
Right?
I'm just here to go.
Now we're going to do it. We're going to have a good time. Recently, I guess, now you are officially in the cigar business.
I am.
Tell us what it is.
I started an independent brokerage, so people in Florida, you're going to
Nice.
see me all
Welcome to
around.
Nice. What brands?
Cavalier, Epic, United Cigars, and Amendola family.
There you go. There
Awesome.
you have it. Welcome to the Cigarverse.
Thank you.
Welcome. And to your left, the lovely Melanie Cisco. Hello, Mel.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good. You ready for today?
Absolutely, I'm always ready.
Now you go by the Cisco Kid or Little Cisco Kid? I can't remember.
Yeah, little, it's like a LIL.
LIL, right?
You gotta get that southern in there.
So
Get
your
little.
fans can find you on social media?
Yes, Little Cisco Kid 21 because, well, you gotta be 21 to.
Nice. So before we get off on this epic historic broadcast, a couple points I want to clarify so everybody out there knows how to take advantage of everything going on today. So first off, if you're a ticket holder, there's the TGS event store, which will have event and promotions. How you log into the store is go to the greatsmoke.com website, use your smoke-in username and password to log into this TGS store at thegreatsmoke.com. That's where you'll find the event promotions and your ability to buy limited edition products. Now, the limited edition products will be available while the feature manufacturer is on the show. That's when that product will go live. There's a limited amount, so please, if you're lucky enough to get one, great. If you weren't, be happy for those that do. Every hour at the top of the hour, we're gonna have some TGS raffles, some Great Smoke raffles, as we do at every Great Smoke. You are automatically entered if you bought a ticket for the Great Smoke. So you'll be in every raffle. We have 6 of them throughout the show. If you make purchases along the way, it'll give you another raffle entry into the raffle up until whenever you make the purchase for the rest of the raffles remaining of the show. And because of our expected volume in this weekend here, please allow 7 to 10 days to process all TGS orders. Now, what is a great smoke without some libations and beverages? We will have 3 liquor demonstrations throughout the show by our lovely TGS virtual bartender, Ashley Garcia.
Hello.
How are you doing, Ashley?
Good, how are you?
You ready to mix it up today?
I am, most definitely.
Making some great smoke cocktails?
Oh yeah.
All right, looking forward to it. You can find all the recipes at thegreatsmoke.com. So if you'd like to get ready during our cocktail hours, if you make your drink and you post it, hashtag TGS cocktail, and we like your post and we find it, we broadcast it during the show, you'll win a complimentary bottle of that spirit used for that cocktail. So we'll be looking for some good pictures, hopefully by a lot of our fans out there.
So let's make sure we have that right. Hashtag TGS cocktail, right? Hashtag TGS cocktail for all your cocktail making adventures. Make sure you tag them so that we can see them. And for all the other pictures that you're taking and live videos, whatever you're doing, tag them with TGS 2021. Hashtag TGS 2021 on all social media platforms, because that way we get to see it and party with you when this is over. You know, Abe, I was thinking, 1 year ago, we got to do this event the way historically you normally do it.
It was the last one.
And it really was the last premium cigar industry live event, in-person event. After that, we had Pro Cigar, it rolled right into this, and then life was never the same.
Right.
But I have to say, this, today, what's happening right now, is changing the industry forever. Because what has happened for the last 11 months through COVID, let's face it, is people have scrambled. People have tried to figure out how to save their businesses. People have triaged every day trying to keep their people employed. You've done all of that, and you have also started thinking about what happens if. And you started that work 11 months ago with your team, and you know what? This is the greatest Plan B I have ever seen, and you should be so proud of yourself. And audience, what do you think?
Thank you.
It's really amazing. It's really amazing. I'm so excited to be a part of this. I know how much effort you put into this. I know how much effort your team has put into this. I am certainly not the only one who has recognized that. All of your friends in the industry recognize just how much effort you all have put into this, and I think they want to send you a few personal messages. So let's roll that tape and see what we've got.
Yo, to the Smoke-In crew, I just want to say congratulations, guys. What a great effort, so much passion, such great planning, everything about your final consumers, your customers. That's the big love that you get from Smoke-In and from the Great Smoke. Many blessings. This was a great show, had so much fun. Thanks so much, Abe. Awesome.
To all of our friends from Smoke-In, what an exciting event this year, the Great Smoke. We would have been very sad to have missed it, but wonderfully enough, Smoke-In pulled it off, and we're going to do a virtual event. So we're super excited about this. The Great Smoke is one of our favorite events. When we have it in person, the great food, drinks, all the cigars, and all the love that all the customers show us is very special. But I'm confident that virtually we're going to do it just as well, because nothing is going to bring down the great cigar smokers around us. Thank you so much, Smoke-In, for putting this together. The great event has grown so much over all of the years. It's very impressive, the support that all the customers show and all the vendors, and how the cigar industry always comes together at this wonderful, wonderful event. We're really looking forward to it virtually this year. Take care, everyone.
Hey, Great Smoke audience. I'm Corey Bappert from Oliva Cigar Company. Just want to thank you for 15 years of support, and I'm really happy to see that the Smoke-In is continuing on the event in light of the pandemic. And really looking forward to 2022, where we can do this in person. It's been a great 15 years, and we look forward to another great 15 years. Hopefully this is the last video we have to do in that regard, and we can see each other next year in 2022. Thank you very much for all your support. Enjoy.
Hey, ¿cómo están todos? Quiero darle las gracias por siempre estar apoyando a nuestro amigo Abe. Quiero felicitarlo también a él por esa organización de tantos años que venimos compartiendo grandes momentos. Si no fuera por cuenta de ustedes, no pudiera existir esto tan grandioso. Felicidades, espero que disfruten mucho de este evento. Y hoy no nos vamos a ver, pero pronto nos veremos cuando se acabe toda esta vaina. Los quiero mucho a todos.
Congratulations, Abe and the Smokin' crew. You know, my first great smoke was in 2006. 15 years later, look at how much you guys have grown. It's amazing. I remember there was a small affair right in front of your West Palm store. It was still great. And then you guys went to the fairgrounds. Then you went to the American Club. Then the German Club. And then it went bigger and went to some more fairgrounds. Now it's over 2,500 people. We do the event the day before. It's a great selling event. The day of your event, the Great Smoke is, I mean, everybody comes in from all over. You have live bands, you have great headline artists, you have great deals, food. It's something we really look forward to. And guess what? We're going through this COVID nightmare and all. What's he gonna do? And guess what, Abe? You came through again. Doing that virtual. You got all the manufacturers there. You're gonna have headline artists there. You're gonna have raffles. Congratulations to you and your crew. We can't wait to watch it and celebrate the Great Smoke with Abe and the Smokin' crew. Thank you. Ciao, Bella.
Hey, the Padron family here. We're in Little Havana. Just reaching out to you, man, to congratulate you again on 15 years of the Great Smoke. I know you've worked hard to get this, to make it happen this year. It's been obviously a tough year for everyone, but you know, we're very encouraged that people like you are in this industry. Keep pushing, keep plugging along, and keep promoting the greatness of our industry, which is you know, getting people together and getting people to enjoy great cigars. So, you know, again, you have our full support. The Padron family, some of us are here, most of us are here, but we're all behind you 100%. You and your entire staff in the company, that you guys do a fantastic job. So thank you, good luck, and hope you smoke a lot of Padron cigars.
Go,
Abe.
Wow, that's something to watch.
Man, and you can tell it's genuine, it's from the heart, and the clear appreciation that this event is happening, in spite of all the chaos and the craziness. It's still familiar, it still feels comfortable, we're doing it safely. This is going to be an incredible event.
You know, it's funny you say that, because you just coming down from New York, you've seen it. You know, we live here in Florida, and we kind of have a little detachment of what's going on in many parts of the country. And, you know, a lot of places are still closed up. I have friends who have retail stores. They haven't been open since the shutdown of last year. So, you know, here in Florida, we've kind of been opened up since October and living a semi-normal life. But I can't tell you how many messages I got from consumers out there, so thankful, saying that this is so uplifting for them. It's been so long since they feel like they participated and connected on this kind of a level. And, you know, we didn't really realize how impactful that was as we see all these messages come in.
If I were to create the really resounding message for folks that live in seasonal geographies, you have to remember COVID hit in March. And so there was a pretty lengthy period of time where there was just this feeling of being trapped. And I think when things warmed up in the north, things kind of felt a touch more normal. But as schools came back and it got colder, you know, everyone was forced back inside, out of their businesses, out of the routine that I think everyone was longing to get back to, you know, after the summer. And it just didn't happen. But to have something like this, you know, for 15 years, your fans and consumers from all over the country, they know what this date is every year in their calendar, and this is one thing that they didn't have to scratch off.
Right.
They kept it on their calendar, and you've seen it, obviously, with the amount of shipments that have gone out the door and these packages. People are in stores around the country, they're in their living rooms, they're in their garages, they're in their cars.
They're in their cars.
And you know what? And hopefully they're having a great time. And let's also remember all our friends in Texas. Hopefully they're someplace safe and there's someplace warm. And for those of you in Texas, we're thinking about you, and we hope you get through it quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one of the concepts when we were thinking about doing this virtual event is we wanted to have an in-house studio. We wanted to have that feel of having fans be part of this historic event. And when I initially created that idea, my thought process was it'd be mostly a lot of my local patrons who would just want to be here. And that's kind of not what happened. We had a large percentage of people who wanted to fly in from many parts of the country and some parts of the world to be part of this historic broadcast and are sitting in our studio audience now. So let's take a moment to meet some of them. I'm going to take it to Kim and Melanie up in our studio audience to meet some of our VIP members.
Hey, so yeah, I'm sitting here with our special VIP guests. I got my first one victim right here. What is your name?
My name is Justin.
And where are you from?
Small little town called Heppner, Oregon. Yeah.
We don't know where that is.
Yeah, it has about 2 feet of snow, so you couldn't even see it anyways, probably.
Well, is this your first great smoke? I'm sorry.
Yeah, very first great smoke. I've never been to an event before, decided now is the time, in person, this kind of very VIP I've experienced, to just fly down to Florida, get out of the snow, and experience it.
Yeah, you had me at Florida. I was thinking that's probably why.
Yeah, I've been here before, but it is, compared to Oregon, some of the restrictions, it's amazing weather here, just nice, wonderful time.
So are we doing a good job so far?
A fantastic job so far.
Good. Okay, you can stay. Over to you, Kim.
Thanks, Melanie. Now, I am here with a fellow Sister the Leaf who I know came from pretty far. Why don't you introduce us and then tell us where you came from?
I came from Puerto Rico.
Oh.
It's really not that far.
And what is your name?
Cynthia Gonzalez.
Okay, Cynthia, is this your first great smoke?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do you think so far?
It is amazing.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. I'm going to pass it back to Melanie for another guest.
Yes, so and here I am sitting with another VIP. Can you tell us your name?
Rod Grimes.
And where? I see, it looks like you're from Kentucky.
Winchester, Kentucky, small town just outside of Lexington.
So you get the southern accent as well.
Yes.
And have you ever been to a great smoke before?
Second great smoke, got to attend last year at the fairgrounds. Absolutely phenomenal event. And I just have to say, anybody who's not here today, bro, you missed out.
Well, that's why you're VIP, right? So we're doing okay so far?
Oh, it's excellent. This is phenomenal. If you could see the screens and the audience here, it's great.
I like your hat too. All right, back over to you, Kim.
I'm here with another Sister the Leaf who actually lives in Florida, but we met each other in the virtual aspect of Cigars, and here we are again on a virtual event. So I'll let you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Well, my name is Jeanette, also known as Princess J, and I'm originally from Palm Beach County, but I just moved to Port St. Lucie. So, and yes, I've been to several smoke-ins.
You've been to a lot of the great smokes. Okay, well, since you have experience, let's hear in comparison. How's it going?
Actually, this is pretty cool. I like it. I really do, because the fact, like, I'm gonna say I do miss the other events. Seeing a lot of people, getting the vendors, going through, getting to see people I haven't seen for a long time, because sometimes you only get to see them once a year. But this is still really cool because I'm still getting to see people who got to come, and it's kind of cool. I love the set. The set's pretty badass.
Well, and plus you and I finally got to meet in person, so what's better? All right, well, thank you. I'm going to give it back to Melanie.
All right, thanks, Kim. I am sitting here with my next victim. What is your name?
Chad Johnson.
And where are you from?
Tampa, Florida.
We love
Long drive.
Yay! But we're glad that you're here.
I'm glad to be here, having a great time.
Do you come to these things often?
This is my second one. Yes, having a great time. It's a wonderful event, and today is fantastic already.
All right, so what do you really think about Abe?
Abe is a wonderful guy. He's a great guy.
Okay.
I'm live. I have to say that. He paid me.
Well, you can stay, so we're good. All right.
Okay, I've got one last guest this time. Why don't I just let you introduce yourself and let people know where you came from?
So my name is Seth. I'm originally from West Palm. I live in Israel now, and I believe this is my 15th or 16th great smoke. There's been a few that I've missed in between.
Okay, so we've got a decade and a half to compare to.
This is also the first time I've been on TV and it's not been on Cops. So it's also an accomplishment.
I'm not going to ask which side of the taping you were on Cops. I'll just leave it you were on Cops, one way or another. All right, well, thank you. Welcome to the Great Smoke, and I'm going to pass it back over to Abe at the desk.
Hey, so funny story about Seth. I think a couple of years ago we were having the Red Meat Lovers Club dinner. You know, you had like 200 people at a long table, and somebody got up, and because we just wanted to raise some hands of where people were from out of town, and a guy got up from Seattle, and he's like, "I got to be the guy who's traveled the farthest to be here." And then Seth gets up and goes, "No."
Yeah, no.
I think I win.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think he wins that coveted award of the furthest travel, the Great Smoke. Good to see you here, Seth. I know you almost didn't make it in, so there's another one. So, one of the important factors that when we were creating this event, Mike, it's about being partly social, right? So we knew there were people in neighborhoods or, friends that would get together, and we wanted to promote having little watch parties. Get together with some of your friends to watch this epic historic broadcast. So we had a Feed the Party promotion by our good friends called Feed the Party up in Kentucky. I order a lot of steaks and meat. I'm not a pork chop guy, never have been. The best pork chops you'll ever have, seriously. It's like my favorite thing. I order them like 40, 50 at a time for the family. But they got other various items. So what we did was we put a little contest out there that if you wanted to throw a watch party, put a video out there, tell us why you feel your watch party was going to be the best watch party, and the fine folks from Feed the Party were going to feed your party. And they said these guys
This
are
is
great.
serious.
Yeah. They sent them a great meat box, and our first winner, who's live from where is he? He's in Texas somewhere. There he goes. He's in his house. He has this world famous Phoenix Lounge. Now he almost didn't make it on because the weather out there. He didn't have power at the beginning of this week. But we got him on live from his home in the Phoenix Lounge, James Lukenbill Jr.
Yay!
There he is.
There's still Great Smoke.
Yes, sir.
James, what's going on?
Good. The camera. My camera's for shit.
I mean,
We're happy to be here.
You would think we'd have figured all this out in the last 11 months, and yet we still cannot get it right, can we? It's unbelievable. But you look great. That's a serious stash you're rocking there, bro. I mean, serious. Serious. You wax that thing, or what do you do? A little Miracle Grow? There's the chop. Look at the chop.
Now, I just want everybody to know that this is not a cigar lounge. This is James's house. This is the Phoenix Lounge in his house. James, do a little pan around. Let them see what you got going on in your home there. He's got a walk.
Oh, the stag? What, are you kidding me?
No, he's got a walk-in humidor in there.
Wouldn't it be great if you rented this for the day?
Look at this.
Unbelievable.
Give you guys a tour.
Now, how many guys you got there? How many guys you got there doing the watch party?
I did. Got the bar, all the guys.
Look at that.
Humidor.
Yeah, he's gonna show you his walk-in humidor now. He's got a walk-in humidor.
It's just something where I'm not sure if he didn't say.
And it's well merchandised. Huh? I mean, that's a real commitment.
Red Meat Lovers, look at that.
Hey, we gotta stand up front. We got our shirts and stuff on.
James was actually nice enough to send me one of their official Phoenix Lounge shirts, so I'm an honor to remember. And he got the right size.
Hey, James.
Yeah, I think it's related.
James, I got a question for you. James.
Yes, sir.
Two things. One, just be careful. I think your finger might be on the bottom of the phone where your microphone is, so keep it off so we can hear you clearly. No, you're good. Tell us about Texas. How are you guys doing? I know you were out of power. Are you guys doing all right?
Yeah, it's we were out power 2.5 days, Monday through Wednesday, and luckily it came back on Wednesday. Had a burst pipe, got that fixed. Was fortunate enough to get a plumber out here Thursday morning, got us buttoned up. But the show must go on. We were going to make this happen regardless, and thankfully we got the power, and we're all here ready to party, guys.
Awesome. Hey, I'm going to make a recommendation, James. If there's anything that viewers can do to help, maybe you post it in the TGS group or hashtag with that hashtag TGS 2021. If there's any kind of fundraiser or anything happening, just tag it so that we can engage it, because I think it's clear our community is a generous one. So however we can help, I think we certainly would.
Yeah, we're doing great here at the Phoenix Lounge, but a lot of people here in Texas are suffering, and I'm sure there's some organizations out there that can use everybody's help. And I appreciate the generosity of the cigar community, and we just love being a part of it.
Thanks, James. Congratulations. We're going to let you get back to the party in there. Take care, my friend. All right, good
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you. Love you guys. Thanks, Abe.
Man, I'll tell you, if that's not the perfect example of the power of premium cigars, as if this year couldn't have been, more challenging, and then you add, what happened in Texas and being out of power, and with all of that, here they are, smiles on their faces, they're getting together, they're smoking cigars.
And seem very excited about it.
You bet, man. James and everyone at the Phoenix Lounge, man, congratulations on your resiliency, and you represent our industry well.
I'll tell you a funny story about James and how we met. I mean, he comes to the Great Smoke. He's been coming for many years, but it's hard for me to remember every interaction. That day's usually a complete blur in my mind. So we used to have physical tickets. We make these beautiful Super Bowl-like tickets that we'd send out to everybody. And we had this year where people were coming in, and I was bombarded by people who would just say, "Oh, I flew in and I lost my ticket. Oh, I flew in, I left my ticket at home." And I had 2 days of just getting beat down by this. And it's the morning of the Great Smoke, and James at that time had a beard down to his belt buckle. I mean, it was all braided up. And people are coming in, I'm just watching, making sure everything's flowing smooth, and people are coming into the event. And James grabs me and pulls me aside. He says, "Hey," and in my head, I'm like, "Yeah, here it comes." He goes, I came from Texas. I left my ticket on the kitchen. Now, I'm gonna go over there and buy a ticket right now. I don't want to get in for free. I want to go over there and buy a ticket. But when I go home, if I mail you my ticket, will you give me a refund? And I was so blown away. I'm like, "Dude, just go in. Go right in. Don't go buy no, because I want to buy a ticket." I'm like, no. Go in, because you're the first person that was kind enough to think of how I feel putting in that situation. And we let him in. And then the very next year when he came back, he bought that ticket. And
He brought the original?
He bought the original ticket. I signed it because we went digital that year. He has the last time we ever printed a Great Smoke ticket, and it's framed up in the wall in the Phoenix Lounge.
That's awesome.
So.
Hey, James, if you're still watching, you should take a picture of that ticket, hashtag it TGS 2021 so that we can see it.
Yeah, it's on there, so check it out. Great story. So everyone likes a cocktail hour, and today we have 3 for you, what we talked about earlier. So let's head over to the TGS bar and see what Ashley Garcia has brewing.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Garcia, and I'll be your guest, Great Smoke virtual bartender today. For our first cocktail, we will start with something light and refreshing. I call this the Palm Spritz, and here is how to make it. you all enjoy this drink, don't forget to post a picture of your drink using the hashtag TGSCocktail. If I like your picture of the palm spritz and broadcast it during the show, we will send you a complimentary bottle of Bowling and Birch gin. Good luck.
Look at this beautiful cocktail.
Hang on, did I just hear that we can win free booze?
Yes.
Did I just hear that?
Yes.
So all I have to do, let me get this right. If I'm at home, I make this cocktail, I take a picture of it, I tag it with TGS Cocktail, and if you like it, I get free booze.
If we post that picture up here today, we'll send you a free bottle of Bowling and Birch gin.
I hope you guys are making this cocktail, and I want to see if you really, I mean, you see the detail in this, Abe? I could wear this. I want to wear this cocktail.
As only you could.
This is unbelievable.
So listen, I hope you've made some at home. The studio audience is getting some now. Everybody, cheers. Here's the Great Smoke making history. Cheers.
Cheers.
There you go.
TGS Cocktail.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
I also understand that the second one is supposed to be even better. Is that true?
I think they're going to get better as they go along.
Amazing.
All I know is the last one is called the Piglet, and it involves bacon. So I'm home run. It's on home run.
What could be better?
What could be better? All right. As always, every Great Smoke, we offer incredible deals on the participating manufacturer's products, which can be found in the TGS store. Now, on top of the 25% off pricing, some of these manufacturers have gone one step further and offering some cool gifts with purchases. Here are some of the special offers we have today. Get the extremely sought-after Saka Squatch from Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust with the purchase of select boxes of Sin Compromiso. Get a beautiful steak knife set with select boxes of Sindicato cigars. Get a stunning Arturo Fuente porcelain ashtray with select boxes of Don Carlos and Hemingway cigars. And an 8-pack assortment set with select boxes of Perdomo cigars. All you got to do is go to thegreatsmoke.com, enter the TGS event store, and you'll find all those amazing deals there with some other great ones that we'll touch base on later on in the show.
These are seriously smoking deals.
Yes, they are.
And I think it's also important to point out, these are not companies that are known for deals, right? I mean, these are brands that are highly sought after.
Yes.
These are typically not brands that are attached to deals.
They don't need to throw in deals to sell these brands, but they do because they've been so supportive of this event for now 15 years that the manufacturers that we've been blessed to work with really are supportive to make sure that everyone who attends, whether you're in person or now virtually, they want to make this a memorable experience, and they want to thank and support the consumer base that continue to support the event like the Great Smoke.
And I just think that's important to highlight, that you've got support not just from all the consumers who are here, the consumers who are watching, but it takes all the manufacturers to make that happen with their sponsorships and their deals. So really, really incredible. Smoking deals. And obviously, speaking of smoking, I think that tends to be a challenge for all of us that we had to overcome during COVID. Where do we smoke?
Yeah.
Many of us would end up in our lounges, in our local stores, but we had to find a different way to do that. I don't know about you. I have used Rabbit Air for years in my offices. I've used Rabbit Air filters, in all the places I used to smoke, and now I've finally found a place in my home to put a Rabbit Air and to be able to continue to enjoy premium cigars. In fact, we even have a Rabbit Air here on set.
Yep.
And when we were talking with the team, they said, we can't have that here. It's going to be too loud. It's going to be picked up on your microphones. And we said, isn't this perfect? You're not going to hear it at all.
Silent.
That's how amazing these are. So I think we have a video from Rabbit Air. Let's take a look.
Let's take a look at it.
Hello, my name is Ryan Ozzie Smith with Rabbit Air, and we are so happy to be here at this historic event. A big shout out to Honest Abe for inviting us to the first ever virtual The Great Smoke, a party that's been going on for a decade and a half and proof that you can't keep something this epic down. Rabbit Air has become very well known amongst cigar aficionados because of our -A2 unit, a premier smoke eater that does an excellent job removing smoke from many environments. With the correct setup, you can stay inside out of the elements smoking without your landlord, neighbors, or better half complaining about the smell. You'll see our -A2 unit in many cigar lounges and bars, including the prestigious Club Macanudo in New York. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've just introduced our new product, the A3. With over 1,000 square foot of coverage, the A3 was designed with the group smokers in mind. Superior design has created an ultra-quiet unit that will not disturb the peace and serenity of smoking time, even when operating at the highest fan speeds. The A3 can be wall-mounted upright or upside down, giving you the flexibility to mount your unit as high on the wall as you desire. And the newly implemented laser particle sensor cuts down on cleaning maintenance, whilst giving you sensing precision like never before. Our award-winning customer service team is available 24/7 to answer any of the questions that you may have. And with our 90-day money-back guarantee, 5-year warranty, and free shipping, we want to make sure that you are 100% happy with your purchase. But you don't have to take my word for it. Honest Abe has one of our units, and he'll be discussing and sharing his thoughts in just a bit. Once again, it's great being here, and thank you to Honest Abe and everyone else that has kept this epic event going. We look forward to seeing you all next year in person, but until then, enjoy your great smoke, stay safe, and smoke 'em if you got 'em.
I actually do have one in my office. It works great, it's silent, and the fine folks at Rabbit Air have supplied Rabbit Airs throughout this studio. So there's about 30, 40 people in here smoking right now. You can see how clean the studio is. We got cameras on, a great product, and they are offering a special right now, all right? It's $30 off air purifiers through February 22nd. If you want one, go to their site and use the code GREATSMOKE2021. So that'll get you $30 off a Rabbit Air unit. Visit them at their website and at least save $30, but these things work great. So amazing stuff. Good stuff, right?
Great product. It really is. It's not it's not an endorsement. It's real. I mean, it's just it's an incredible product. They're great.
I'm getting a little hungry. Are you hungry?
I am. Listen, I'm always hungry. As soon as you said bacon, I got hungry.
Right? It's almost 1
that's
o'clock.
it. I was going to eat this flour, but
it's actually edible. So. So anyway, speaking of hunger and food, I've been very fortunate enough for about 24 years to work with the same catering company. Their name is Culinary Flair, and it's Chef Richard Roberts. I met him. He walked in off the street. He saw a flyer for one of our events. He said, "Who's doing the food for this event?" I said, "Nobody." And basically, that's how we met 25 years ago. He has provided the food for every great smoke since year one. And
it's incredible. It's always incredible.
He would never miss an opportunity. He is providing all the lunch and the food for the VIPs in studio right now. So let's take it over to Mel and see what's cooking with Chef Richard.
Hi, thanks, Abe. So I am here with Chef Richard. So Chef Richard, tell me exactly how long have you been cooking for the Great Smoke?
Actually, since the very first day, the first event, over 15 years, I guess, something like that.
Well, that's exciting. So today must be extremely different from what you've usually done before.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're used to doing at least 2,000, 2,500 people eat.
So was it difficult to be able to scale it down?
No, actually. No, actually. We take this event real serious every year. It's an opportunity for me to bring my family in, because they love the event. It started from our first event was a very small, 300 people maybe, and then it started growing. Then everybody in my family said, "Oh wow, Rich, can I come and be a part of that?" And I said, "Yeah," I said, "But you're gonna have to work," So in that time, it takes my employees, about 10 of my employees and about 15 of my family members that want to come out and enjoy the event.
So do you get to save on wages with your family?
No, I make them work. We work for Abe, so we have to be efficient. So it's a couple of stories that go along with working for Abe, because ever since the first time, I think I was running maybe about 30 minutes late.
I've learned about this lateness thing with Abe. He does not like late.
Yeah, and then every year I have to go through the same thing. Chef Richard, you're gonna be late. You better be on time. You better be on time. Yeah, okay, well, we'll be on time. But every year we've been successful enough to be on time and have a great event.
Well, you can always make up for it when you go straight to the stomach, right? You get just feed them.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
And what are you feeding our VIP lunch today?
Oh, lunch we're gonna be doing Caesar salad, shrimp scampi, risotto with wild mushrooms, turkey, roasted turkey, chicken parmesan. For the vegetarians, we do have eggplant parmesan as well.
That is, well, now I'm hungry. I think everybody's happy too.
Yeah. And dinner is a little bit nicer as well. You know, we're doing brisket, raised brisket, risotto, orzo, pilaf. Let me see, a broccoli and a cauliflower salad, some vegetables, you know, and some dessert as well.
Well, that sounds actually quite healthy, so thank you very much.
Welcome, definitely.
Back to you, Abe.
All right, so listen, I've been very blessed in my career to have met amazing people early on that I've had the pleasure of working with for 25 years almost now, and Chef Richard's one of them. He's done family functions and you know, personal things of ours, and always feeding us. So.
And he's right here in West Palm Beach, right?
He is right here in West Palm Beach, Culinary. As much as I don't tell you enough, I do appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now it's time to get ready for our first manufacturer feature. So I know people out there are getting ready because there's obviously a limited edition release with every manufacturer feature. So let me prep you now. If you're out there, log into the TGS store, make sure you're there, and during this broadcast, we will let you know when that sale goes live, okay? So our next guest has been said to be one of the hardest working people in the cigar industry. In 1995, this once Hollywood attorney sold his practice and decided to start a cigar company. Today, he's not only become one of the world's largest manufacturers, but has also opened some of the country's most luxurious cigar bars called Burn.
And by the way, let's also make sure that we give points. He's not only is he one of the hardest working guys for his company, he's one of the hardest working guys for our industry.
Absolutely.
Advocating that premium cigars are different, going to Washington, D.C., working with legislators. I don't think enough people really realize that besides his company, besides his brands, he's also doing a lot for the industry at large. So he's a real special guest.
Absolutely. Everyone, please give up a warm welcome to Rocky Patel. Come on.
Let's start.
Have a seat. Would you like a palm spritz?
Sure, I'd love
All
that.
right, let's get Rocky a palm spritz over here. Let's get Rocky a palm spritz. So,
I would give you mine, but
That's
you
all
know.
right. It's COVID.
yeah, right. What do you think?
Loving this. Amazing, amazing, Abe. I mean, you always think outside the box, and this is really great for the industry. It's great for all the consumers, for the manufacturers to hold the family together. You know, this is such a unique handicraft artisan industry. And we get a chance to meet everybody, hang out with everybody, share our cigars, have great cocktails, food, and COVID kind of stopped all that. But here you are bringing this to everybody's home, and it's awesome. I got to thank you for it. It's wonderful, and I know you put a lot of hard work into this, a lot of passion in this. I was back there. I mean, these guys produced the Grammys or the Golden Globes. I mean, there's a team of engineers, television engineers back here. I wish you could see it at home. There's a lot of work going into this show. I'm so proud of you. That's awesome.
They got more equipment
Thanks,
than
Mark.
the Pentagon back there. I was blown
Cheers,
away.
guys.
Cheers. Salute. Cheers.
Salute.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So, Rock, tell me, man, I see you doing videos with Kurt Kennel cooking in his house, in his kitchen. Are you slowing up a little bit? Because, I mean, I don't exaggerate. Rocky was literally one of the hardest working guys I've ever witnessed starting out in my career. Like, he would do 25 events in a 30-day month. I mean, he would pull up to do an event in my store, and he was just out till 5 in the morning doing an event in some other store 5 hours away. I mean,
Probably in mine in New York City.
I mean, literally. Literally. I mean, it's not even exaggerating. Are you slowing up a little bit?
So this has been really an interesting year, you know, absolutely slowing down. I didn't know any better. I mean, 25 years living on the road, just unpacking, packing, you know, getting out, visiting stores, getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And this was a life-changing experience. I finally got to ride my bike around and see the neighborhood. And then
I saw you horseback riding.
Yeah, I was in Montana.
Yeah, you were horseback riding.
I'm one that can't sit around and watch TV. So as soon as I come back from a long trip, I get in the shower and I'm out visiting some friends or out somewhere having a meal. And I didn't know what to do with myself with COVID. So I get a chance to work out, ride bikes, run, cook, enjoy people. I've been taking some short trips to see some of our friends and just, go out to the lake in New Hampshire or go out to Montana in the mountains, go horseback riding,
So
golfing,
Rocky,
fishing, all the above.
now
So it's been awesome.
you mentioned cooking,
Yeah.
right? I mean, look, we all cook, and it's funny. I think in COVID, everyone has become a chef, right? But pre-COVID, I mean, I've had your meals, and you are no joke. I mean, you are a real chef. It's unbelievable. Where did you develop that skill?
I think my mom, she was a wonderful, wonderful cook. I mean, she actually taught, cooking, and the entire family has a passion for food. So ever since I was 6 years old, I was always in the kitchen trying recipes, cooking, watching. Food Network came on much later in life, but always going out there and practicing new things and working on it. I'd eat something and want to go home and make it the next week.
So if you have one last meal that you're gonna make.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. That's tough. It's probably be a combination of some French dishes and Italian dishes. I like to do a lot of eclectic stuff. Right now I've been working on a lot of Thai, Korean, and Japanese Asian foods, which I really didn't have a lot of experience, a lot more complicated because they're harder to get the ingredients. But I'm working on that, and that's some great cuisine. I want to go to northern Japan and spend like a couple weeks and just eat at some of the finest Japanese restaurants.
Good for you,
here.
Rock.
So, no, this has really been a great year. It's been life-changing experience for me. I mean, I feel like I spent 25 years sacrificing family, friends, relationships, all of that. So I'm gaining that all back, slowing things down. At the office, everything's on automatic pilot. And
You have a great team. I mean, let's face it,
great
the
team.
folks in your office are
I'm just
incredible.
getting the time to just
Except that
enjoy.
Nimish guy.
There's always one.
There's always one in every office. That Nimish guy.
Well, I just offered him $500 to go streaking across the set. I thought that would be great, like the Super Bowl. Nimish went streaking across the set.
They shut the broadcast down immediately. No, good for you, Rock. Because Rock, we were just talking last night. You and I were having lunch literally 10 years ago today, and you were turning 50 then, and we're talking about life. And you may look 40. But your 60th birthday is coming up.
Next Friday, I'm going to be 60
Holy cow. Happy
years
birthday,
old,
Rock.
so thank you.
Everybody wish you 60. Wow. So yeah, it's good for you. It's time for you to relax and chill. And
yeah, it's nice when you can actually cultivate the real relationships and bonds and kinships you have with your family and friends and spend more time with them. I plan on spending a lot more time with my parents. They're like 85 and 86. They're older. And it's just been great to slow down and really enjoy life and see it from the other side.
Yeah?
And so, yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm glad you're getting that opportunity. Now, you outside of the cigar business, now you got some very popular lounges called Burns Lounge.
Yes. Many of them been closed through the pandemic.
Yeah.
So we've been
So
struggling.
you got to
through that.
experience the suffering on two sides.
Exactly.
Shipping the product and selling the product.
Yeah. So luckily, the manufacturing and the sales side of the cigar business there's a boom right now because the people are at home. They have an opportunity to enjoy more cigars. So we can't make them fast enough. I mean, there's been a big backorder situation throughout the entire industry, and we're all trying our best. And being a very a product that takes so much skill and artisan and quality control, it's not something you can just pump out faster because we're all cognizant of keeping the consistency and quality of our products. But certainly the lounges are great. It's a great opportunity for people to enjoy cigars in a fun environment. And so slowly they're starting to open up. Naples is at full tilt.
Good.
Atlanta's at full tilt.
How many do you have now?
We have 5. We've got one in Pittsburgh, one in Indianapolis, one in Atlanta, one in Naples, and one in Oklahoma City.
Wow, cool.
They'll get it back up and running. I mean, Florida's amazing. We have an amazing governor. Things are have been pretty wide open here. You just
Lucky.
have to be smart. Yeah, we're
Been
very
lucky.
blessed compared to the Northeast. I went up there. You couldn't even get a meal. I stayed in a hotel. You had to carry your own luggage up. There was no water, no coffee, no food. It took me an hour and a half to find a place to just get lunch.
Wow.
So it was
Oh, good. Now, when we initially were thinking about doing this event, Rock, we came to you and we asked you if you would make us something special. Obviously, we're trying to plan this historic broadcast, and you made us this age-limited rare, the ALRs, and tell us about this cigar and this specific Great Smoke release.
Yeah, so that's been kind of our baby. You know, we have so many different brands and so many different varieties of cigars that in the last several years, I decided to start making limited batches of cigars that I could age in a special humidor for 2 years. We would actually take aged tobaccos, make the blend, and put them away under lock and key for 2 years. So it wasn't like we went in there and smoked the cigars after 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, 14 months to see what the cigar had developed and tasted like. We literally waited 2 years, and we made 2,000 boxes of 3 different sizes in the age limited and rare, and they were sold out right away. And so I thought that would be a very, very special cigar. We made this in a special size called the Bala size. It's a size that was developed by Hamlet, who comes from Cuba, and it's a special Bala size. It's not quite a Figurado, but it kind of is a little, the ring gauge is a little
unique
bigger,
shape, yeah.
bigger in the middle and tapers a little towards the end. And we made 100 boxes of the age limit and rare, and these cigars have been aged for 2 years that were made for you, and only 100 boxes that were made. It's a great blend. It's
And
got
this
a
is
lot
it.
of caramel, coffee,
Right?
espresso.
One and
That's
done.
it, one and done.
One and
Once
done.
it's done. Medium to full, very well balanced. I would say that it's got a lot of notes of coffee, espresso, caramel, and very well balanced. San Andres wrapper from Mexico. I think people are going to enjoy that cigar.
Well, listen, thank you very much. Rocky, you've been one of the guys since the beginning of my career. Anytime I came to you with a crazy idea, you've always been supportive. I deeply appreciate it. It's companies and guys like you who continually support me and my offshoot ideas and why stuff like this happens. So thank you very much. And those of you out there right now, this limited edition product is going to go live right now. So it's available for sale. Go to thegreatsmoke.com, enter your store, and hopefully you'll be lucky enough to get one of these 100 boxes made by Rocky Patel. Well, 99 now. For Rocky Patel. And Rocky, thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. I know like you got so much on your schedule, and you taking your time to be part of this event, man, means a lot to me.
Great to be here. Congratulations for pulling this off, Michael. You're always a great host. We know that. We love you all. And to everybody out there, be safe, enjoy your life, take care, and looking forward to seeing you out there somewhere.
All right, stick around for a second. Enjoy this cocktail.
All
We'll
right.
check in with Ashley. Ashley Garcia, how is the proms, Brits, drinks? Is everybody liking their cocktail? Who's got them out there? Not shabby, right? Pretty good. I don't mind. Yeah.
I've only heard great things coming from everybody else. So, Ashley, let's hear, how's it going being the bartender officially for the Great Smoke, the digital experience?
It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's great to be creative and express yourself in a certain way and have people enjoy your cocktails. So,
Okay, so let me ask a question, maybe off the script. What would be your number one cocktail if you had to choose that you're going to give to a cigar smoker?
probably an old fashioned.
Old fashioned.
Definitely.
I feel like that's pretty common.
Yeah.
What's the craziest drink you've ever made?
Probably fat washing whiskey with bacon grease.
Fat washing whiskey with bacon grease. I have no idea what that is, but I'm 100% in. So, yeah, sign me up next time you do that.
Most definitely, will do.
All right, well, you having fun? You keeping everybody's drinks full and keeping everybody happy?
I hope so,
I mean,
yeah.
what else could everybody ask for? All right, well, thanks for checking in. I'm going to check back in with Abe for a second over there, see what's going on with him.
So part of our show, Rock, is we got entertainment. We got entertainers local, around the world coming in. There will be no Great Smoke without having entertainment. Our first entertainer was born in Budapest, Hungary, where he started his career in music at the ripe age of 4. His flamenco gypsy style guitarist style has earned him such accolades as the fastest guitar player of the world in 2015 and the Golden Hand Award for Best Guitarist of Europe in 2016. Look for his new album this March called Cigar Melodies. Everybody give a big round of applause for Joji Lakatos. Georgie Lakatos, thank you very much.
Incredible.
That was awesome.
Incredible.
So, great performance, but during that 12-minute performance, just want to let you know that our website crashed.
Yes!
We crashed our website. There's no event, no real event without crashing a website. So the website did crash. Our team got it up very quickly. And in those 10 minutes, your limited edition product sold out. So it is sold out. All 100 boxes are gone. Or 99 boxes, let me say, are gone. And those people now have an extra raffle for our raffle coming up. But Rock, thank you very much. I mean, you made history. That's got to be the fastest you sold 100 boxes.
That is.
Ever.
That's
So,
record.
yeah.
Listen,
Thank you very much.
Congratulations
I
to you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you.
Love you too.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much,
Have
Rock.
a great show. Love
Enjoy.
you guys.
Stick
Take
around.
care. All right,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
Rocky Patel.
Rocky Patel. Wow.
Dude, 10 minutes, 100 boxes.
I mean, gone. Gone. He still got it.
It's unbelievable.
He still got it after all these years.
Unbelievable. But you know what? That also speaks a lot to your customers.
Yeah.
How excited they are for this event. Tells you how many people are watching at home.
There's
how
a
many
lot of
people are
people
watching. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people watching.
Yes.
And how about Georgie?
Great, right?
Wow.
And Georgie's another guy I've known for probably about 20 years. I used to see him play. We had him play in our bars when we opened up for a while. He goes on tour. Just another very talented guy. And he does move his hands fast.
Man, I got to
Do
tell
you
you.
watch it?
Yeah, and I'm a sucker for that style of playing.
Yeah.
I just love it.
Well, you're a musician.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, I don't know if everybody knows it, but they don't. You're a musician.
Yep. Although I'm a drummer, usually that's where the drummer joke comes in. But yes.
Is that not considered a musician?
Well,
or?
it depends who you ask. I certainly consider myself a musician. But yeah, but man, you know, and when you listen to music like that, listening to music like that is the same kind of intellectual passion that it takes to enjoy premium cigars. You know what I mean? It's not just background music. It takes a little more attention to appreciate it. And that's what makes premium cigars different.
It is.
Right? This is
Absolutely.
tobacco, but it takes a little more attention to really appreciate these nuances. And guys like Rocky, you know, they don't make cigars to be smoked outside on a coffee break. They make cigars to be savored, to be enjoyed with friends, in watch parties, watching at home. So I just really, what an extraordinary event so far, man. Really.
Well, thank you.
So
Thank
cool.
You so much. Well, listen, as always at our Great Smoke events, we like to give away raffles and
Raffle
stuff.
time.
So it is raffle time. Everybody out there who's bought a Great Smoke ticket, you are automatically entered to win any one of our raffles. Anybody who makes purchases throughout the day, because I know there's at least now 100 more or 99 more entries, you are entered into this raffle. So we have a randomizer that our man Alex is handling off. But let me go over there's going to be 3 prizes this segment, and I believe there's 6 raffle rounds throughout the whole broadcast. So in this one, our first item is an Alec Bradley ashtray, Firkin humidor, and tumbler set. That's what we'll be giving away. And let's take it to the randomizer. Alex, if you want to tell us who won this raffle.
There's the set. That's some serious stuff. Ashtray, Firkin. Yep. Oh, man. Serious.
Theo Sephora's, Palm City, Florida. Theo, congratulations.
Theo, how about a round of applause?
Yes,
for
Theo, well done.
And thank you to Alec Bradley, Firkin Humidor. Really.
It's all Alec Bradley.
That's all Alec
Yeah,
Bradley,
all
but we'll highlight.
Great
Thank
job.
you, Alec Bradley.
Great job, Theo. All right, item number 2, up on deck is a Particulares tabletop torch lighter and a Gurkha humidor. So those are going to be the items that we're going to be giving up on this next raffle round, a Particulares tabletop lighter and Gurkha humidor. Let's see in the randomizer who won this prize. Daniel Francis of Warren, Rhode Island. Daniel, congratulations.
Northeast in the house. Congratulations, Daniel.
All right. And our third prize for this round is from our fine folks over at Southern Draw. They threw in a beautiful ashtray, tumbler, along with a La Palina travel case. All right, so let's go to the randomizer and see who won this great package. Lance Hennessy from Clovis, California. Great, congratulations, Lance.
Dude, how amazing. Rhode Island,
Right?
Pennsylvania, California. That's just 3 people
All right, even
Really
the West
great.
Coast is represented, so awesome. All right, so now, as watch parties were currently being held across America, our very own Secretary of State, Evan Darnell, hosted his very own watch party at our headquarters, the Smoke Inn, Boynton Beach, Florida. All right, let's check in with our field correspondent, the best that we could afford, our KMA producer, Paul DeGracco. Let's see what the Red Meat Lovers Club is serving up for lunch over in Boynton Beach.
There he is. You might be muted. If you're muted,
He's probably muted.
I would just.
And he's a producer.
I would really. This is,
Hey,
this is
can
the
you
best
hear me
we-
now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm so full, I couldn't get my fat finger onto the mute button to unmute myself.
What's going on, Paul? Looks
Guys,
good there.
Oh man, we are having a great time here. I'm gonna take a shot for all of you to see. But we got guys eating, we got guys smoking, and just so that you don't feel left out, here's some of the food that we have.
Cheers.
That is Asaka Latka, and I'm gonna have we're gonna quick do a pan around here. I am so full already. We just started. The Secretary of State is standing next to me, having a good time, making sure everybody is fed. You're gonna see him in a few minutes as well.
Yep. Bring us a
But
sakalaka.
listen, I got a couple stored in the back for later. Evan said that they're surprisingly sweet, but meaty inside, just like the real Saka, who's rolling around here somewhere as well.
There they are. What's up, everybody?
Look at that.
We're having a great time here, guys. And Abe, maybe I'll save you a couple of sliders.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, there's Kevin.
Oh, Kevin in the back.
Nice.
Saka in the house. Great. Well, we're
Extra
so glad
sweet!
Oh boy, somebody's pumped up this morning.
I think those
It's
Saka
getting
lattes might
wild
have
here
something in
already.
it.
He's at it already. All right, thanks a lot, Paul. We'll definitely check in with you later, my friend.
All right, thanks, guys.
Take care. Truly the best we could afford.
Dude, yeah, but hey, man, I mean, you know, I think it's so smart to do these kinds of things. And I mean, they're what, 10 minutes away?
It's about a 15-minute drive. Our headquarters, yeah.
But in a perfect world, we'd all be together.
Yeah.
But we're taking the extra precautions, right?
Yeah.
So even though they're local, let's do it the right way.
Yeah, we can
Have
only
a-
hold so many people in
Have
here.
a group here.
Yeah.
Keep things spaced. Have a group there. We keep things spaced. We're doing it smart. This is truly an unprecedented event, man.
Cool.
It's so cool.
Thank you. So now it's time. We had some postings on Facebook. We had Ashley scouring. We're going to take it to Ashley. See who made it best. Ashley, who made the Palm Spritz the best?
And our winner is Anita Myers.
Anita Myers. I actually know Anita Myers.
Look at that with the flowers.
Oh, look at that.
That is impressive.
Nice
well
job,
done.
Anita Myers. There you go.
Well done.
You have won a bottle of Bowling and Birch Gin. Congratulations, Anita Myers. That was great. So, let's see where we at. Got a little side. Promotions. We got promotions. We got good stuff. Promotions feature number 2 is what we're going to go on. As always, visit the TGS store. We got a lot of event promotions and some killer deals. And what we got going on now in the store, on top of the deals, is some awesome manufacturer add-ons. So let's go over these here. With select boxes of La Palina cigars, you get a free ashtray and 5-pack. Southern Draw is offering an additional 5-pack with select boxes. Drew Estates offering their world-famous toolkit with select Undercrown boxes. And select boxes of Oliva will score you this Oliva lighter pen and ashtray. Pretty cool stuff.
Solid setup.
There you go. So, I mean, look, our team had worked very, very hard with the help of many of our friends in diligently getting all these TGS boxes out across the country. And I've been eternally grateful to the fine folks over at Gurkha who let us use their warehouse. I mean, literally, we took over like 20% of their warehouse.
You showed me some pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, this was no small feat. How many packages went out?
A lot. It was
thousands.
Yeah, it's probably about 1,600, total packages that had gone out all across the country. And I'm going to tell you something. The team worked all day. The Gurkha people were great. They let us use their facility because we would have never had the room. I mean, we're in the process of getting our own fulfillment center. Wouldn't have been big enough. I mean, we had no idea. But these guys got these boxes out all over. And I'm telling you, they worked hard. And there's no better feeling than when these boxes started landing all over the country. and people started posting them up on Facebook.
I saw those pictures, people posting on the Facebook groups, and starting to really engage it. It's so exciting, the enthusiasm leading up to this event when people were getting their boxes, really amazing.
Yeah, it was very touching, and it moved us. And honestly, people don't realize, but it's that stuff that kind of gets the team that made it all worth it. All that. So we got some highlights from some amazing posts that were put on Facebook as box drops happened all across the country. Let's take a look.
Dude, amazing, right?
Pretty cool stuff,
my,
right?
My favorite caption was "Let's make happiness." I mean, what a perfect representation. Those are boxes of happiness being dropped, and they were. You mentioned Gurkha. You don't own Gurkha. Gurkha doesn't own you. This is just this. It's a vendor relationship. Sometimes it's a competitor relationship, and that's so premium cigar industry.
It is.
They open up their home, however they can help, right?
They did.
That's
I mean, believe me, we were there for a whole week and took a huge part of their warehouse.
incredible.
And they helped us. They checked because eventually we couldn't keep getting stuff shipped to us and moving. It was too big. So stuff got shipped directly to them. They received it. They checked it in for us. It couldn't have happened without them. So
awesome.
Big thank you to all the fine folks over at Gurkha. So, as always, when you do these kind of events, you always need help. And something organically from the beginning that happened was we would hire people outside, our company to help us with the Great Smoke event. And early on, we started getting girls to help us in the VIP section of our Great Smoke. And I used to have an assistant, Lady Emily, that many of you know over the years. She used to be on KMA radio with us. Emily first recruited some of her soccer mates and classmates. She used to go to Northwood University, which is right behind our West Palm Beach location. And we had these great group of college girls who would come and hustle and work the event. And as the years came by and the event got bigger, we went from 6 girls to 12 girls to pretty much about 20 plus girls that now help us out every year. And after Emily had graduated and eventually moved on and started a family, she's pregnant again, having her second baby.
Congratulations.
So congratulations to Emily. I realized like a few years later that these girls still are showing up, and I had no idea how. And this is a true story. So I started to ask. And what happened organically, which was very cool, was this had become part of the culture of these girls at now what's called Kaiser University, it was Northwood back then, where they knew they were taking part in this Great Smoke event every year. And I think we got a picture of the prior year. I think there it is. Look at that.
I love it.
Yeah, and we dubbed them Team Sweden. That became their nickname. So what happens is every year an upperclassman is our contact person. We contact her. She recruits the girls, starting with upperclassmen first. They get the first dibs.
So this is like a real rite of passage.
It's a rite. It has become a rite of passage, and then the senior then passes the torch down to a junior, who then leads the group next year. Now, this all happened without my knowledge.
It's
literally.
unbelievable.
So I found out about this a couple years ago, and it's a great story. And now, due to COVID, obviously, and the smaller studio and the people, we had to go to a smaller group of girls. So it was only 6 girls here this year. We got 3 of them working here now, and we got 3 in another shift later. And they're all seniors because
So this is the all-star team.
This is the
all-star team.
This is the all-star team of just seniors because this is their last year.
This is exciting.
So let's take it over to Kim Keeney and meet the fine girls from Team Sweden.
All right, well, I am lucky enough to be here with the elite team this year, Team Swede. So why don't we start off, let's introduce ourselves.
My name's Lavisa.
My name is Tilda. And I'm Josephine.
Okay, and I already heard you guys are all seniors, but how many years have you worked at the Great Smoke?
Well, we've actually been very fortunate to be here all 4 years because previously it's been kind of like first girl to raise their hand and say that they want to come here, get to go. And we've all been like very fast at that. So this is all for a year for us.
Oh, okay. So you guys have, for your whole college career, have been here. That is pretty awesome. Okay, now I heard a rumor that there's kind of this, you know, passing the torch of the person in charge. Who has the torch right now?
It's me. The torch is still mine. Still mine.
Okay, but I also did hear that once you're not a senior anymore, you have to hand over the torch. Are you allowed to give us the insider information, who it's going to be handed to?
Well, I still have like a couple of finalists we're picking from, but unfortunately none of them could be here today because seniors got the first pick this year. So.
Well, then you're lucky that you're a senior this year. All right, ladies, well, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to hand it back to Abe.
Let's give it up for Team Sweden, man. That's great. Amazing girls. Amazing girls, and they work hard. And I mean, listen, typically there's like 20 of them, 20 plus, and they are manhandling the VIP section, which is typically about 350 plus or so people.
And let's face it, VIP premium cigar enthusiasts are a special breed.
A demanding type of group, yes.
Special breed that
typically.
takes a certain touch.
Typically, I mean, they would get them their food, their drinks. Early on in the days, part of their job was actually going around, you know, when you come to the Great Smoke, you get a coupon book, and you go around and you collect the 40. Part of the early days was they would go around collecting them, and that just became like insane. So that
for the VIPs.
Yes, the guys.
So you're telling me that the VIP guys come to the event to engage with people, and their engagement is with Team Sweden, who goes and collects everything for them.
Yes, for many years the VIP's engagement was basically with Team Sweden. So.
I mean, that is quite a way to do the Great Smoke.
Yeah, great group of girls, and Lavissa now I've known for 3 years. She was the upcoming torchbearer, I think, or no, the year before she was upcoming when I first found out this story and I got to meet them. So great group of girls, always polite, always work hard. I mean, we're just lucky to have them.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, Abe, the aromas in the room have been changing.
Food, smoke, booze,
like
right?
We started off, I got this real, like, you know, there's nothing like that smell when people first fire up their cigars in a room, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I started getting that love out of the kitchen. You know, it just kind of whiffed, and then as everyone starts to eat, it gets real quiet, and just the smell of this food is unbelievable in the room. So props to Chef. You guys enjoying the food in the audience? What do we think, huh?
All right, Kim. Kim, why don't you see who's in the audience, what's going on, and introduce some of our guests, see how they like it so far.
Thanks, Abe. So I am lucky enough right now to be standing with, I'm sure many of you watching know the commish himself. So I'll let him introduce himself and kind of tell us a little bit of who you are in the cigar social world.
So they call me the commish from Boston.
New England Cigar Militia. If you don't know who we are, follow us Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever. Snapchat, Face Snap, all that stuff. But I've been coming to Great Smoke. This is year 2. Abe's been a hell of a guy. This event is absolutely amazing. Kim's doing a great job. The set is unbelievable. I'm pretty shocked with what I'm seeing here.
All right, so I got to ask, have you ever been to a Great Smoke before?
I was here last year.
So is this number 2?
It's number 2.
Oh, so still kind of fresh. So you got both sides. You got the in-person and you got the virtual. Well, I want to say thank you for being here. I hope you have a good time. Enjoy all the drinks. And I'm going to throw it to a commercial. Let's do that. Yeah.
Welcome to All American Tobacco, importers of fine cigars and accessories. At All American, we provide an unparalleled combination of services like none other. We provide transportation from the factory offshore to your distribution center in the U.S. We clear the product prior to arrival, either by air or sea, with all your shipments insured until they reach your door. On staff, we have a fully licensed custom broker, Federico Gogliamella, along with attorney Chuck Girardi, one of our owners, that's licensed to practice law on both coasts, Florida and California. Chuck is there to eliminate the headaches of the FDA fee, customs, and of course the excise tax. Because we incorporate every facet of the logistics products, we expedite your shipments like none other, so you don't have to. Once we are provided with a PO to send to the factory, we process, insure, and complete the entire transaction from start to finish. Most importantly, our parent company, All American Farms Incorporated, along with our senior partner, Ron Girardi, has bought, sold, and imported produce worldwide for 27 plus years. All American is fundamentally built for speed and efficiency because of the delicate nature of shipping and importing fresh produce. We bring this speed and efficiency to the cigar world at no extra cost to you. And you can monitor that process 24/7, 365 days a year by dialing 800-955-2853. You'll always find a human at All American Tobacco.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Great Smoke 2021 digital experience. How's it going so far?
Man, I got to tell you, it's really, what a fun afternoon.
It's flying, though, isn't it?
Flying.
It really is flying for us. Have no idea what time it is. It's
but going
crazy.
smooth.
Going smooth.
We only crashed the internet once.
Well, I have a feeling we might crash it in our upcoming segment here, too, again.
Let's
which
see.
Which is not a bad thing. So listen, once again, we have a manufacturer feature coming up. If you're watching and you want to partake in the limited edition release, be already logged in to the TGS event store at www.thegreatsmoke.com. When I tell you it goes live, if you find the product, put it in your cart and check out right away. Now, our next guest, the teleprompter is not right, but anyways, our next guest was a guitar bassist in his youth, but in no time his love for the leaf eclipsed his love for music. In 2003, he created a cigar brand called Tatuaje. Spanish.
What's it called again?
Tatuaje, right? The most incorrectly pronounced probably name in the cigar industry.
Tatuaje.
All right, Tatuaje, which is Spanish for tattoo, and it's reflective of his personal affinity for the art of the ink. Today, Tatuaje is not only one of the most sought-after cigar brands with a hardcore of devout aficionados all over the world, but also continues to achieve numerous scores of 90 points and higher. Unfortunately, due to the last-minute scheduling conflict, our guest was unable to attend our live broadcast today. But aiming not to disappoint, he is live from Nicaragua. Let's put our hands together for Pete Johnson.
Petey Pete.
Let's see if we get this guy.
Abe.
Hey.
We hear you.
Abe, how are you, brother?
There he is.
Can you hear me okay? Can you see me?
Yes.
We see you now.
You're looking good.
How's the Wi-Fi? Am I sketchy or is it
You're
going in
always
and out?
sketchy, Pete, but the Wi-Fi is fine.
Well, hey, I want to teach you guys something. This is how you make a Nicaraguan cocktail. Tonya.
Well done.
Now, you're in the My Father factory right now.
Actually, I'm not. I'm actually at the house today because the factory closes at noon, and I would be in the dark if I stayed at the factory.
Oh, there you go. So, this is your first trip to Nicaragua since the whole world pandemic?
This is my first trip since March 14th. I landed back in Miami, and unexpectedly, we were able to come down and enjoy ourselves for a week and see the farms and see the factory. And then luckily we got tested yesterday to come back on Sunday. So we're good to go. We're coming home.
Good.
How is Nicaragua right now? How are things down there?
Amazing, man. It almost seems like, everybody's being really careful and really cautious. All the factories are very safe. Everybody's wearing masks. We actually have to wash our feet in these mats of like chemicals before we get in the factory, like sanitizer before we get in the factory. We have a spray machine that the cars go through before it gets into the factory property. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing, but it's a safe country, man. It's a beautiful country, and I love being back down here. Just really happy to be back, and I'm actually happy to be with you guys. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there. Obviously, I wanted to be, but this trip came up so suddenly that I had to jump. So I apologize to the crew, you, Abe, Mike, and everybody that's in the audience that was expecting me to be there, in person, but duty talks. So
no, understandable.
I had to come.
Understandable, totally understandable, my friend. We hear the birds in the background. It seems very nature wild.
Yeah. Well, right behind this wall, actually, that's why I sat right next to the wall. Behind the wall is like an exotic bird farm almost. Like there's birds from everywhere. Every once in a while, there's one big bird that talks. So you might hear something from her.
He's not yellow, is he, and sings?
No, this is green, actually.
Oh, okay. You said a big bird that talks. It made me think of something else.
Went way over my head.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Right.
Thank you.
So more importantly, have you been watching our broadcast up until this segment?
I have, actually. I jumped on early when I guess you guys were testing stuff, and I was really worried that the broadcast wasn't working properly. And then ever since the beginning, it's been smooth. A couple glitches when Melanie was talking, but other than that, it's been awesome, man.
All right, good.
I mean, spectacular work, Abe. The backdrop's amazing.
Thank
the
you.
bar looks great. I wish I was there to drink some of those drinks.
So do we. So do we. So what are you working on, Pete? Do you have any upcoming projects you can tell our fans about? Anything up for the PCA coming up, if they have it?
Yeah, I'm actually working on, fresh packs. Toro fresh packs, so 5 different Toros, regular production. Did I cut off?
No,
really,
you're good.
Did I cut off?
No, you're good.
You were good.
Nicaragua. Well,
I'm going to get a selfie with Pete's face.
Oh, you're going to do it? Yeah, go ahead. The moment you froze, do it. You get it?
Totally got it. It looks so good.
The moment you froze.
Who's on?
That's great.
Can you zoom in on that?
Yeah, zoom in there. Get that. That's great.
Epic.
Epic.
It's so epic. Sorry,
Epic. That's what you get. Tell me how awesome his connection was in Nicaragua.
You know what? I have to tell you, first of all, it's incredible that he got on. I mean, the Esteli has come a long way in the last, say, 20 years or so, but it really is still a limited country when it comes to infrastructure and that kind of stuff. But man, with what they lack in infrastructure, do they make up with in their tobacco, in their passion, in their work ethic? You've been there, just incredible people, and especially the folks at My Father's Cigars who are making this product.
Yes.
Extraordinary.
So Pete went into this vault and he found us 150 of these packs. I think, Monty, you got a cue of the product shots so our audience can see it. This was a very popular release for him back in 2019. It was a CQ2. It was I think a single store release, sold out fast, and these are the actual runs that he has from 2019. There's 150 packs of these available, and they are going to go on sale right now. There you go. If you want to get any of Pete's limited CQ2s, hit the TGS store.
And how many?
There was 149.
149.
I'm keeping one of everything. So
it's great.
Yeah, there's 149 of the packs.
I know a lot of people were looking forward to it. When I was looking at the chats leading up to this event, a lot of people are looking forward to these limited releases, so I'm sure the system is crashing and crashing and crashing. We heard a rumor that he might be back.
Do you want to put him up? If he's back, put him up.
We got him. Oh!
Yeah, so hey, sorry about that, guys. My Wi-Fi crashed on me, and I had to go to my phone. Sorry, should I be turned this way?
It's only Pete could do.
What would actually be helpful is if you just keep spinning it, Pete. That's really...
No, I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. I'm actually on just regular Wi-Fi, regular telephone signal. So I think it might be stronger, actually.
So
it looks good.
So you know that when you froze on the big 12-foot LCD wall, Michael Herklotz took a selfie with you for future reference.
Oh, dude, I saw the picture, actually. I couldn't say anything to you, but I actually saw the picture. And it was that perfect, moment.
It's literally the worst frame you ever want to be stuck in is the mouth open frame. So many terrible things happen.
Yeah, right?
So Pete, we just talked about this product, but maybe you can give us a little insight as to what makes this cigar so special as they are selling out right now as we speak.
Well, actually, the CQ2, if anybody remembers it, was packaged for a retailer up in Northern California who actually closed in the last year. Her name was Donna Martin. She had a place called Mission Pipe. She closed her shop, I think it was like mid this year, which is really sad. But I think she retired, really. And we also allowed other retailers to get those cigars. The factory doesn't make exactly the correct amount of cigars. When you say, I want 10,000 cigars, they usually make a lot of overruns because of quality control and to make sure that there's enough product to go in the boxes. Well, I was down in the factory back in March, and I knew we had them here back in March of last year, and I knew we had them here. And when Abe talked to me and said, hey, do you have anything special that you could bring to the Great Smoke? I said, well, actually, I have some cigars from 2019 that are super special. And I think it would be cool if we brought them back as a limited product, but they are CQ2s. They're just now in bundles with the new limited band. And, there was one thing I made clear with Abe. I want to make sure consumers know that they are CQ2s from the original production from 2019.
Well, I think it was made clear because they crashed the site again. Our website crashed. And I want everybody out there to know who thinks that, oh, why didn't we do it? We tripled our server load. My guys back there in the corner have been working for weeks to try to prevent a crash. But as always, I guess you're not really going to have a really good event unless you crash the site. So the site crashed, they'll get it up and going, and I'm sure this epic product will sell out shortly. But thanks again. And when are you?
Well, don't worry, because I know, real quick, I know that Kevin Parro, the commish, is in the audience, and I know he's going to mule a bunch of those things back to the New England area. So
they probably sent them down here to mule them back.
He probably went over and pulled the cord.
He might actually pull the cord.
He might have showed up just to sabotage the connection.
He might have sabotaged the connection. When are you heading back, Pete?
Sunday.
Sunday. So look,
Sunday, and I'll be happy to be back.
Before I let you go, I just really got to ask, right? So, you had the big transition a few years ago, right? Officially got married. Now you made the move from LA to Miami, Florida, man. That's a big transition.
Huge, actually. I went 8 years telling my now wife that I would never move to Miami. So there you go.
How's that been?
But now I'm in Miami. I love it. I can't think of a better place to live.
I bet you, especially this last year, it kind of been a little bit probably more relieving for you guys to be down here than been stuck in LA.
Yeah, actually, Miami is a little bit more open. Obviously, we're very safe about what we do. Even around family members, I try to be really careful just because, the Latin culture, they want to hug and kiss everybody. But I'm the gringo of the family that walks in the room and just waves hi. So that's it.
Good man.
Well, Pete, thank you very much for being part of this historic broadcast.
Give our best to everyone down there.
Yes, give our best to the Garcia.
Sorry for the glitch, brother. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate everybody in the audience, and I appreciate everybody watching. And thanks to the people that crashed your website.
Yes, thank you. Everybody give a hand up, Pete Johnson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care, guys.
All right. We actually do have some sponsors who helped put on this production. We're going to take it to one of our sponsors real quick. Here's a word from Sam Adams Beer.
Whoops, your cousin from Boston. I did not see that coming. Anyway, Sam Adams Wicked Hazy IPA. Juicy, right? Will we not tell my mom about this?
Kids Cancer Foundation for all of your support. Thank you, Abe at the Smokin' for your continued support.
And the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation.
Hey guys, this is Barbie and Baron and Grayson. My son Aiden, their brother, was diagnosed with ALL 3 years ago, and we just wanted to say thank you so much for all that you do to assist the families at the Kids Cancer Foundation, and Abe at Smokin' for the continued support with the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation. So thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Thank you, Kids Cancer, for all of your support and everything that you do for us. Michelle, Nicole, Megan, you ladies are phenomenal. Your events are so over the top. Thank you so much for having us. Also, Abe at the Smoke Inn, thank you so much for your support as well, too, with your most recent event. I greatly appreciate everything you guys do for us. Once again, thank you so much. You people are phenomenal. Mwah.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Michelle O'Boyle. I am the founder and executive director of the Kids Cancer Foundation. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Abe, Smoke Inn, and all of you who are participating in the Great Smoke for your continued support of the Kids Cancer Foundation. It's thanks to individuals like all of you that we are able to provide the many programs and services needed to meet the needs of our young patients and families battling childhood cancer. None of that would be possible without the support of individuals like all of you. For more information about the Kids Cancer Foundation, please check us out on Facebook or visit our website at www.kidscancersf.org. Little warriors need big heroes like all of you. Thank you for helping us help them fight.
Well, I am here with some of our VIP guests as well. So let's go ahead and tell me, what is your name?
My name is Walt.
Okay, Walt. Is that it? Are you like Madonna?
Walt or higher. Some of the people that I run with know me as Walt.
Where are you from, Walt?
Joliet, Illinois.
Apparently, that must be a really cool place.
There's a state prison there, which I've been in.
Okay, again, I'm worried about the people in our audience. Are you, Kim? Should we, like, we're on cops and penitentiaries, okay.
Oh, this is a great crowd here. I mean, there's so many beautiful women of the Leaf. I really think it's very sexy, the women smoking a cigar. I mean, so many nice people here. The Brothers of the Leaf is phenomenal. Just a great time. And Abe, the family, just.
So you like the Great Smoke?
I think I've only missed maybe 3 of them. And I'm actually one of the luckiest people in this whole gig here. I've won more gifts and more prizes. Right? Well, the Segway event was one.
Walt officially crashed a Segway at one of our Great Smokes. He stole my Segway that I was using to get around and actually crashed it. I think that event cost you what, about $1,200?
$1,228.
Yes, in Segway damages. Yes, true story.
A couple bruises.
True story.
All right, we're going to take it over to Kim.
All right, so I am lucky enough to stand with probably one of the most important VIPs here. And why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
My name is Roger Dababna. I'm the father of Abe Dababna.
Okay, and I know you don't live in Florida, so where did you have to come from to join us today?
I came from San Diego to Chicago for a couple of 3 days. We have 12 inches snow. Then I came here Thursday, and I don't miss this one for no matter what.
Okay, and I know you've been to maybe a couple Great Smokes. Do you know exactly how many you've been to?
Been in all of them.
Every single one. Now that's support. Okay, but let's hear it.
Especially if you come by yourself. You leave the wife home and you come by yourself.
On that note, I'm going to hand it back to Melanie.
We are not going to kiss and tell from here. Okay, let's see. I have another great, awesome person. So tell me your name.
Don McKnight. First of all, how do you follow that? That's just wrong. Why can't I follow the guy that went to prison?
Okay, so then where are you from?
I'm from a little town called Seabeck, Washington. It's just right across the pond from Seattle.
I have no idea where that is.
It's heaven. Oh, yeah, it's like 30 degrees. I have a bunch of my friends there watching on live right now. My daughters are actually watching, so I have to give them my customary greeting. What's up, bitches?
I think your daughters are quite the Instagrammers, aren't they? Little YouTubers?
Yeah, that previous term is very appropriate.
All right.
More money than cigars do, I tell you that.
Well, maybe you're doing something right.
Mom did. She's at home.
All right, and you're having a great time?
Oh, man, this is great. This is unbelievable. I mean, this is the first year I've got to come down because normally I'm out of country during this time. So Abe, I said I could make it. And, Abe's like family. He has the way to make everyone feel like they're family instantaneously. So there's nothing more that I could do than to say come down and support, Abe and the rest of my family here that didn't get it picked that I'm their brother either. So this is a great time.
I love it. That's so sweet. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Kim now.
All right, so the next VIP guest that I'm standing with was yet another person that I only knew through, let's call it, social media world of cigars. And now he's a local here, so I think I'll meet him all the time. But why don't I let him introduce himself? What is your name?
My name is Robert Beatty, and as you said, I'm a recent transplant to South Florida.
Okay, recent. Where'd you come from before Florida?
Yeah, so I moved down here about 6 months ago from Louisville, Kentucky, where my good friends Curtis and Chrissy Critchfield run Executive Cigar.
Very nice. Those are good people. Okay, so is this your first great smoke? Have you been here a couple times? Let's hear the history.
Yeah, so this is my very first great smoke, and I got to tell you, this is phenomenal. I can only imagine what it would be like previous, but this is just awesome.
All right, well, we appreciate you being here. I think Melanie has another guest, so I'm going to hand it off to her.
Thank you, Kim. I am sitting with
Marcus.
Marcus. Are you like Madonna too? Does anybody have a last name?
Yeah, I'm like Madonna.
I'll take it. Well, then I'll take it. All right, so where are you from?
I live right here in Palm Beach County and been here quite a while, but grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, so give a shout out to my brother across the way there. And yeah.
I'm from Nashville, so I'm digging that.
I've been through there. Pretty town. So I just want to give Abe a big shout out for holding the event here and giving us all the opportunity to participate live and in person. We didn't think it was going to happen this year, but Abe found the way. So I'm really appreciative for that.
I think we're definitely all appreciative of that, definitely. So are you having a good time, though? How is the food?
The food's great. I'm ready for round 2 a little later, and maybe hopefully get back in time to get a little red meat lovers in me at the end of the night. So.
Were you a little disappointed that the red meat lovers was not here?
Well, it's you got to make compromises in life sometime, and it wasn't a hard one to make. Richard's I'm a big fan of Richard, so I'm not suffering, put it that way.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to have you. Thank you very much. And we are passing it over to Abe.
All right. It's a funny thing. First off, let me just preempt this by saying my dad's brave enough to say that because he knows my mother doesn't know anything about social media and will never view that comment. Though oddly enough, her sisters do, so he still may be in trouble when he gets home. That being said, I want to talk about a couple things that we saw during the break. Sam Adams beer, I want to just give a shout out to the fine folks at Sam Adams. When I was doing the Great Smoke in year number 1, I couldn't find any beer vendor that wanted to work with me. They didn't know what I was talking about. They didn't get the concept. And I won't mention their names, but they all said, no, what are you talking about? And this gentleman, his name is Billy Grotto, happened to be a customer. I didn't even know he worked for Sam Adams Beer. Sees this event, sees what I'm working on, sees these posters. What's going on? I said, well, we're doing this event. Well, I'd love to have my beer there. Well, what beer is it? Sam Adams. You can be kidding me. They sponsored the first Great Smoke event, which, nobody wanted to do. And for 15 years, they have been the exclusive official beer sponsor for this event, day one. And I'm going to tell you something. I mean, the ask for what he was bringing in year 1 to year 14
grew a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, it went from
bit.
people carrying it into forklifts and pallets. Never hesitated. He's been the best. And over those years, I have been approached by these other major beer competitors who I refuse to let in until the day that Sam Adams doesn't want to be part of it anymore. They are the official beer of the Great Smoke, and also the fine folks at Kids Cancer. That was a great little segment. We've been working for them now. I think it goes back to about 2014. This Great Smoke event has always been tied to a charity. I think our first one was Home Safe, a program here in South Florida, and it's changed every couple of years. And I think now we've been doing the Kids Cancer Foundation since 2014. Always a big donation to them after every Great Smoke, and they've always been very grateful. And I got 4 kids. You got 2 girls.
It's so easy to help people.
It is.
And when we look at how fortunate we all are every day, every moment we cut and light a premium cigar, there's a moment of just good fortune when we get to do that. And look at this. We're all dry. We're all warm. We all have great food around us, great drinks, great friends, great cigars. To be able to give something back and help people who are not fortunate enough to be able to enjoy an event like this, it's just so important.
And you're right.
You do great work.
You're right. It is easy to forget, and it is easy to help. And I tell you what, I've been exposed to these kids. And the thing that mind boggles me every time, I'm just blown away by, is their attitude.
Their smiles.
These kids act like they're on top of the world, and they are so strong, and they are so just like appreciating the moment in life. And it's phenomenal to do work with them. So everybody out there know, just your purchase of the TGS Party in the Box, you are helping contribute to this organization. We make a big donation to them at the end of every year. We are committed to make one this year, no matter how things go. And thank you very much. So, and there was a URL at the commercial, and they'll come up later on the show. If you feel like making a personal donation to them, please do. They're a phenomenal organization. So, that being said, feel like giving something away?
Raffle time.
Raffle time.
Who's ready for raffles?
Who wants to win something? All right. So, as always, every person who bought a TGS Party in a Box, you are automatically entered into this raffle. Every purchase you have made up until this point has bought you an additional opportunity to win some very cool stuff. This is round number 2, and we have 3 items in this round. Item number 1 is a box of Recluse Amadeus cigars, Los Cabos, and a Key West humidor from J.C. Newman. There's that beautiful prize pack.
Beautiful.
All right. Let's take it to the randomizer. Alex, my man, tell us who won that prize.
Oh!
Rod is in the studio. Rod Grimes!
In the house!
Hey! There you go. Rod Grimes, congratulations. You have won that. Please allow 7 to 10 days for shipping. We'll find it somewhere. So there you go. Congratulations, Rod Grimes. All right. So item number 2, we have a box of Aganorsa Rare Leaf. Now this box just came out.
Beautiful.
So people are going to be excited about the Aganorsa Rare Leaf and humidor by My Father Cigars. All right, we're going to go a randomizer, see who won this. Brian Bradley, Rock Island, Florida. Brian, congratulations. You have won this box of Aganorsa Rare Leaf and My Father Humidor. There's an image somewhere over there, and if they find it, they'll put it up on the screen. All right, so let's go to item number 3. Item number 3 is a Camacho branded portable grill.
This is serious.
It's a nice looking grill if we could ever show it, but it's a really nice portable grill. And we're going to see who won this portable grill. Let's go to the randomizer. My man Alex Tavella. Let's see what's going on. Nope. Wrong screen.
Well, that's all right. That was the first one. That's what
That was, yeah, the second prize.
That's what the last guy won. Yep.
Yeah, no, yep, there we go. Almost.
The suspense.
Oh, the applause. Robert Moberg, Oakdale, Minnesota. Congratulations, Robert Moberg. Let's give him a hand. Woo! Thank God that segment was over. Holy cow.
Tiny glitches.
Hey, it's
Tiny
what
glitches.
would a show be without glitches?
Hang on. Let's just for those folks who are just kind of tuning in, let's kind of remember level set here for a moment. 1 year ago, we did a live event, as you have done every year for 14 years.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But now, we couldn't. But rather than kick the sand and say, I don't know what I'm going to do, I don't know what I'm going to do, you didn't. And you started planning a year ago to figure out how to bring this event virtual. And here we are with a unbelievable production setup, cameras and booms, a director. I mean, this is some real serious stuff here, Abe.
Well, I mean, look, you know, I'm sure when these productions happen, these guys are in town, they work on it, they do a couple reads. And of course, doing live television is always a fun experience within itself. No kidding. So,
but you even mentioned that really that lead up time was the actual boots on the ground work was relatively short window.
yeah, I mean, a lot of it was like paperwork prep and scheduling prep. And so this crew basically, this was an empty room 2 days ago. They put this all together and they're trying to work it out. And they've done a great job. But live TV and broadcast is always you never know what kind of excitement you get. You know that. I mean, you've done your own little things in virtual and stuff like that. And, you know, Mike, you're one of the guys out there who has kind of embraced the social media life. A lot of manufacturers or, you know, personalities in this industry haven't gone out there. In fact, you were actually showing me Instagram earlier today.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm not really an Instagram guy. I haven't quite figured it out.
Well, speaking of Instagram, the way Instagram really drives influence and drives energy is through hashtags. Same with Facebook, same with Twitter. So we're using really two hashtags. We're using TGS 2021. That's TGS 2021.
Yes.
So if you're watching, if you're home, if you're just chilling, you want to post a photo and show us what you're doing, you hashtag TGS 2021. And then we still have a couple more cocktail segments coming.
Yes.
If you make that cocktail and you tag it with TGS cocktail, you win free booze. So make sure that you make the cocktail, take a picture, tag it TGS cocktail, and you win free booze. Speaking of people who like booze.
Yeah, we got two guys coming up. I just want to preempt that is that after this segment, we have a very, very special entertainment feature here. So stay tuned because I think it's going to be very special to me and a lot of people in the audience that will come right after this. But speaking of booze, that would be our two buddies, Sam Phillips and Clay Roberts, over at the La Palina Studios, out from the west coast of Florida. Let's see what they're doing in the La Palina Studios.
No!
Look at these guys living large. Oh, we got something in common.
What are you guys doing? Big Delicious and Mikey Herklots.
What do you say, fellas?
What do you say, fellas?
What part of Azerbaijan are you broadcasting from?
It seems like Azerbaijan right now, yes.
Ooh, yalla. You guys doing a great job. Looks nice. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Sam, what happened to your foot?
I broke it off in Clay's ass, so I had to take 2 steps.
Okay.
Lovely. That's just nice.
Nice.
Well, I was referring that he broke off a Rolex in me, but you know.
Right?
You gotta
Take
take
your
what
choosers.
you can get. No, I had surgery, guys. I had surgery, and actually, I haven't been in the office for a couple of days, but I had to make it here for TGS 2021, baby.
How about
That's
it,
right.
huh?
Premium cigar category. We got to go all the way. Abe, how are you enjoying your live show, my friend?
Oh, it's been very interesting. It's been very interesting. It's exciting. It's fun. You know, we get little comments in our ears throughout the show that the audience doesn't hear. So Michael and I are just like, you know, telepathically enjoying the sideshow. But it's been great, and everybody in the room has been great. It's been an awesome experience. Definitely one of these things I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and say, did we just do that?
Totally.
Did we just do this? Yeah. 100%.
I did that when Sam and I joined partnership.
You're still doing it
I'm
every
still
day
doing it
you
every
wake
day.
up.
Idiot.
So listen, I want to talk about this set here you got going on, the La Palina Studios. This was a product of the pandemic, right? I mean, this kind of happened. You guys kind of did this first virtual lockdown kind of thing, yeah?
We've actually done 3 of them.
Yeah, we've done three cigar lockdowns, and subsequently we've done another 3 or 4 happy hours. And Abe, this was all in support of brick and mortar. You were on board with us since day number 1, much like
sure.
Sam Adams Beer was for you. And it's been very interesting to say the least. We've had some hiccups. Abe, we had the whole studio go out during one of our major shows. The power went out.
Oh.
So we know what it's like, and unbelievable that you're doing 8 hours of this, and you got the sidekick, Paley's dream boy, Michael Herkloss.
Wow.
On your left, I love it.
Where is this?
Hashtag Paley's Dream Boy.
Is this like a thing, or is this, do you know about this, or you just make this up?
I've known Bill for years. I think he's an incredible guy. That's an awfully generous hashtag to bestow on me. Thank you.
It's the truth. Yeah, but Abe, this was all in support of brick and mortar retail. Everything that we did was in support of brick and mortar retail, and us, just like you, because I've been watching the broadcast, and kudos to both of you guys. You know, Clay and I got together and said, how are we going to do this? How are we, number one, going to supply cigars to anybody? How are we going to sell cigars while we're shut down? And more importantly, how are we going to support our brick and mortar partners in their time of need? And we came up with the Cigar Lockdown Studios, the last show. Just a guy that you had on here previously, Michael Herkloss's wet dream, Pete Johnson.
Wow,
a lot of wet dreams.
A lot of wet dreams going on here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys are a couple of,
Hold on. This
but
is coming.
we had a cast of characters that was unbelievable who joined us, 17 different manufacturers, and we did some deep dive interviews. And Clay and Pete, being from LA, are very good friends. Of course, our business partner Matty Booth was on the show. And we're having a good time with it, Abe. That's all I can say. And I think we've done some good for brick and mortar, which was really important to Clay and Bill and I.
No, it was great, and it was good, I think, for people across the country, because it was really kind of an early on. You guys really kind of got out there right away, and you had this lockdown experience. It was great, and it's kind of funny because Clay's over there talking smack, but wasn't it you, Clay, that we shaved at another great smoke story? It's a true story. We shaved Matt Booth's beard.
I remember that.
Rolled it in a cigar, and he smoked it.
George Rico rolled it.
Yeah, we had George Rico.
I smoked it.
He rolled it, and he smoked it. And let me just tell you something. The smell of burning hair.
But especially Matt Booth's beard. That's not just anything. That's a particular varietal. That's a particular varietal.
It's no average beard, Michael.
Really something. Hey guys, I have a question. So obviously this was a unique product that came out of COVID, and we were talking earlier just about the challenges of something like this happens, and there's a handful of ways to deal with it. You can shut down, you can wallow in self-pity, or you can look at this as an opportunity to do things differently. And you guys really have done an amazing job doing things differently. And this has opened up a new world, a new style of interacting. Do you think that this idea, once lockdowns are unlocked, do you think that this is something that you will continue post-COVID, post-lockdowns? Is this valuable enough to you that it's something that will continue on once we return to some level of normalcy?
I think that Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I was absolutely, Michael, and I think it'll evolve into a different animal. We do love our beautiful set. If you actually turn the camera, we're in our overflow warehouse, which obviously because of COVID and supply chain right now, which I'm sure you've been discussing today, there's not a whole lot in the warehouse. But yes, we're going to evolve the lockdown. Listen, the last lockdown we did, which was it August?
September 30th.
Shows where I've been.
It was close. It was close.
Close, sorry. I've been
I think
drinking.
we had one in August as well, to be fair.
I might have had breakfast with Nish Patel this morning.
Dude, I'm on painkillers, by the way, so I'm flying high.
So anyway, the last lockdown, which we did in December, a lot of stores actually were not locked down at that point, and we had our most successful lockdown, and over 10,000 viewers. And listen, it's fun for us to do. We enjoy doing it.
It's great.
Like you guys know, it's hard to do a live show like this, and you guys are magically beautiful doing this, and it's hard, right? But it's fun.
Now, do you guys do hair and makeup before you go on your show? Because Abe and I were in the makeup chair this morning, getting powdered, and she asked me, "How do you normally do your face?" And I said, "Water. You know, I normally just do water on my face. That's about it." So it was this is a whole new experience.
Michael, maybe this is off kilter, and the truth is that Clay does my makeup and I do his makeup.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
That's a little scary.
But that honestly doesn't shock me at all.
That's a little scary. All right.
I want to do Abe's
But
makeup.
Michael, to answer your question, I don't see this ending. I don't see it ending for any of us. I don't see that, when we were flying around the country, right? You for Nat, us for LP, and going to see amazing retailers like Big Delicious. Maybe you don't get on a plane. Maybe you have the meeting, depending on the importance of the meeting, and you just interact this way. Because as we've learned, time is really of value. So whether it's the time that you're spending with your families or your friends or your coworkers, I think that I do not see this format going away, whether it's Zoom or Microsoft Teams or what have you.
Yeah. I think it's been great. You guys have done an amazing job. We were talking a little earlier just about the fact that having these types of engagements have really brought people a sense of normalcy when things were so completely abnormal. And you guys have just done an amazing job bringing people together and engaging. It feels as close to normal, I think, as it probably could, given the circumstances. So you all have done just an incredible job, and congratulations on all the success
Thank you, brother.
of the lockdowns.
Hey, Michael, at the end of the day, we miss you. I miss seeing you. I miss seeing you and Abe at the TAA. I miss seeing you, at the Great Smoke. I mean, listen, we were all together at this time last year. And it's hard to believe that just in the blink of an eye, everything can change.
But we are together.
Yeah, we're together.
We're just together in a different form.
It's great to see you.
Indeed. Well, fellas, you guys stay safe.
Yep.
Keep your foot up. Lay off the painkillers, and we'll see you guys soon. I hope.
Thank you very much for being part of this historic broadcast,
We miss you guys. We love you.
Thank
There's Fibolo right here on the set.
Thank you.
Nice touch. Nice touch. Fellas, be safe.
Later, guys.
Can you imagine working with them every day?
Clay and
Holy cow.
Great
That's something
guys.
up. Great guys from the La Palina Studios. Deeply appreciative they could be part of this historic event. Now, if I can have everybody's attention, we're going to take it over to Kim Keeney to talk about a very special feature entertainment broadcast.
All right, Abe, I am honored that I am getting to introduce a musical duo right now. On guitar, we have superstar rep for Fuente and J.C. Newman, Alan Goldfarb. And playing alongside on violin is none other than Honest Abe's daughter, Petra Nuor Debabna.
There you go.
You gotta kiss your dog. Thank you.
Oh man, thank you. I'm gonna let.
Thank you.
Wait, don't go anywhere. After that performance, we can't just let you disappear. I have a couple questions
Sure.
for both of you, if you're willing to give me some answers. I'll start with you, Alan. Let's say, how long have you been playing the guitar?
Since I was about her age. Since I was 12 years old.
Oh, okay. So let's do next question. Petra, I am very impressed by your skill. How old are you and how long have you been playing?
I'm 12 years old, and I've been playing for around 9 years now.
Wait. Does anybody have a calculator? Hold on. 12 minus 9. We're talking 3 years old. I was impressed about somebody else said they started guitar at 4. We got 3 years old. Okay, so were you nervous to come perform?
A little bit, since the amount of people who've been watching, but once I started playing, I kind of got into it and got more comfortable with it.
You did amazing, so no need for nerves. Okay, now I gotta ask, how did this all happen? How did you guys get together playing?
I saw her play on Facebook. I saw she did a little thing with the Queen on the piano, and I went, wow, that's amazing. And they said, oh, it's my daughter. And I went, no way. So we just started talking, and then I walked into the shop, and here we are.
Were you worried playing with a musician so much younger than yourself?
Oh, she's much better than I am. Much better.
Ooh. All right, well, I am going to say thank you on behalf of everyone for such a beautiful performance. Now I'm going to hand it back to Michael Herklotz.
Alan's been, just before we go to Michael, I just want to say Alan's been a dear friend, and I've worked with him for 25 years, and I just want to tell him how much I personally thank him, because another one of my crazy ideas, when I showed it to you, and you're like, let's do it, I was like, are you serious? These guys have been at my house the last 2 weeks practicing, and Here Comes the Sun has been in my head.
All of our heads.
All of our heads. All week, I've been singing it around the office, and I just want to say thank you so much, and you look beautiful, baby girl. Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, it's, we were talking earlier, Abe, I think music is just one of those things that, granted, we all hear it and we listen to it, but more importantly, we feel it. And to watch people perform and play music, to me, is like watching cigar makers, winemakers. You know, it really, as much as we taste and we listen and we feel, it's something that we really feel. And that was just, it was so incredible.
I didn't know who she was. I'm seeing her in the corner of my eye in the corner. I'm like, wow, who is that? And I walked in, and I see her with my family. I'm like, oh, I don't know who that. I didn't even recognize her. That's how fast they're growing.
What's also so incredible about that performance is not only did those of us here enjoy it, but thousands and thousands and thousands of people are enjoying that performance and all those performances who are watching from home. You know, I am certainly so appreciative to be part of this event, Abe, and I know that there are smokers all over the United States who feel the same way. I think we have a few more folks who want to share their expressions of kudos and well wishes to you. So let's watch the video.
Dion Giolito talking here about the Great Smoke. Love the event. It is the premier event in the United States. Abe does a fantastic job. His crew, they're all amazing. It has really, really come into its own and become this juggernaut of an event. This year, he has found a really, really unique way to keep us all engaged, all happy, all together in what we love to do, having cigars. Great Smoke. The reimagining of the event that he's doing this year, spectacular. Love it. Congratulations, Abe, and again to all your crew for a fantastic job. Be sure to enjoy Illusione Cigars. We'll see you there.
Hey, this is Tom Lazuka, co-founder of Asylum Cigars.
And I want to say congratulations to Abe and Smoke Inn for another great smoke. This is one of the top 1 or 2 cigar events in the country, and we're very happy at Asylum to be a part of it. It's fantastic that through COVID, Abe and the crew there at Smoke Inn has found a way to be innovative and have great smoke again this year. So thank you for being here, and congratulations, Abe, on another great smoke.
Hey everyone, I'm Jose Luis Plasencia from Plasencia Cigars, and I want to thank everyone associated with this great event, The Great Smoke. Abe and all of his staff do a tremendous job setting this up every year. Since we began participating 4 years ago, the event has grown tremendously, and during these challenging times, they have displayed the ingenuity needed for this event to continue on. I am grateful to all the cigar lovers that attend this event every year. You are a reason to continue producing great cigars. I hope you enjoyed this unique event, and for everybody at Plasencia Cigars, I want to thank you all. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, Jose Ortega here with My Father Cigars. Hope everybody's doing well, staying safe. Can't tell you enough how excited I am to hear that the Great Smoke is going to happen this year. We were a little worried with everything that's going on, but got that phone call from the guys over at Smoke Inn and said, hey, guess what? We came up with a way to make this happen, and sure enough, it's happening. So, so blessed to have been part of this from its beginning. 15 years, and it's amazing, and it's been a beautiful thing to see it from small group of people like this to what it has become. So looking forward to seeing you guys next year in person. Unfortunately, this year's got to be virtual, but I think the world is that way right now. So, but very excited. Hope you guys enjoy it, and look forward to seeing you next year in person. You guys be well.
Hey, Nimish here. You know, I was going through some emails and letters and stuff like that, and I have to ask you a question. I just saw this Great Smoke 2021. I didn't see my picture anywhere here. So I guess my invite must have got lost in the mail. But you know what, brother, that's okay, because I still love you. And I can't believe it's been, 15 years of the Great Smoke. I remember when we first started, there was a few hundred people. Now there's 2,000 people. That's amazing what you, the great, the Smoke Inn team, and what Patel and all your other manufacturers have built. This is one of the best events to come to in South Florida. So also, COVID didn't stop us. Your team came up with a creative way. 2021, I think, is going to be amazing. And everybody else, hopefully we'll see you soon in 2022. Love you guys. Good luck.
Okay, it's that time of the year again. It's February, but it's February in a COVID year. And I was always wondering how Abe was going to pull off the Great Smoke this year. I remember 14 years ago attending my first Great Smoke, or the first Great Smoke, which had 30 manufacturers and about 500 consumers enjoying all the great cigars that were being given out. And over the years, I've seen this show grow and grow and grow until last year at the Florida Fairgrounds, where you had almost 2,000 attendees, about 45 manufacturers, plenty of food, beer, alcohol, and most of all, lots of camaraderie. So I was wondering, how is Abe gonna pull it off in a COVID year? And thank God I didn't bet any money against my friend Abe, because I didn't want him all over Facebook showing that I was one of those guys who lost money to him, signing a $5 or $10 bill. And so I'm so excited that he pulled off this virtual Great Smoke. And I believe there's over 1,600 people have sent in for the goodie bag. So Abe, hats off to you for another great smoke. And I look forward to next year. Hopefully it'll be live.
How about it, huh?
I tell you, man, I'm very blessed to be able to work in this industry with the people we work with too, man. Very fortunate.
And that's all, it's all authentic.
Yeah.
It's real appreciation. What I think is important to always remember about this event is it takes so many people to put it together, but there's so much positive outcome. You're helping manufacturers, we're helping consumers, you're helping your people. I mean, it's such an extraordinary event, and your commitment to seeing it through and making sure that it happened in a global pandemic. To have an event like this is it's so extraordinary. I don't know how your phone's doing. I just checked it in the break. My phone is blowing up.
I'm not even looking at it.
Let me tell you,
looking at it.
It's really it's so great to see all the enthusiasm, the kind words. People are having a great time.
Good.
You should be very, very proud.
Thank you. I tell you what, it's been a hell of a ride and a hell of an experience. And everybody who I reached out to, whether it's you, Melanie, Kim, all the menu, except for Steve Saka, everybody has been very warm and welcoming and so quick to do whatever it took to make something special. And it's just a testament. And the history of this industry goes deep. And, speaking of history, founded in 1895 by Julius Caesar Newman, the J.C. Newman Cigar Factory is the oldest family-owned premium cigar maker in America. For 4 generations and 125 years, J.C. Newman has been handcrafting many of the world's finest cigars. J.C. Newman is headquartered in the iconic 110-year-old cigar factory in the Ybor City National Historic Landmark District in Tampa, Florida. This historic factory recently underwent some major remodeling. So let's take a quick tour of this newly remodeled J.C. Newman factory.
My bad.
Joining us now live from the J.C. Newman factory in Tampa, Florida, Mr. Bobby Newman. Everybody give a hand for Bobby Newman. Come on.
Hey, Abe. Hey, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Doing great. God, great to see you. Abe, once again, you made lemonade out of lemons. Congratulations to you and Michael. Great event. And Thank you for inviting us into your home. I tell you, Alan Goldfarb has been with us over 25 years, and I've never heard him play the guitar. I never heard him sing. And I don't know, Abe, you probably know this because you know a lot of Alan Goldfarb's deep, dark secrets, but he traveled with Bob. If Alan is around or if he's on the call, he traveled with Johnny Depp, or Johnny Depp traveled with him before he became an actor. And Alan traveled all over the country. I believe Alan Goldfarb traveled as a musician with Bob Dylan. I'll have to get my facts right with that. So
you're right.
Anyway,
he did.
Is that correct?
Yeah, he's nodding his head. He's out in the audience listening to you now. Yep.
Okay. Alan, terribly impressive. We're going to put this on the greetings on the next Friday. So fantastic, just fantastic. And congratulations. Like I said, this is what you do, Abe, is such a great service to our industry. None of us we don't speak for the industry, but I will. And everyone knows what's happened during the pandemic. Premium cigars and liquor have performed pretty well. And we're all very fortunate to be on the right side of this hurricane, to say the least.
Yeah, well, listen, it's been a team effort by everybody involved. Great families like yourselves who helped in any way you can is always helpful. And, a couple years ago, I had the privilege of actually coming down there and touring the factory. And I understand this remodel looks beautiful. How long ago did you guys do this?
Well, it was a 2-year project. It was my brother Eric. It was his son Drew's idea to do a massive restoration, put a hand cigar making factory in our factory in Ybor City. We try to make 65,000 cigars a day on these 1931 hand operated cigar machines. Wow. And so we're now making cigars on the 3rd floor by hand. You saw part of that in the video, and whoever did the video did a great job. I'd never seen that. And Drew, also, he opened Drew's vision. He's 39 years old. He's our general counsel, our attorney, and it was his idea to open the factory to the public. So we're now giving tours 4 days a week, and got about 300-400 people coming through a month. And which is amazing because Tampa right now, there's 6 large cruise ships that are usually docked 6 blocks from us, and they're not there. We have 2.5 million Canadians coming into Florida every year. They're not allowed to come this year. So despite that, we're trying to become like the Bourbon Trail, if you will.
So, Mr. Newman,
we're opening on the 3rd floor later.
If a consumer
Yes, sir.
is in Florida, how can they get a tour? Can they just stop by? Should they call and make a reservation? How do you get tickets? How is it possible that people can go?
Great question. I plant the audience. Thank you. Either go on our website, jcnewman.com, or call us and set up a tour. And we're doing it. We have 2 tours a day, 9:30 to 11 and 11:30 to 1. We love to show anyone and everyone what's going on over there. This summer, we're going to start teaching people how to roll cigars by hand.
Oh, wow.
And let them do their own blends. And it will be not that sophisticated. It'll be a kind of a mild, medium, or heavier blend. And we're the last working cigar factory like this in the United States, and of course Ybor City and Tampa. And Tampa's been very good to our family and certainly the Fuente family. And we want to do something to give back to the city as well.
Well, Bobby, I really want to thank you for taking time out of your day to share this awesome remodel with everyone here at the Great Smoke and across the country, and time out of your afternoon to join us and talk with Michael and I about this. I look forward to getting down there and visiting the new factory, hopefully sometime this year.
we look forward to it. And thank you for inviting us in, like I said. And I'm smoking a Diamond Crown Julius Caesar. It's Grandpa JC.
There you go.
But, so thank you all for inviting us.
Thank you.
And our best to your family.
Yes, sir.
Everyone stay safe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Michael, good to see you again, too.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. You too.
Take care. Take care.
Sir.
Can't wait to check that out.
It's an amazing place. It's an amazing story. You know, you hear so many of these family stories, and lots of them tend to follow the same dialogue. But what a unique story, an American story. It's so cool. You know,
I had the privilege of actually meeting Stanford.
I never did.
Oh no, I had the privilege of meeting him many times. Not many times. I think once or twice before he passed. So,
The Newman, they're a great family, great American story.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, how great is it that we can have so much engagement via Zoom, and Zoom has become one of those tools in our everyday life now. It's important to remind everyone that later in the show, you, the audience members, will have a chance to join us via Zoom at the Great Smoke from our studio here in sunny Florida. So at the bottom of the screen, we will put up our Zoom meeting ID code for you to connect with us. Make sure that you write it down so that you can enter it in and connect with us later in the show. We'll let you know when you need to log in. But make sure that you write down that code so that when the time comes, you can jump onto Zoom, enter that ID, and then come on and join us live at the Great Smoke. We would love to have you.
Yeah, we're going to put you up on the big LCD screen and hopefully get you to be part of the history making here in the studios. So just to mention a few more promotions. All right, we got some awesome manufacturers who, for some crazy reason, if you haven't had a chance to visit the TGS event store, you really should. Not only is there 25% off select participating manufacturer brands, but many companies are throwing in extra goods, such as get a Tatuaje event 3-pack of the Calabaza pumpkins with select boxes. Gurkha Cigars is throwing in an awesome steak knife set with select boxes. Our friends over at JC Newman are throwing in a leather 2-finger cigar case with select boxes. And get a Rocky Patel 5-pack and lighter with select Rocky Patel boxes.
Solid.
So, our next feature manufacturer guest, I'm sure, is going to make some waves here. Please let me remind everybody out there. I'm pretty sure the site will crash, so be patient. When you get a chance, make sure you're already pre-entered and logged in the TGS store. He's right there to my right if you're looking for him. To mic him up, he's right there. There you go. He's like, we got to find him. He's right there. No, he's been here. He's been here for a while. So, anyways, I mean, let's correct these guys have been standing there for 10 minutes. So, look.
You know what? I'm actually surprised he doesn't have a mic on everywhere he goes.
Right? He should be mic'd 24 hours a day, right?
I don't know if you've followed Carlito's work, but he has really, in the last, let's say, 11 months, has just, the whole family, they've gotten so engaged and involved. I mean, they've always been very engaging at their events. People line up to meet the Fuente family, especially Carlito. But I think it's been extraordinary, his engagement these last 11 months, whether it's on his Meet the Professor show, whether it's just jumping into someone's random thing. I think there tends to be sometimes this feeling of unapproachable with some of these, time-honored legacy manufacturers. And I think Carlito's done an amazing job of meeting everyone where they are, right?
I've said that it's probably one of the most beneficial things that have come out of this pandemic situation that I've seen it, and we're going to talk to him about it when he gets on here, is willingness to come out there. So once again, for all our fans out there, we'll announce when the limited edition for our next segment goes live. Please be patient. I'm pretty sure the website will crash. If you get one, be happy. If you don't get one, be happy for the person who does. Now, our next guest, as we said, requires no introduction. He's without doubt one of the heads of the most recognizable and revered cigar families in this industry. He is a third-generation cigar maker, president of the Fuente Companies, which began humbly in 1912. Today, over 100 years later, the Fuente companies are a multinational group of companies that manufacture and distribute some 30 million cigars per year. He was a pioneer in establishing the Dominican Republic as a premium cigar wrapper growing location and created the first ever Dominican Puro cigar, the Fuente Opus X, one of the most acclaimed cigars ever produced. Everyone, please put your hands together for Carlito Fuente Jr. Let's go. Carlito sits where he wants to sit. Carlito, thank you so much for joining us and part of this.
Abe, I'm so happy to be here. Do people hear me?
Yeah, they hear you.
Oh, good, good. May I take off this?
You may.
Okay. First of all, let me just say, you mentioned someone like the only one that wasn't as amicable and everything in this presentation. But he's the reason I'm here. Where is Steve Stocka? I want to give him a hug.
Right?
Yeah, where's Steve Stocka?
He's coming. He's stuffing his face now, right now, over at the headquarters with the Red Meat Lovers Club.
No, let me just say something. I'm so happy to be here. I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Yeah, no, I get nervous, Abe. I get nervous.
No reason. You're amongst
I'm just
friends.
a humble cigar maker. I'm not about all these lights and all this. This is incredible, my friend.
Thank you.
This is unbelievable. Of course, the young man, because he's always going to be younger than me. To my right is my hero.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at that.
As well as you, because I'll tell you one thing. It's all about family. It's all about people, not about cigars. And one of the things that really, the reason I'm here, it's been your 20-something years, 24 years, 23 years. You're probably one of the first Opus accounts in Florida, for sure. Because you mentioned my brother, Alan Goldfarb. And you have been very close and everything because Alan has an eye to recognize where loyalty, integrity, and who are the people who feel what we feel. You're probably one of the first Opus accounts in Florida. And your beautiful wife, Brandy,
thank you,
saw me in the back room. And she says, Carlito, I have never smoked an Opus because Abe says we can't smoke, we got to sell them.
It's very funny. She's probably right.
Yeah, probably.
When I got married, you had sent 2 cigars with Alan. He sent me a beautiful Maduro wrapped cigar with a natural point and tip, a BBMF, and a natural wrapped one with a Maduro point and tip, and it was called the Abe and Brandy. They're still in my humidor. We haven't smoked them yet.
My brother,
It's hard to smoke something like that.
When I got married, a box of double Corona, I think, with my name, my wife's name, and our date of marriage. And I think I've smoked 2.
Yeah, it's
and
hard.
they're still in the humidor.
This is what it's all about. It's about people. And this young man sitting next to me, I met him in Boston. A lot of people don't. In Boston Harbor. He had just graduated from school and he's playing the drums. And we were doing an event for St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Which you do a lot of work with.
Yes, and it's a great organization. Everybody should support that. It's amazing. And I see this young man, everything, but he had, I felt it. He had an interest for cigars. And I remember before, I don't think it was really in the market back then. It was probably Project S from Planet 9. And I remember giving the drummer, I didn't know his name was Michael Herklotz, and he will become an icon of cigar industry. At that time, I remember saying, do you enjoy cigars? Because I could see the sparkle in his eyes as he played with all the cigars and everything, different than all the other musicians. He goes, yeah, man, I love cigars. And I gave him an Opus X before anybody in the country, many people in the country ever tried an Opus X.
An A.
Oh.
Opus X A.
It was an Opus X A, yes.
Oh, my God.
Those A's were not available at that time, and it was something that I had taken to raise money for the children for St. Jude Children's Hospital. So it was something very special to raise money. And that bond, that moment could never be broken, will never be.
I want to ask you something, Carlito. Because speaking of when you see someone that has this real profound love and interest in cigars that you know will lead to something great. And you talked about family, and that's where I want to go with this. I met your daughter, Liana, many years ago. You introduced me, and it was just as she was expressing interest. And I remember having a conversation with Liana privately, and she said, you know, I really want to do this. I really want this. And you could tell she was genuine. She loved the business. She loved the legacy. And I remember we had a conversation privately that night when I shared that. And I remember you sharing with me, and I hope I'm not breaking confidentiality,
No, never,
that there
never.
was a lot
Listen,
of,
never.
as a father, when you thought about your daughter, that sometimes you had thought about other things for her. You even shared that your dad had a similar concern.
True.
But now, she proved you wrong. She proved your father wrong, and your daughter, besides winning Woman of the Year, if I recall, last year with the Tobacco Business Awards, but your daughter, Liana, I think, is one of the most extraordinary women in the premium cigar industry, alongside your sister. Tell me what that means to see your daughter not just express the interest, but to take it beyond expressing it and proving it.
Oh my God, Michael. She's a chip off the block, off the old block, just like her grandfather. The things my daughter has done. You know, and how she has given me the inspiration, the emotion, the energy to keep creating and things that she's done. And that she understands that in life, when you reach a certain point, you have the means, you have to give back to others. What she did, what she inspired me to do with the rare pinks and everything, my daughter she's very special. And talking about daughters, the reason I'm here, because it's about family. And when I heard Abe's daughter, Petra.
Yeah, I was just feeling like that.
And you know what? When I heard that, I said, this is why I'm here. When I heard her playing with my brother, Alan Goldfarb, we all spoke about Alan. We know who Alan is. My partner, Bobby Newman, the Newman family, everyone. When I saw this, and to know Abe for 24 years, 23 years, and that Brandy says she's never smoked an open sex, Abe, come on, man.
Tonight.
I think you
tonight.
Yes, tonight.
We're gonna smoke two of these tonight.
In the Honeymoon Suite.
Yeah.
Or what? Not yeah. And what do you call it?
Tonight.
Tonight you give her
Promise.
open sex.
Promise.
He says, no, my husband sells them. It's about family. When I see this and know all the years, that's why I'm here. That's why I came in. Because this is an amazing event that brings people together. And this is about love, spreading the love to each and every one of all of you around the world. When I have friends that I came to meet, like Cynthia Gonzalez and her group and everybody that's here, I'm disappointed. Steve Saka, I wanted to give the guy a little jab in the thing.
He's coming.
But anyway, I did see Rocky walking out, who is a young kid next to me. And he's going to be celebrating her birthday. But it is about family, it's about people, it's about relationships. And that's what this industry has that I don't think any other industry in the world that I know has.
No.
It's about love, it's about relationships. Look, we're talking about the first time I met him. We're talking about 24 years with Abe and Alan Goldfarb, how this is all one family. I don't know if I'm supposed to be interviewed or not. I don't give a shit. That's what this industry has. It's about love, and it's about spreading that love and sharing that love. And that love is this little amazing little product that's brought us all together. It's brought me close to you. close to you. And you know what? We are all family. And for that, please give me a hand, please. 5,000 people in the audience. I love you.
Yes.
Well, man, let me say, as an outsider to this relationship, I've seen a lot of special cigars in my life. Many of them have had the Fuente Opus X banned on them. But I think you are about to talk about a product that transcends exclusive with this box. And I know how much this means to you.
You know, in 25 years, you have what I like to call like milestone moments, right? Markers in your history and your life that define a moment that you'll never forget. And I'll be honest with you, when I was trying to put this, we had to make this decision in July to say, okay, are we going to cancel this event? Or are we going to find a way to do it a little bit differently, right? To make it something worthy of having this virtual experience. So we didn't have a lot of time, and when I went to some of my friends, and you know, Carlito's always been honestly amazingly supportive and always so kind in projects or just in conversations. When he agreed to make something for the Great Smoke, I'm not gonna lie, in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I would have something with this wonderful and amazing and historic name on it in this format, and this is like really a defining moment in my career. Like this happened, and you know, people out there are amazing. And Carlito, I can't thank you enough, because it's stuff like this that people will remember, and part of this momentous. Like I'm really, my intent in making this event was making history. It was a hashtag I used from day one. Let's make history. Let's do something that people are going to talk about for a long time. And look at this. And this like solidified it, right? This is like the wax steel, if you want to say something was historic, this event. And I just want to thank you. I mean, can you tell us just something about what inspired this? I mean, I know you call it, you know, blended Carlito's way and a personal release, but I'm not going to lie, Carlito, this is like one of the most like milestone moments in my career.
It's so different, Abe, than anything that we've ever done. And as you move on in life, and I have to give COVID credit for this, as we spoke about how COVID has changed our lives.
Yeah.
And I know how important this event was to you, and to have the intestinal fortitude to pull this off. And I know how concerned you. It had to be impeccable. It had to be perfect. You know, and being here last year, I remember I was at the first one, being here last year, and seeing the Great Smoke, all the beautiful people in the event. And I told Alan, listen, Alan, I'm getting older in life. I'm not Alan Goldfarb, just so they don't think it's some other Alan Goldfarb, okay? I said, Alan, I will never miss another event. It's so filled with love and beautiful people and everything. You remind me, I know this is a difficult time of the year because it's the middle of tobacco. I want to be there every year. And obviously it was not possible. Let me tell you something. COVID changed my life. I started realizing that I could go in any minute. I'm 66 years of age. I'm high risk. And I started thinking all these special things that I had, because I'm like a squirrel. There's certain things that I save and thinking maybe someday my son will be able to share with the world and it'll be very special. So I save them in the aging rooms. And this was a product a cigar that I made 2.5 or 3 years ago. We're gonna do an event in Dubai. This was a special product that was gonna be launched exclusively because we could not sell it in the United States because of the FDA. This cigar was a cigar that I blended with my heart, but there was only 1,500 cigars, and then we changed the format, the honest truth. We went, they wanted something between 6, 52, 56, something like that, so it's 3 sizes. This cigar has been in my aging room. I wanted to use that when my grandson was born.
Oh, wow.
But you know what? I might not see my grandson born. And to me, all the years that I've known you, your kindness, your support and everything. I said, what the, I don't want to say the F word, but, you know, why am I saving all these beautiful things? But what's most important that that was put together inside the factory, the color, the box, everything to be unique. That doesn't exist. That is only for the Great Smoke. And I'm so proud and I feel relieved that I took them out of my agent room after 2 years, and I'm going to share with the people who could enjoy the best in the world.
Carlito, thank you. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. And look, you talked about family and love. And one of the things since I've gotten in this business that I've known about is the Cigar Family Charitable Foundation, that you do so much work in the DR. And Michael, you talk about help and helping people and all the help.
And with the Newmans, of course.
And with the Newmans and the
Yes,
people down there,
absolutely.
and helping with the schools and the education and the health of the people who live down in the Dominican Republic. We as a company have been involved every year with the Toast Across America, doing whatever we can to support. And I wasn't going to miss this opportunity. So, no. Smoke Inn wants to present you with his check. It's a check for $5,000.
Thank you.
Take it.
Thank
Please take
you.
it for the Cigar Family Charitable
For the children of Cigar Family
Yes.
Charitable Foundation. But I also want to say, Cigar Inn, Abe has always been there year after year supporting the children. And I'm sure like every other nonprofit charity and everything, that is special, my brother. Hey, my family, the Newman family, thanks you, your family.
No, the work you do there is amazing. It's
No,
beautiful.
in life, if we have achieved something as you have, as he has, if we could give back just a little bit and make this world a better place by changing one child at a time,
absolutely,
the world would be much better.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And by the way, remember, I met Michael at a St. Jude Children's Hospital charity event.
In fact, there's a story, and you could verify it, right? You've done so much work with, I think it was St. Jude's, and at one point, there's a lot of stories over 25 years, but they refused to take your donations as a company, and then you guys came out with coffee, so you would have a ways to continue to donate to St. Jude's. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. We did a lot of work for St. Jude's and everything, and somebody figured out that it was coming from a family who made cigars. They didn't want our money anymore.
Can
And
you
we've
believe
given
that?
hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds. And so we came out with the coffee
Yeah, I remember that when
to
that
support St. Jude. And then St. Jude refused to endorse it, that they could not accept the money. It's coffee because it's made by a cigar family.
Right.
And we keep giving to St. Jude's privately and support St. Jude. But it's incredible.
It is.
Let me just say something that's never been said before, okay? My daughter, Liana, which Michael mentioned, gave all her hair so that they could give hair pieces to people going through charity. She lost her aunt, her grandmother, everyone to breast cancer. And she had been doing marathons for them. She is the leader in raising money in Tampa Bay. And when we did this event that we said we're gonna give $15 a box for the rare pink, that charity, the head charity from American Cancer Society, said they couldn't take the money who came from a cigar family. So we found another,
This is what we just did?
Listen, and I wanted to go to Tucker Carlson and tell him.
Wait, the one we
But
just did?
Yes,
Oh
yes.
my God.
The money is theirs and escrow.
I didn't hear this.
It's going to be given to another charity. Let me tell you something. It is so hypocritical. So if you help people and this, this has never been made public because I got legal people who advise me don't talk about American Cancer Society.
It'll just stay among us.
Yeah, nobody knows.
That's important that it stays among us. But my daughter found another charity that dedicates their lives and everything in breast cancer awareness and helping people and this and that, where the money's going to go. Because the American Cancer Society, all of a sudden say, no, we can't accept your money.
That's insane. Well, it's a testament to her that it doesn't deter her, and she continues to do.
We're never going to give up.
That's
We're
right.
going to keep helping the people. We'll keep
right.
doing what we're doing because there's more good people in this
That's
world
right.
than all those assholes out there who are nothing but bureaucrats.
That's right. Thank you. That's right. So, this limited edition product. It's already crashed the site, from what I understand. I don't even think we have put it up for sale yet. People are waiting to
We'll
buy
open it up.
So,
You don't know where you saw it.
It's for sale. It starts now. So good luck.
Boom.
Good luck. Please.
There's only a few.
Yeah, please.
So-
Yeah, good luck. I mean, look, if you don't get it, I know I'm going to get all the calls.
Abe,
if you don't get it,
Hey,
be
somebody
grateful.
invite me. I want to smoke one too.
We're gonna smoke. You want to smoke one now? You want to smoke one? Come on.
No, it's good. It's good. Remember, not until Brandy smokes one.
We're
will I
gonna,
smoke one.
listen, Brandy and I are going to smoke. I'm going to spoil her. This is going to
Look
be
at-
like her
you
first
know
smoky
what?
sex.
It looks
And
beautiful.
probably your only.
It
You-
really,
right there, you hand them out.
Hey, not for anything, my brother, but it looks beautiful from a distance. Special. Listen, I want to do something so special for Abe and Smoke In that is out of the box. If you could say that, the packaging, the way it is, the colors, it was something. It's not opus, but it is an opus. But it's a special opus that I blended with my heart and soul. And I don't think there's a better event to launch it and for never be seen again than right here with Smoke In.
Thank
and
you
this
so
event.
much. Thank you.
The Gray Smoke.
Thank you, Carlito. I'm honored. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Listen, I know you're busy. I know the schedule everybody's got, and for you to take time out of your day, not just to be involved in the event, but to come here physically in person, share your stories, share your love. I'm indebted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abe. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
making this happen. Thank you for this great success of bringing the world together with something we're so passionate about, is sharing the love. It's not about cigars, it's about people. God bless you and your
Thank
family.
you.
You also,
Thank you.
Michael.
Give it up for Carlito Fuente. Here, Michael. That's one for you.
Thank you.
One to Carlito.
From Abe.
Smoke one later.
That's not Brandy's.
That's not Brandy's, I
That
promise.
Put it back, sell it.
I'll smoke it later.
Wait, I got an idea.
Wait, go, shoot.
I got an idea. How about we auction that one?
Ooh. Go ahead.
I'm going to auction it right now.
You're the man.
And we'll give the money to Cigar Family Charitable Foundation.
I love it. I
So,
love it. How about that?
You down?
Go ahead.
All right.
It's on you.
We got this cigar. We're going to auction it right now.
This is what we call ad-libbing.
We're going to auction it right now. I'm going to open the bidding at $10.
Sorry,
Who's
bro.
going to give me $10 for this cigar? 10. Who's going to give me 50? I need 50. 100 where? 100 over there. I need 200. 200, give me 300. Where's 1,000? I'll take it. 1,000. 1,000, give me 1,100. I got 1,000. I need 1,100. Who's in for 1,100? I got 1,000 over here going once. 1,000 going twice. 1,100. Who's in for 12? I got 11. Who's in for 12? 11. I need 12 over here. I got 1,100 with you. I need 12 over here. 12? 12? 1,200. 13 to you? 1,300. I need 14. 13. I need 1,400. 13. I need 1,400 to you. I got 1,300 here. I need 1,400. 13. I need 1,400. Very easy. You just say yes. You ready? $1,400. 14. I need 15. 1,400. I need 15. I got 1,400. I need 1,500. 1,500 for the man. I tell you what. How about we do this? You were at 1,400. Carlito, you said 1,500. Would you have gone to 1,500? Because I have two. And I'm just thinking,
Mike.
if we're going to do
Mike,
this,
I was going to give him one.
if we're going to do this, then how about we make it even? 1,400 for you, 1,400 for Carlito, and we just raised $2,800 for Cigar Family Charitable Foundation. Are we done? Boom. You get your cigar back, and you get your cigar.
Wow. Yeah. Score all-star.
Hey, and you know what? Let me tell you something.
All-star.
That is the industry, right?
That's it.
I mean,
Great
if
job.
anything could represent this industry, it's that type of spontaneous generosity. It's just, Rock. Oh,
There you
thank
go.
you.
There you go.
Again, the spontaneous generosity.
Yes,
huh?
there you go. We had no idea. That was
Amazing,
awesome.
amazing.
What a great idea. And let me tell you something. Have you been down to the charitable? Have you been down to CFCF down to see the work they do down there?
I've been invited so many times, and I've never been able to work it into a trip. It's on my bucket list to do.
It really is something amazing. Now, look, everybody out there, the site's not coming back up. It may not come back up for a while. I mean, everybody's refreshing the pages. You're just going to have to stop refreshing for a second or two.
Yeah, right.
Look. I mean, listen, it's going to be now a testament of who's just going to stay the longest trying to get it. Believe me when I tell you, everybody's going to whine and complain. We did what we can. Is there any update status on the web?
Sold.
Oh, it's gone. Well, that's
Sold
easy.
out.
It's gone.
Stop
Sold out.
refreshing. It's sold out.
It's sold out. There you go. Don't refresh. Listen, congratulations to everybody who was able to get one of these boxes, all right? Please be happy for those who got them, and hopefully they'll enjoy a little piece of history. What a heart-moving segment that was, huh?
Do you know what?
I got a little like drained in that, you know, coming off my daughter and then talking about Carlito and his daughter. I mean, I need a drink. Can I get a drink from somebody? Anything. Holy cow. That was a hell of a segment. So were we able to get Jay Davis on at all, or no? Are we abandoning that whole segment? Monty. Jay Davis, are we abandoning Jay Davis? Okay, well then I do want to take a moment to talk about Jay Davis, because for me he was an important person. He was one of our Feed the Party winners that we couldn't get online, but this is a retailer, right? So you want to talk about how this industry is. This is a retailer who I never really met. I never had experiences with, because we do have a lot of friends as retailers, you know, we make friends. And Jay Davis reached out to me when we talked about doing this digital virtual Great Smoke and said, you know, whatever I could do to support. You know, I love this, and I know I'm another retailer, but I'm going to talk to my customers about it. And supposedly, definitely, 18 of his patrons in his shop bought tickets to the Great Smoke. And Jay, which his shop is the Blue Smoke of Dallas, you know, they got hit hard this week. Jay threw a watch party in his retail shop for his guys. They bought food, they were going to cook. So I'm not sure what happened, whether the power didn't come back on or they couldn't get on. But I just wanted to give a big shout out to Jay Davis, to the Blue Smoke of Dallas.
Great retailer, great advocate for the industry, really a tremendous guy.
We've become very good friends through this process. And I'm sorry I couldn't get you up on the big screen. I hope everything's okay. I'll be in touch with you soon, but I'm hoping that him and his 18 patrons are at least having a good time catching this feed somehow. If not, I'm sure they'll watch it later. So I wanted to give a shout out to Jay. Now, we talked about these watch parties. Our next winner, who runs a website called Ambassadors of the Leaf. All right, it's one of the biggest groups on Facebook. This is live from California. Feed the Party winner, Martin Mayfield. Let's check out his party. Martin, are you on?
Here we go. Marty May.
We hear you. Let's see.
Every time I say that, I say a prayer.
All right,
you know, right?
A little Hail Mary.
We on live right now?
Oh, we got the fellas.
Oh.
What's up, gang? You're on the big screen.
What's going on? Look at this.
Man, we out here in Macmillan, California. Keep going. They're behind over here.
Yeah, Martin, you're good. Hey, just make sure that your finger's not on the bottom of your phone so we can hear you on the microphone.
All right, go ahead, talk. Come on, Em.
I feel like I'm watching the Blair Witch Project for a second.
All right, we're good.
What's
you know what?
There it is. We out here in California representing the Great Smoke.
Thank you.
Good man, good
Look
man.
at you guys. Now, is this your man cave you got going on here, Martin?
Yeah, this is the stadium. So, just to give you a little, poll.
Some serious merchandising you got there.
Better than some retailers.
You're telling me. I was thinking the same thing. Beautiful.
We got loving it.
Oh, what's in the crock pot? Hold on. What's in the crock pot?
Slow down.
What's in the crock pot? Yo, what's that?
Yeah.
Got some dip.
Oh.
That good turkey dip. Got some spaghetti.
Nice.
These guys are serious.
This is a serious setup.
Show them the grill. All right, and we got the grill going outside.
Yeah, where's the Feed the Party?
Hey, this is Dante Martinez. We got
What's
the Feed
up,
the Party.
Dante?
And builder of the stadium, master chef.
Oh, he's taking.
Oh boy.
He's taking the title.
This is serious.
Oh. Woo! That is Red Meat Lover approved.
How's the temperature? How's the temperature?
We're doing about 70 out here right now.
Nice.
Looking good. Everything is great.
Got the Feed the Party hat on.
I love it.
That is awesome.
How have you guys enjoyed?
Martin.
How have you guys enjoyed this broadcast so far? You been following along?
Yes, sir.
We loving it. And just to piggyback off of Carlito, we do this. It's a brotherhood and a family. This is not about one person. This is about the brothers of the Leaf and even more so your closest ones, especially during this COVID time where we have to be responsible for one another, but that don't mean that we can't come together with our loved ones. So everything we do for the collective.
Good man.
Nice.
Oh, they got the hall all set up.
Look at that. Party in the
Oh
box.
yeah, man, we out here. We out here.
Strong.
We the show out. This is how we do. And shout out to Honest Abe from Smoke Inn. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my man Alex Tabella, who is my guy and who's guided us step by step and helped us with the Zoom call. And thank you to Smoke Inn and the Feed the Party sponsors, because without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Absolutely.
Shout out to the GOAT.
The GOAT. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. Congratulations. And
we out here, baby.
All right. Enjoy that. Enjoy all that good meat from Feed the Party. It looks good. I kind of wish I was there. Peace.
Isn't that great, man?
It's cool being all over the country, right?
It's so cool.
Right?
This is, you know, I don't know if I want to go back to, like, there's this constant conversation, like, when do we get back to normal? I don't know if I want to get back to normal. There's a new normal. This is bigger. This is bigger than just, you know, a great smoke, 1,000 people in a parking lot. This is bigger. We're going all over. Everyone gets access to this. Look at the joy that we're bringing
all over the
into
country,
people's
right?
homes and garages, and this is an extraordinary thing. Abe.
I think it's one of those things where you work so hard and you're building it and you're working on it that you don't even really get to realize it until it's over. It's like one of those things where you're going to wake up on Sunday and Monday and read about it and see about it, like, wow. Because, you know, it's not just me, because everybody thinks like everything is built with a great team. I've had a great team. You can see them all running around here, and this is just a piece of them.
I know we're going to do it later, but how about a round of applause for the team?
Yeah.
Because they've been going just crazy.
And it's just the tip of the iceberg. You know, my team is, there's part of my team that just keeps the rest of the company going while we're here, trying
Right,
to
you
make
got
history.
stores open right now.
Yeah,
It's not like you're closed for business.
No.
You got watch parties going on in
No.
your stores. Your stores are open selling cigars.
No.
And this event's happening without a hitch.
Yeah, and we
couple
definitely.
hitches.
Yeah, nothing.
Who
major.
cares?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, nothing good would ever happen without at least a hitch.
That's right. We wouldn't have any stories to tell.
No stories to tell. So, yeah, kudos to my team. They've all been stretched to the limit. So, do you want to remind people about the Zoom code, or am I looking at the screen?
Oh, sure. So this is a follow-up to what I mentioned earlier, and if you missed it, here we go again. This is the time for you to use that Zoom meeting ID to log into Zoom and then wait to see yourself on the show. So the bottom of the screen, use the code at the bottom of the screen. You go to zoom.com, you enter that code in, and that'll put you in queue, and hopefully we're going to be able to bring you on live and join us here at the Great Smoke 2021. And don't forget, use your hashtags. So if you're having a good time watching this broadcast, please take photos of what you're smoking, what you're drinking, who you're with, and post it on all your favorite platforms. Hashtag TGS 2021. And later on, when we're making cocktails, be sure to tag your cocktails TGS Cocktail for a chance to win free booze.
Yes.
Who doesn't want free booze?
Speaking of booze, I asked for a drink. They must have thought I was kidding.
Yeah,
I got no drink. I only asked like 20 minutes ago. They must have thought I
Could
was
use
joking.
something.
Speaking of booze.
Uh-oh.
What is it got?
Watch the
Don't
cord,
run,
watch
don't
the
run.
cord, watch the cord.
Holy cow.
Come on up.
Listen, what would be a show without Mary Ellen getting a squeeze in? Everybody give up Mary Ellen. A permanent mark in smoking history. Thank you, Mary Ellen. I appreciate it. All right, it's raffle time. Let's see if we can get a good round. Monty, what are the odds we're going to get a good in round 3? 90%? I can live with 90%, all right? This is raffle time. We're going to give away 3 prizes, all right? And let's start at the top. Anybody who's bought a ticket to the Great Smoke, you're already entered. If you made any purchases for every purchase you bought, you got another entry. The first item up is a wonderful Davidoff whiskey decanter set. Almost. It should be right here.
Hey, that's you.
Right here. It should be like right here. Whiskey decanter set right here.
I can see it in my mind.
Not this, but maybe it's there. It's coming. It's coming. Mary Ellen.
They can see it.
Mary Ellen moved. There you go. Okay, so we're giving this whiskey decanter set from Davidoff to my man Alex Tavella. Let's randomize this. Let's see who won. Michael Willis of Claremont, Florida. Congratulations, Michael. You have won that beautiful decanter set. Hopefully you can put it into good use. Now we're going to go to item 2. Let's clear the screen. Item 2, I'm going to help your graphics guy. Let's clear the screen. There we go. Look at this. CA2 CAO spark plug lighter, Bluetooth alarm clock, Cohiba backpack, and water-filled crystal ashtray. We got a big prize pack here. Let's see who wins this. Alex, my man, run that randomizer.
Solid haul right there.
It's a haul. William
Gates.
Brunswick, Maryland. Congratulations, William Gates. Give me a hand. Let's go, William.
Round of applause for that.
I tell you what, though, this is so much nicer than the... And
Totally.
pulling, oh my God.
Totally.
Yeah.
You got to read out the numbers.
And what's nice is you don't have to be present, so you're not like, oh, nobody, we got to pull another one. We used to do that all the time, too. So this has been nice. Item number 3.
This is serious.
A Gentili humidor from CLE and Plasencia Alma Fuego wall art. Look at that. Let's see who won this nice package.
That's going to go somewhere nice in one of these man caves.
Dan Marsh, Media, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Dan.
And thanks to all the sponsors for those gifts.
Yes, you have won that awesome prize pack. Here you go, buddy. And those, please allow 7 to 10 days for shipping all of those prizes and actually any TGS order. So, I guess it's time for another audience Q&A. Let's take it out. Is it? Yeah.
No, 21.
Yeah, 20.
31.
Is it? 21.
31.
31. How did this 21 get in my thing? Look at that, 21. Sorry about that. Thank you.
But the good news is, it's cocktail time.
It's cocktail time.
Cocktail time.
Much needed cocktail time. Let's take it over to our virtual bartender, Ashley Garcia. God, I need a drink.
Hello again. For our second TGS cocktail, I'm going to be showing you a twist on a popular favorite. Let's make an avocado margarita together, and this is how it's done. I hope you all enjoyed this drink. Don't forget to post a picture of your drink using the hashtag TGSCocktail. If I like your picture of the Avarita and broadcast it during the show, we will send you a complimentary bottle of the El Mayor tequila. Good luck.
Can I tell you something? Ashley's a rock star.
Rock star.
Ashley is a rock star. These cocktails are beautiful.
I hope everybody's going. Cheers to everybody in the audience.
Great
Cheers.
smoke.
There you go.
Abe.
Cheers, brother. Oh yeah, that stain right here.
This is an important part of the day,
Yeah,
no?
that stain right here. I think now I'm at the point, yeah, we're about halfway mark. I'm going to start imbibing a little bit. Not too much. But yeah, I need to charge the batteries a little bit.
I got to tell you, this has been going so good, Abe. And looking around the room, we got a nice crowd, and everyone's enjoying cigars. I don't think it's particularly smoky.
No, really, not bad for a room of 40 odd people smoking around. Not at all.
And we've got these brand new rabbit ears placed throughout the space. They are silent, so we can hear each other talk as people are sitting down. We've got one right here on set. It's not disruptive at all.
No.
It's such a great item. They do a great job. And I think we have a message from Rabbit Air.
Yep.
So let's take a look.
Let's play it up.
Hello, my name is Ryan Ozzy Smith with Rabbit Air, and we are so happy to be here at this historic event. A big shout out to Honest Abe for inviting us to the first ever virtual The Great Smoke. A party that's been
What
going on
happened?
for a
Yeah,
decade and a
happened,
half, and proof that you can't keep something this epic down. Rabbit Air has become very well known amongst cigar aficionados because of our -A2 unit. A premier smoke eater that does an excellent job removing smoke from many environments. With the correct setup, you can stay inside out of the elements smoking without your landlord, neighbors, or better half complaining about the smell. You'll see our -A2 unit in many cigar lounges and bars, including the prestigious Club Macanudo in New York. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've just introduced our new product, the A3. With over 1,000 square foot of coverage, the A3 was designed with the group smokers in mind. Superior design has created an ultra-quiet unit that will not disturb the peace and serenity of smoking time, even when operating at the highest fan speeds. The A3 can be wall-mounted upright or upside down, giving you the flexibility to mount your unit as high on the wall as you desire. And the newly implemented laser particle sensor cuts down on cleaning maintenance, whilst giving you sensing precision like never before. Our award-winning customer service team is available 24/7 to answer any of the questions that you may have. And with our 90-day money-back guarantee, 5-year warranty, and free shipping, we want to make sure that you are 100% happy with your purchase. But you don't have to take my word for it. Honest Abe has one of our units, and he'll be discussing and sharing his thoughts in just a bit. Once again, it's great being here, and thank you to Honest Abe and everyone else that has kept this epic event going. We look forward to seeing you all next year in person, but until then, enjoy your great smoke, stay safe, and smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Well, that was a nice little commercial, and we got some audience members, I think, that have called into the Zoom. Is that right? Should we put them up on the board and see?
Let's see what we're getting.
Whoa!
Whoa! Look at this group. Look
Yeah, I
at
just
this
told you,
group.
we have meat, but we don't have much meat anymore. We gotta get some
Hang on, we got an argument going on down there. I can't figure out who that is. But I don't know if they know they're live. What's up, everybody? You're live.
He's got the Abe.
Oh, you got the Abe figurine up there?
All right, well, we're doing that.
All right. Holy cow.
I think we're gonna have to go one by one. So okay, hey guys. This is probably
Monty, can you mute him?
This is probably everybody's. This is worse than having my kids in the back seat.
Monty, how about muting them?
Can we mute everybody?
Monty.
Everybody mute.
Thank you. Holy cow.
Woohoo! Okay, if everyone's muted,
let's bring up the Cigar Titan.
Let's welcome everybody.
Welcome everybody. First of all, thank
welcome.
you so much.
Thanks for
Yes.
coming in. Welcome
you
to
very much.
Zoom. Welcome to the Great Smoke. Everyone is muted, okay? Can you hear us? Thumbs up. Just let us know. Is the audio good? Okay, good. So everybody wave, because you are live. So welcome to the Great Smoke. Abe, since everyone's muted, Abe, why don't you call folks out, and then they can unmute themselves so we can be a little organized with this.
I can't recognize everybody, so you can help me read the board.
I can't read them either.
No, we both can't read them.
Hang on, let me pull out my phone. I bet you I can see it there.
Probably better there. But I know my man here, Cigar Titan, in the corner. He's not too far from me. Let's pull him up. Cigar Titan's one of the media guy. Are you there? Yeah, this sound's not going to work. Nope.
Well, how about we do this?
Nope.
I got an idea. How about everyone, this is going to be a little Q&A. So everyone look in your cameras, okay? Give me a thumbs up if this broadcast is kicking ass so far. I need a thumbs up. Thumbs up if you're enjoying it. Not a thumb up.
Not a thumb up.
Not a thumb up. We lost audio.
You got to remember there's a delay, too.
We lost audio.
There's like a
right.
There's a 10-second delay.
There it is. Okay.
There we got a thumb up. All right, leave him on. Kick everybody else off. No, that was a joke. That was a joke.
Whoever's got his thumb up.
Monty's in my ear. Who are we leaving on? Who are we kicking off? There we go. Yeah, I think this was good in theory. I'm not sure this is going to work well.
How about we do this? How about we bring on unmute? Can you unmute, or do they need to unmute? Okay, so pick upper left, whoever that is. Let's unmute. Okay. Who is it? Do we have a name? There, who's that?
Everybody welcome the first thumbs up. Here's the first thumbs up. There you go. What was the name? He's listening to the show. He's listening to the show. There you go. You never thought you'd get famous just for doing this.
Dan Robinson.
Dan Robinson. AKA the Fonz. Hey, way to go.
Well, now we know how this works. So let's pull up another one, because we know it's going to take 10 seconds.
Oh, you want to
or so.
continue with this segment?
Well, let's do one more. People
Oh,
are
you
excited.
are
I got
much
it. I got
better.
it.
You're a much better guy than me.
Just pull one up. I don't care. Okay, let's pause for a second. You fellas are up.
Ask them to turn the background sound
Now,
down.
yeah, if you could turn down the volume on your computer. Oh, they're only at the Fonz. This might be tough.
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing?
I think we're gonna scrap.
Thank you. All right, great segment.
It was a good
Everybody,
try.
round of applause
It was a
for
good
everybody
try.
on Zoom.
It was a good try.
I just want to say for the record, that was the one segment that Monty added into the show.
But it was.
Sorry. It
You know
was
what
your
though?
segment.
It was great. It was fun. People jumped on.
Oh yeah.
If there was one thing to fail, I guess not a bad one to fail.
Hey, listen, we had
not
fun.
a bad one to fail.
Hey, listen, it filled up fast. People wanted to get on. So it was a good thing. Thank you, everybody. If you joined in, thank you for joining in. We tried, it worked. We got to wave at a few of you. But once again, thanks to everybody out there who's watching. We really hope you're enjoying this broadcast, this historic attempt at making an historic event. And Michael, once again, I just want to thank you for keeping me in check, because it's been a long show.
Piece of cake.
Listen, what is this is like 20% of a regular Coop show. Right? I mean, if we were William Cooper, we'd be going on for another 8 minutes.
I
8
know.
hours.
Exactly. Oh man.
So we're doing the vendor feature. Yes. So
I'm on the move.
So we got the Secretary of State, who has come down from his little watch party over at Boynton Beach, and he's in our vendor feature segment. Up next, take it over to Mike in the vendor feature booth.
Are you into quality craftsmanship? The Red Meat Lovers Edition Cutlery by Lifetime Kitchen is the ultimate knife collection from Rhineland Cutlery. Beautifully commissioned with their top-of-the-line high-carbon steel and embossed with the Red Meat Lovers Club logo. These knives will bring your meat cooking and eating experience to a whole new level, wowing your guests and continuing to perform for decades to come. Here to tell us more about these knives, and from the look of it, hopefully cook up some steaks, is the Secretary of State himself, Mr. Evan Darnell. Evan, what do we got going on here? This is serious.
Well, I'm glad. Thanks, Abe, for doing this, and thank you, Michael. I've known Michael for 20 years. 20 years we've known each other, smoking cigars in New York City. But right now, more importantly than that, is meat. And I stole some meat from our Saka Laka Meat Festival that's going on at the Boynton Beach store. So what I have here is I grabbed some certified Angus beef that I got from Feed the Party. Thank you. And I just seasoned it a little bit with salt and pepper. And I am putting it in my handy dandy Ottowild 1500 degree oven right here. And it is right now grilling up at 1500 degrees to create that amazing crust.
Now, what about the meat itself? Like, there's theories. Should it be room temp?
I did room temp, and I like to do room temp. I've heard, it's like funny with meat, funny like cigars. Everyone has their own theory. But I go room temp. I just put a little bit of, I put a lot of salt and a little bit of pepper, and I put it in the grill. And right now, it's having a lot of fun, and it is grilling up. And I am representing not just the meat of certified Angus beef, which is powering the Saka Meat Festival going on now, but our friends at Lifetime Kitchen created something really special, not just for the Red Meat Lovers Club, but they also did something very special for Abe and the Great Smoke. And you're going to find out at Lifetime Kitchen's website, that's at lifetime-kitchen.com. They've made these incredible Red Meat Lovers Club knives, and I have a whole set here, and everyone who goes on to lifetimekitchen.com with the hyphen in the middle is going to be able to get these knives at a special Great Smoke discount of 35% off retail. They're going to get the Red Meat Lovers Club logo, but what's really cool is they're going to be able, you can put your anything you want on the knife handle.
So you can custom engrave this.
Everything's going to be custom engraved. That's what they're great at. And 35% off, it's almost a no-brainer. And I have every different knife here, but more importantly than that, the knives are great. They're made by Rhineland Cutlery, and they got these really cool rosewood handles on them. Lifetime Kitchen not only has these knives, but they have every high-end knife, and they're offering them at special pricing when you go through their website. These all the knives, but more importantly, my knife, the Red Meat Lovers Club knife, the Commander and Beef knife, the Secretary of State officially endorsed knife is absolutely the way to go.
So what makes it special?
What makes it special is the German steel. It's I have it written down here. It's X50 CR MOV 15 steel.
Well, if it's X50 CML
that beat the 40. It beat the 40.
Gotta get it.
And it is the newest. I'm going to cut off a finger right now just to prove how sharp
to show
it is.
how it is.
That is what I'm going to do for you. But it's owned by our friends Javier and Marina Perez. Watch this. Here we go. This takes. Now look at that. You see that crust? Now, when I see Abe, I officially have to bring meat now because he's come to expect it. So right now I'm flipping the steak, these certified Angus beef steaks. Oh, and also, Michael.
Tell me.
On our Facebook group, everyone's getting approved who's watching this. In our private Facebook group, I put a code in there, RMLC10, for 10% off these Ottawa grills.
Ooh, that's nice. I just smelled the steak.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah, I just smelled the steak. I figured
Abe hasn't been near a steak because he's getting in Michael look shape.
Show's over. Time to eat some meat.
This is Michael competition dress. That's all. That's
Solid.
all.
What do we think about Abe? Does he look great or what? Huh?
Listen, you put undue pressure on yourself when you invite Michael Herklotz to be your co-host.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I smelled meat. I said, let me wander over here just to smell a little better.
So right now it's going at 1,500 degrees. And what's really also great about Lifetime Kitchen is with these knives, and every knife you buy, they have 2 stores, one in Wellington, one in Pompano. It comes with free lifetime shipping. Or sharpening.
Shipping. I mean, free
Shipping.
lifetime shipping. I was going to say, I want that program. That's a great program.
You're going to bring stuff over
Oh,
and
hey.
ship it. But right now the other side's going at 1,500 degrees. And these knives, again, so everyone's going to be able to put their name on it. They can put Michael's name on it and say, maybe you'll autograph it one day at a cigar event. They're very special knives. And I brought the Big Maca trophy.
The Big Maca.
The Big Maca trophy goes from every meeting to every meeting at all of our different events that we do. And right now it's going back in this, as you know, Abe, like Carlito, who inspires me with his philanthropy, the Red Meat Lovers Club has raised over $415,000 in the last 30 months from amazing dinners like we're going to do tonight. Tonight's for Children's Cancer Hospital, and that's what we do. So the Big Maca trophy, you get to hang out with the big. If you're the big spender at one of our meetings, you get to hang out with.
You
the
should
Red
let
Meat Lovers
Walt
Club.
hold it for the rest of this show because he just put up that $1,400 for the Cigar Family Charitable Foundation. So Walt should definitely.
He just set the market on
Right,
the boxes.
right.
Now they're $14,000 a box.
Hey, I want to jump in real quick while that steak is still cooking.
Yep.
there's still a chance to enter your cocktail into the contest to win free booze. So take a picture of your margarita, avalita, I forget what it was called.
Avarita.
Avarita, I was close.
Avarita.
Your avarita, take a photo of it, post it on your favorite social media platform, use the hashtag TGSCocktail for a chance to win free booze.
Thank you. And listen, I'm going to go back to my seat.
Oh, do you see?
But
Yeah,
wait.
please. Please.
No, I'm going to
Go.
wait here.
No.
Yeah, you
go
go back,
No,
Abe.
go
It's
back.
more for us.
I'm going to wait here.
Oh,
I'm
all right.
here.
So that was about, what, 4 minutes, maybe?
You think it's done?
Yeah, I won't.
Well, it's done enough for this show because I don't want to run over.
Oh, you can run over.
Oh, in that case, it's done. So what we
Look at
have
the cut.
here,
Why don't my knives cut like that?
because your knives are not as sharp as these.
I saw like I'm cutting down a Christmas tree.
It's like butter.
That is
Butter.
like
Oh, come on.
I mean, so these are, the German steel is so good. And what I do with the Auto Wild, and I promise everyone who's watching right now, this smells delicious. So what I like to do with the Auto Wild, and I put it back in.
No.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna.
I like that move.
Yeah. I learned
crisp
this.
it up again.
We did an event. I'm gonna name drop right now.
You're going flesh side down, right?
Yeah.
Or middle down.
Exactly.
Upside down.
Yeah. So what? This was taught to me by a golfer, John Daly. That's how he does it. We did a fairways and fillet event with him, but I turned off the Auto Wild because right now at 1500 degrees,
it's still hot.
It's still really hot. So I'm gonna go like that, push it in, and it's gonna cook up a little bit more.
This is a pretty cool. So I don't think people can see this thing, but it's like it just slides out like a toaster oven.
Exactly.
And the heat's only coming from one side, so
The heat's coming from one side, so you have to flip it.
Nice.
So, again, these Red Meat Lovers Club knives, there's all these different sets. So you can get anything from a $50 knife all the way up to the $1,000 Granddaddy set. And it's 30 to 40% off depending on what you get. And I use these at my house, and they are so sharp. And if it loses its sharpness, you just go into Lifetime Kitchen, and they sharpen it up for free.
You have to pay for shipping. You have to pay for shipping,
Yeah.
but
No.
the sharpening is free.
I think there's free shipping
Oh,
too.
there you go. All
There's
right.
free shipping now.
So what about the warranty?
It's a lifetime warranty on the knives. Lifetime sharpening.
So look, I got knives all over.
Yep.
And none of them work.
Okay.
Right? So I've got like the dullest knives in New Jersey.
Yes.
What's the one knife I need? What's the one knife?
Okay. So if I was going to do any one knife, it would be either this one right here, because it literally...
Multi-purpose.
It's multi-purpose.
Tomatoes and steak. I can do it all.
Tomatoes and tomatoes. And this one right here.
What?
So you see this?
That's the
right
must-have
here.
one?
This is my
He's
must-have.
upselling.
I'll tell
He's
you
totally
why.
upselling. Come on.
Abe, this is what I love about this knife right here. Because it has the holes, it like when you're cutting potatoes, it doesn't catch the potato, so it slices it really quickly. So yeah, that's what those holes are for.
Are you going to cut that one up for us?
Well, that's just
I was
chilling
asking
right now.
Michael,
That's just that's the demo steak.
I was figuring I was just going to carry that over and gnaw on it for the
Listen,
rest
I'm
of the
only
show.
here so somebody brings me back some.
Yeah. So right now,
This is serious.
yeah, I'm so excited to share this with you guys.
Oh, we're excited.
Yeah.
So let's get
Michael
this
and I
right.
are Michael and I are in a half a protein bar.
Yeah, I know.
So we shared a half a protein bar each.
So
we're very excited right now.
Let me give you an update on the store right now, okay? At our lunch service, we created officially the Saka Laka meatball sandwich, which the lakas are surprisingly sweet, and they came out incredible, and it was just a really good lunch event. People, I gave everyone warning at all of our events. Rookies fill up on the appetizers.
Rookies always fill up on the appetizer.
And I told everyone.
Which makes sense because Paul said he was stuffed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul.
You know, I like
that does make sense.
noon.
Yeah.
Paul is like what we like to call a professional rookie.
Yeah. So
it's like a lifetime rookie award.
I can't thank Certified Angus Beef enough for what they did for our event by giving us the keys to their walk-in and just saying, bring a big truck and take what you want. We have hundreds of pounds of ribeye filet.
Is he talking too much, or is it just me?
I don't know. What is that over there?
Yeah, you're talking too much. No, wait, be careful.
I saw it.
My man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going back.
Back that knife over. Thank you.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
I'm going
While,
back.
while you're cutting, walk us through again. What is the deal?
Yeah, so the
what
deal,
do we do?
Yeah, you go
Where
to
do we go?
Yep.
And what do we get?
All right, maybe one more.
Lifetime-kitchen.com. There's a Red Meat Lovers Club section. It has been as deeply discounted as I possibly could get from the owners, Javier and Marina. And they're giving anywhere between 30 and it's like over 40% off retail pricing.
Is there a code?
There's not a code. There's not a code because we wanted to make it super simple for the Great Smoke watchers. And this, I have a feeling that this show is going to be watched for a long time, not just from now into the future. So we put it up there, and it is going to be just a great event for people to go
if
and
you
shop.
go to the site right now, the
Yep.
pricing is the pricing. There's
The
no
pricing-
code.
there's no
So
code
whoever's
needed.
watching, whoever's in the room, you go to the website. What's
Yep.
the website again?
Lifetime-kitchen.com, and you're going to invest in these Red Meat Lovers Club knives. You're going to put your name on it, whatever you like, and it's just a really super special thing that they created just for the Red Meat Lovers Club.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. How about give it up for Evan Darnell, Red Meat Lovers Club, and these incredible knives.
Thank you, Michael. It's
Rock and roll.
right,
Great
brother.
steak, too. Abe, you're up.
Are you taking any of that meat out to the crowd, Evan? Nice. Look at that.
Cut that
He's
one
got to bring some of that meat. All right. Here we go. It's all right. It's time to tell you about some more epic offers at our TGS event store. Only on top of the 25% off retail on select boxes of participating manufacturers' brands. These manufacturers have sweetened the pot with the following. Ashton is offering an additional 3-pack and ashtray with select boxes. The Fine Gents over at Alec Bradley is tossing in an extra 5-pack of cigars. And probably one of the nicest hats in the business, get a Fuente Opus X hat with select boxes from Arturo Fuente. And what every man cave needs, a branded ashtray cutter and lighter set from the fine folks at Altadis USA. Now, we talked about the smoking team and everything they're going on. Please let us take it over to the beautiful and lovely Kim Keeney to check up on our smoking team and what's going on over there. Maybe?
That's on the.
I was like, oh wait, that's me on
He found me. Sorry, guys, I got lost in the abyss. Anyways, I am back here with, if you are a local, you probably know most of these gentlemen back here. The guys that work at Smoke Inn. Guys, why don't you guys come on over here so everybody can see you? Oh, no, just kidding. Stay there. They can see you. Now, they move the cameras. They move nowadays. It's wild. I'm going to pass the microphone over. Guys, I kind of want to know, first off, your names. How long have you been with Smoke Inn? And then how many great smokes have you worked at?
My name's Brian Ives. I've been at Smoke Inn going on 10 years now, and this is my 9th Great Smoke.
My name's Italo, aka The Onion. Originally started in 2012 at my pop shop in Smoke in Margate. And then 2014, I'm in transition to corporate. And this is going to be my 5th Great Smoke.
The GOAT. Been here since 2018, and actually this is my first Great Smoke that I had to work. Rookie. I popped my cherry.
Wait a second, Alex. This is your first Great Smoke?
Yes, normally I'm in West Palm handling the events and stuff, so this is the first time I've actually had to work the event.
I feel like that was a sneaky move. A little sneaky. All right, well, let's get opinions. How do you think this year is going? Alex, I'm not going to ask you because sorry, bud, it's your first year. But I'm going to ask everybody else how they think it's going this year compared to the normal Great Smoke experience.
Definitely different. With the crowd, not being around the people, it's a change, but we overcame and it's fairly well. Enjoy it.
I think it's really good. I'm impressed by the whole production. It's more than I ever expected. Definitely something interesting for the Great Smoke. So this is really awesome.
All right, guys. Well, that is the members of the Smoke In team. I am going to throw it back to Abe as he takes a lovely seat at the desk. So enjoy the show.
Welcome back. Thanks once again to all the fine guys over at the team Smoke In. And it's time to see, Ashley made this wonderful Avarita earlier. It's a good time to see you. Was there anyone out there that made it best, Ashley? Is there anybody out there that's made it best, Ashley?
The winner for the Avarita is Randy Bush.
You know you have a teleprompter, right? You can read the script. There's no teleprompter over there. Oh, boy. Do we have a photo of Randy Bush's cocktail? No. There it is. Oh, that's actually well done. Nice.
Look at that. That's a serious. What do you think, Ashley? How do you do? I think you did great. Good job, Rando.
Good job, Rando.
Wait, why is there?
I was surprised that there's no long ash in the cocktail, right? Like, isn't that his thing?
Probably.
Like he didn't swap out the,
Well, congratulations, Rando. You have won a complimentary bottle of El Mayor tequila. All right, up next, we have on our entertainment stage on deck, hopefully, somewhere, maybe, I don't know. We're going to take it to Melanie Cisco in about 5 seconds. And we're going to see who is up next for entertainment. And we have a comedian, I understand, next, so good. The crowd's getting a little, I think, fatigued out here. Is the crowd getting fatigued? You guys sound a little fatigued out there. What? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was starting to feel a little lonely up here at the desk.
What am I, wood?
Oh, no. Well, yeah. You know what the only kind of wood that floats is, right? No, what the only kind of wood that doesn't float? Natalie wood.
No. That's terrible.
Was
terrible.
Was that too soon?
Terrible.
Well, listen to me. I'm not the comedian, but let's take it down to Melanie to see who the actual comedian is.
Thank God. Microphone.
This is almost as bad as being on mute.
She thought she was on Instagram.
Our next performer started performing stand-up in comedy in the New York metro area as soon as he graduated from college. He honed his craft at such clubs as Dangerfields, the Comic Strip, and the Improvisation. He has opened for such artists as Patti LaBelle, Joan Rivers, Julio Iglesias, Paul Anka, and Ray Romano. Let's give it up for Carlos Guerra.
Guerra, but it's all right.
Close. Close, folks. Melody, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for her. Melody.
Yay.
Come back out here. Take a bow. Melody, folks. Wait. I want you to say my name again. Carl Guerra.
Guerra. Carlo Guerra.
Yeah, Carlos Guerra. That works. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Abe. Hi. It's Blue Jacket Day here at the.
Well, look at us.
Yeah, look at it. We should have called each other. What are you wearing? Okay. Hi, folks. How are you? If you're watching on Zoom, hello. We're at the the Great Smoke in beautiful Lake Worth, Florida. Yeah, I made it to Lake Worth. Let me scratch this off my bucket list. Lake Worth, the gateway to Okeechobee. Folks, like Melody said, I'm originally from New York.
Yay!
Hey, we got a New Yorker. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, you having a good time or what? Now I live in Miami.
Where'd they go?
Gracias. De nada. I like living in Miami because it's close to the United States.
You want a Diet Coke?
My real name is actually Carlos, like Melanie said. I go by Carl, but it's Carlos. It's actually Carlos Eduardo Guerra Burgos Alvarez de la Valle de la Vega. But call me Chuck. My dog's name is Rover Fido Rex Ruff de la Taco Bell Chihuahua. But this is a great event. I do a lot of different events. I did a show recently for a company that makes sprinklers for your lawn. Oh, they were a great crowd. They clapped like this. There's one guy in the back. Great show. Thank you. That was a sprinkler I was doing. It's good to see people out again with this whole COVID thing. The past year has been crazy. It really has. I was reading in the paper that in the past year, sales of alcohol, beer, wine, and cigars have gone up 55%. Yeah, and that's just my house. That's just my house. But it's been a crazy year. People are wearing masks. I got to show you my mask, folks. This is my mask. It's from it's made by Hanes. I got these at Walmart. You get about a dozen of these for $10. It's made from underwear. The same material, the same fabric that you have on underwear. Folks, I am wearing tighty whities on my face. They need a little cutout for my nose. But it's weird wearing a mask because it's hard communicating with people. Like I went to a Target and I wanted to buy a mop to mop my floors. Somebody said, no, get a thing called a Swiffer. So I asked the clerk, she had a mask, I was wearing a mask. I said, do you have a Swiffer? She says, yes, I have a Swiffer and a brother. They tell you got to wear a mask now, even if you're a married couple. Do we have married people? Yes, even if you're married long term, they say late at night, if you're being intimate with your spouse, your partner, you should always wear a mask. So I told this to my wife, and she went to Party City and bought me a mask of George Clooney. Thank you, I'll wait. Okay. Folks, I've been married 26 years. Thank you. If you ask my wife, she'll say, those years have gone by just like that. Is marriage a good idea? No? Thank you, Bill Clinton. Okay. I mean, no. I mean, listen to the wedding song very slowly. It goes dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Thank you. My wife wrote that for me. I used to go out with an Amish girl from Pennsylvania, and breaking up was so easy. Hey, I'll call you. Thank you. With the people who got that joke, please explain it to the ones that didn't. I'll wait. My wife's main complaint about me is she says that I never listen to anything she says, or something like that. I don't know. She always tells me, you pay more attention to that cell phone navigation lady than you do to me. So you know what she did? She changed her name to Siri. And now I listen to her. I'll call her up and, hi, honey, I'll play with her. Your birthday's coming up. What do you want me to get you? She'll say, checking options. There's a Tiffany's located 2 miles from your location. Yeah, that's funny, honey. How about a Macy's? Checking options. There's a Tiffany's located 2 miles from your location. Yeah, that's funny, honey. How about a Walmart? Just say, checking options. There's a divorce attorney located 1 mile from my location. I love my wife, but we argue like any other normal couple. I hate fighting with a woman. Guys, I'm sure you've experienced this. You're fighting with your lady. She's going, suddenly the phone rings. Hello? Oh, sure, he's right here. It's for you, moron. Guys, you can laugh. I got your back. It's all right. You got men are like, can I laugh if my wife is here? Yes, you can. I've been blessed. I got a beautiful child. My son is, his name is Dylan. This is what life is like in Miami. When my son was little, I took him to see Santa Claus at a mall near my house, and he was all excited, and he sat on Santa's lap, and he said, Santa, I want Hot Wheels, a G.I. Joe, and a new taco truck. And Santa Claus leaned over, and he looked right into my son's eyes, and you know what he said? No hablo inglés. That's a true Miami story. My kid's big now. He's a millennial. He's in his 20s, and all they do now is walk around texting. That's all they do. This is my son texting me. Hi, Dad. How are you? Had a great day at work today. After work, I'm going to dinner, movie with my girlfriend. I'm going back home. Thank you. Love you, Sam. This is me texting back. Okay. Send. Duh. It's out of control technology. I was walking on the beach. I saw a seashell. I picked it up. I put it next to my ear, and I heard, if you like to hear the ocean, press 1. Para español, marca 2. I picked up another seashell, and it said, I want to talk to you about your car's auto warranty. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But I love technology. You know what's next? Self-driving talking cars. Did you know this? In about 2 years, we're going to have cars on the highways using GPS and computers, and they're going to be talking to each other in order to avoid accidents. Cars are going to be talking to each other on the highways. Like, what is this going to sound like? Like a Rolls Royce. Out of my way, you peasants. I'm late for lunch at the club. A Tesla. Anybody got an extension cord? A Chevy pickup, out of my way, all American. A Lexus, hey everybody, I'm late for my shrink appointment. I thought I was a Mercedes-Benz, but I just found out I'm an overpriced Camry. Look at all the Lexus people. That ain't funny, mister. A Honda, I love technology, but I'm a low-tech guy. I like low-tech things like this. Can I have this, please, young man? Thank you. What's your name? Daniel. This is Daniel, folks. Folks, I like things like this. This is a sunshade that I bought for my car. You just open it up, and you stick it in the windshield, and that's it. It's easy. It's over. Now, in case you do not know how to operate a sunshade, they have directions. And there's actually a warning, which I'm going to say for you. Here's what it says. It says, warning, never drive a vehicle with a sunshade in the windshield. Welcome to America. You know, like, who's going to do this? Hey, I can't see anything. And I guess it happens because I have a cutout here for people. These are directions for a blow dryer. Directions for a blow dryer. Here's what it says. It says, warning, never use while sleeping. Who's going to do this? Wake up in the morning, hey, my hair looks great. And my ears are ringing, duh. There's a brand of sleeping pill, thank you. And it says, caution may cause drowsiness. Well, I hope so. I was driving in my car. I saw another car had a sign in it that said, child in car. And I thought, you know something? A couple of years ago, these same people probably had a sign that said, baby on board. Now, they're going to have a different sign for this kid as he grows up. Lazy teenager in trunk. College grad still living at home on board. Divorced, unemployed, middle-aged idiot in car. That was me. Thank you. So my real name is Carlos. I'm Colombian. My parents are immigrants from Colombia, and but my father was half Italian, and my mother's family, they were from Spain, and they were Jewish. So I'm Colombian, Italian, and Jewish. How's that for a combination, folks? I can make you a drug deal offer you can't refuse wholesale. I went to a Jewish-Mexican wedding. Only in Miami can you go to a Jewish-Mexican wedding. People are walking around singing, have a tequila, have a tequila. I know a guy in Florida who's half Jewish and half Cuban. And so he floated to Miami on a bagel. Was that too edgy for the room? More? No. Have you been to Italy? Because I'm part Italian. We have Italians here because Italians crack me up because they eat pasta. Personally, I love pasta, but there's different types. There's elbow macaroni, there's lasagna, there's penne pasta. Guess what? It's all the same stuff. It's all, at its core, it's water mixed with olive oil and salt. They put it into different things, call it different shapes, but it's still pasta. An Italian friend of mine over for dinner. You want some spaghetti? Oh, I hate spaghetti. You got a linguine? It's the same stuff. What's the matter with you? And I've actually been to Colombia. We have Spanish people here. Yes, some. Because I have a lot of Colombian relatives living in Miami. Shocker. Went out fishing with one of them. You ever go fishing with a Colombian from Miami? It is a fish. Okay, he's dead. Vamonos. You ever go fishing with a Jewish man? Hey, fish, come out of the water. I'll give you $1. There's a Gavelta down there. I'm telling you, there's a Gavelta. Thank you, guy. So this is winter in Florida. We have people from out of town. Yeah, from up north where it's cold. Yeah, Chicago. Ouch. How do you like winter in Florida? Isn't this fun? Are you calling your friends who live up north to brag? Yeah, you got to do that. What's it, 50 degrees up, 10 degrees up there? Bummer. Yeah, it's 80 here with the wind chill. You're scraping ice off your windshield? I'm scraping ice off my pina colada. But I love doing stand-up comedy. I travel a lot also. I was working in, where was I? I was in Deadwood, South Dakota. It's an old Western town, traditional Western town. And then I watched a traditional Western show complete with real cowboys and Native Americans. And then after the show, I was hanging out in the local saloon smoking a cigar, and I was blowing smoke rings. Really big smoke rings all coming out. They were beautiful. And 2 minutes later, one of the Indians from the show came up to me and said, "Hey, don't talk to me that way." I'll wait, folks. Thank you. Some of you are with me. Some of you looking at me like Kim Kardashian watching Jeopardy. So, yeah, but I love traveling around. I was another guy told me it was his 50th birthday, right? This man, it's his 50th birthday, and he goes to see his doctor. And he says, "Doctor, today is my 50th birthday. I want to live for another 50 years." Doctor said, "Sure." He pulls out a clipboard. He goes, "Let me ask you a couple of questions." He goes, do you drink scotch?" He says, "No." Okay, boom, boom. "Do you drink mojitos?" He says, "No." Okay, boom, boom. "Do you smoke cigars?" He says, "No, I don't." All right, doctor says, "Well, why do you want to live another 50 years for?" Thank you. It's a joke. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. I got one more cigar thing for you, that I'm done. There's this tough guy. He goes to a tough guy bar, and he orders a drink. And the bartender says, "You know something? This is a tough guy bar. If you want to have a drink here, you got to tell me why you're a tough guy." Man says, "I'll tell you why I'm tough. I was swimming in the ocean, and a shark came by and bit off my arm. You know what I did? I took my good arm, boom! I punched that shark right in the nose. I took my arm out of his mouth, and I swam out of that ocean, and I ran on the beach 1 mile back to my house. I took that arm, I put it right back on my shoulder, and I sewed it on by myself with a needle and a thread, and then I had a shot of whiskey and a big Cohiba." Bartender said, "Wow, you are tough. In fact, you were so tough, I am going to let you drink and smoke cigars for free all night." And the guy goes, "All right." See, he put it on upside down. Folks, my name is Carl Guerra. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Carlos Guerra, that's me. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you. Okay.
Whoops, your cousin from Boston. I did not see that coming. Anyway, Sam Adams Wicked Hazy IPA. Juicy, right? Can we not tell my mom about this?
Kids Cancer Foundation for all of your support. Thank you, Abe at the Smokin' for your continued support.
And the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation.
Hey guys, this is Barbie and Baron and Grayson, my son Aiden, their brother, was diagnosed with ALL 3 years ago, and we just wanted to say thank you so much for all that you do to assist the families at the Kids Cancer Foundation, and Abe at Smokin' for the continued support with the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation. So thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Thank you, Kids Cancer, for all of your support and everything that you do for us. Michelle, Nicole, Megan, you ladies are phenomenal. Your events are so over the top. Thank you so much for having us. Also, Abe at the Smoke Inn, thank you so much for your support as well, too, with your most recent event.
I greatly appreciate everything you guys do for us. Once again, thank you so much. You people are phenomenal. Mwah.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Michelle O'Boyle. I am the founder and executive director of the Kids Cancer Foundation. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Abe, Smoke In, and all of you who are participating in the Great Smoke for your continued support of the Kids Cancer Foundation. It's thanks to individuals like all of you that we are able to provide the many programs and services needed to meet the needs of our young patients and families battling childhood cancer. None of that would be possible without the support of individuals like all of you. For more information about the Kids Cancer Foundation, please check us out on Facebook or visit our website at www.kidscancersf.org. Little warriors need big heroes like all of you. Thank you for helping us help them fight.
Welcome back to the Great Smoke 2021, the digital experience. I'm here with my co-host, Michael Herklotz.
I have to make a confession. I ran out to do a little potty break.
Yeah.
And as I was using the restroom, I started laughing hysterically at one of the punchlines, but I realized I was the only one that had audio. And so as I was standing there using the restroom and went, three guys were like, what? So my apologies, fellas. It wasn't you. It was Carlos Guerra. Anyway.
What's funny, too, is that we talked about what we were going to wear. Because, I am not going to lie. I had to up my game a little bit. Because once I invited Michael Herklotz to be my co-host to kind of set the standard on how to dress. And then he came casual a little bit. I'm like, what? I went out shopping for this. But
that's because every time I come to Florida, especially if it's a Saturday, in a suit, I get shredded, absolutely shredded for hours. So I thought, you know what? Let me do a little more casual, and then Abe went shopping for a brand new suit.
Even better. I kid you not. I have a wardrobe change, as if I could have 2 minutes to change I actually in my head thought I was going to change outfits 2 or 3 times during this broadcast. I barely made it to the bathroom yet, so that's not happening.
Abe is a self-professed camel. That's the way he has described it. Nothing in, nothing out, doesn't matter.
It's that Middle Eastern blood.
Let's just go.
We get a hold of it for days. All right. Up is our next feature presentation. Once again, so far all our limited editions have sold out extremely fast. So there will be a limited edition in our next segment here. Please be logged into your store at thegreatsmoke.com and be ready. And if you get in your cart, check out because these are going to go fast. Up next, our guest served our great nation as an Air Force traffic controller for the U.S. Navy, after which he gained employment in the same field at the Miami International Airport. Determined to follow the footsteps of his cigar-making father and grandfather, in 1992 he launched a home business in his garage. The humble beginnings of today's Tabacalera Perdomo. Perdomo's 88,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Esteli, Nicaragua, alongside his headquarters located here in Miami Lakes, Florida, employs over 2,000 people. Let's give it up for Nick Perdomo Jr.
Thank you, Abe. A couple cigars for you.
Looking good. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, how
Nick,
are
look
you?
at this.
See you, man.
Couple cigars for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. What do you think, Nick?
I think it's pretty awesome. I think you're thinking out of the box, which is a great thing, which is kind of what you do.
Some crazy stuff here, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
I tell you what, Nick was really, honestly, one of the first people I approached like early in my career. I mean, I was still nobody. I mean, nobody really knew who I was, and I can't remember. It was Sal or who really introduced us, but you've been that one company, really, honestly, I don't think I've thrown a project at you, whether it be our Connoisseur Club, Cigar of the Month, or anything, the Great Smoke, our poker tournament in the years. You guys have involved everything we've ever done, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
No,
Doing this a long
absolutely.
time.
You're looking good these days. Look at that.
Yeah, just
Stylish.
Casual today. I got to keep up with you two guys.
Casual.
Casual.
Yeah.
That's casual.
Threw something together.
Some jeans, it's cash for me.
So I noticed you doing you know up until the pandemic, you and your wife I guess you got your son now who's kind of picking up the reins. I see you enjoying life, traveling the country. How has the last year affected your world travels? Because you guys were all over the place for a while, and it's lovely to see. Because if there's one thing like is transparently apparent is how much you and your wife are in love, and I love seeing that in any couple. I mean, you guys seem to be like still high school sweethearts. So how has not traveling affected the home life?
No, it's been great because my favorite thing is to be able to spend time with my family. So I've been able to spend a lot of time with it. But I'll be honest with you, as soon as things started running, we went out and started working. And I've been blessed. I've been tested many times, and things have been good. I just came back from Nicaragua. They're very stringent about that, and it was great. And thank God our employees have all been well. So things are good. Business has been great. One of the things about COVID, it's not been a great thing, but one of the things, all you guys are smoking more cigars than ever. And I think everybody's business has really grown, so I think we've been blessed, and we've been blessed to have you as a customer
thank
for
you.
a lot of years, Abe. That's
Thank
a fact.
you. Yeah, it's going fast, right?
It is.
I remember, Nick, God, I mean, he was barely tall enough to even look big, not as tall as the first drum on the drum set.
Yeah.
Coming down there. I mean, they just growing. I mean, my daughter was out there earlier, and I swear I'm looking at the corner of my eye because, I didn't recognize her. All these people have been in the room now for 3 hours. I've kind of seen everybody. I'm like, who's that person? And I realized who it was. My stomach almost fell out of my chest.
Well, as a father, it's got to be emotional.
It was.
And our daughters are always our kryptonite, right? So
it is.
It's,
you got two.
Oh,
He's
forget
got
it.
two.
Yeah, oh, okay.
He's
You
got
know
two.
it. You know.
Crushed.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. So you talk about family. We've been talking about family. Family's been the theme for most of the day. How many family members are employed in your company?
Well, believe it or not, my 85-year-old mother still comes to work every single day.
Now, do you crack her with a whip, or what?
She cracks
Or she
my
crack
ass.
you.
with-
Yeah, exactly.
But Janine, my wife's with the company. My brother Billy, who happens to be here today, we had a great time. We worked in Southern Florida together this week, which was really a treat for me. Like I said, my wife, my uncle. I mean, literally, the whole family works there, and that could be a great thing or that could be a bad thing. But luckily for us, in all the years I've been in business, we're about to partake in our 29th year in the industry. Family's been good for us.
That's great.
Yeah.
Is it ever complicated?
It can be. Mom's a little tough. She's. You got. I always tell people when they come to work for me that I'm not the guy that you have to respect. You gotta respect Miss Perdomo, and it's my mother, Mary. My wife is real easy going. My mother's very prim and proper. Old school to say the least. People ask me all the time, Mike, why do I wear a suit and tie? My mother always said, when you go to church, you should always honor God by wearing a suit and tie. And I wear a suit and tie, to be quite honest, for all of you as consumers, because my mother always said you should always honor your consumers by wearing a suit and tie. So it's not that you and I are tight. It's really out of a respect factor. And I think our consumers are seeing that. And my mother, follows us on social media, and she'll always say, she'll send me a text, and she'll say, Nikki, I'm so proud of you. I see you with your suit and tie, and you're always respecting and honoring your consumers and your retailers, and that's what you're supposed to do. But she'll write me that every time. So.
Wow.
Now, did you have a period? Pandemic hits, lockdowns generally, right? February, March, April. Depends on where you live. But everyone went through a period where it was pretty much locked in home.
Right.
How long did you go without putting a tie on?
About 7 or 8 months, to be honest with you.
And the first time, I don't know how you felt. The first time I put a tie on, I was going on Will Cooper's show, and I just said, enough is enough. And I put on a shirt, I put on a tie. I had worn a jacket, but I hadn't put a tie on until I went on his show. And I got to tell you, I felt great. There is something about like getting dressed, throwing on a tie, putting on some polish. Especially now in this pandemic, it kind of pulled me up a little bit. It felt normal. It felt really good.
It felt the same way to me too. I felt like we're going back to life, and I think we really got to go back to life as quick as we can, Mike. That's the truth.
I have the important question there. So when you tied up and got all prim and proper to do that show with William Cooper, were you in your underwear?
Well, it's funny you bring that up.
I'm just curious.
No, so actually I did. I did, of course, post for fun only my Zoom top and my red undies in the bottom. But I did throw pants on for the interview. Hey, I got a question for you, Nick.
Yes.
You have made your love for drumming and your previous
drummers.
career as a drummer public. I find that there are parallels between being a drummer, being a musician, the role a drummer plays as part of a band. I think there's a lot of parallels to running a business. And I was curious if you agree and if you have some of the same theories. And I'd love to just hear how music and drumming has influenced your role now owning your company, growing your company, leading your company.
Well, I agree with you 100%. You know, as a musician, you have to listen, especially being a drummer, and having to follow what the band's doing. Unfortunately, every time they set up my drum set, the trade show, I'm left-handed, and they set my drum set up right-handed all the time, so it's like backwards to me. But I do believe that, you know, just keeping time and also listening what the band's doing is no different than listening to your consumers or your retailers. I think one of the things that helped me out a lot too, Mike, was being an air traffic controller. You know, the stress and living on that stress also in business. And I also think, finally, being in the Navy, when I was in the military, you know, learning the chain of command and learning discipline, even though my father was the max disciplinarian, to be quite honest with you. I think those three things really did help me in business, to be quite honest with you. That's a great question.
Very cool.
Are you, like, planning on slowing down? Do you see retirement in the near future?
I don't think so. I love the industry. You know, I think we all get adrenaline from our consumers.
Yes.
And our retailers. And look, nobody comes to me and says, I'm going through a terrible divorce today. I need a box of cigars. Everybody's happy to see you, and they really love what you do. So I feel blessed, and I get a lot of adrenaline from you guys. Yeah. I mean, I really do. And I still enjoy doing it. I still enjoy going to do events. I do a lot of them. I just did 3 this week. And they were all great. You couldn't fit a crouton in any of those stores, and people were just really happy to get out. So to me, it's an honor, and it's a privilege that I get to do that. Like I said, everybody's happy to see you. How good is that?
It is a good feeling.
Yeah, it is a good feeling.
It really, absolutely. Now, you dabbled. You know, I had a segment on our KMA radio talk show, and for a while we did these things where I called up and I played practical jokes on manufacturers in the industry, and it was great, you know, and we kind of got away from it. And one of the practical jokes I never got to play because he stepped down from politics was I was going to call as a constituent and complain about a pothole in the neighborhood, and I was never going to buy Perdomo cigars again. And I was going to see how that was going to go. I never got around to doing that.
Yeah, because you really would have been incognito with that voice.
I fooled everybody.
Whoa. Come on.
I fooled. You've never heard these?
No.
I'm making a CD. I fooled because I had a voice synthesizer. I
that's
fooled
great.
everybody. We had Nestor Miranda, where I told him I was from this marketing company, and we were going to do a GQ, and he was going to be with John Goldsmith, the guy from the Don't Eckes commercials. We were going to do this whole campaign, and the final campaign was going to be a Playgirl magazine, and he went, oh. Oh, yeah. I got Nimish with a marketing company. I called Nimish from Marvin Shanken's cell phone. I had one of those things. And I was a marketing company, and he was going to represent this thing called Blubberbuster. So we were going to do a whole Jared Lake campaign, and he had to lose like 30 pounds.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, dude, I'll send you all the audio clips. I could do a whole CD one day. They were called Dummy Dialers when I was doing KMA. And then listen, and Nimish was all in it. He was going to do this thing, and I said, look, just for legal purposes, we have to read you the side effects. So I started reading the side effects. I started with really easy stuff like hair loss. He goes, I'm already bald. You know, and then we started going to, you know, anal discharge, you know, erectile dysfunction, and nothing deterred him. He was still going to do it. So
Nick, you were spared.
He was spared.
You were spared.
Yeah,
That's not a bad thing.
But the segue
I would have fixed your pothole. Then.
Well, that was the segue. You did politics. Do you first, you know, I mean, you are easing up a little bit in Cigars. Do you foresee politics in your future again?
No, I remember Marco Rubio told me I should run for the Senate. I said, definitely not. You know, one of the things about politics, my son, I looked at the budget of our city one time, and I was dismayed by it. My son said, Dad, you always said if you could do something better, you should do it yourself. So it was something on my bucket list. I did it. I did it for 4 years. I did everything I said I was going to do. But really, I think if we had more business people in politics and more cigar smokers to top it, it'd be a lot better world, and we'd get a lot more things done.
How about
That's
that?
a fact. Yeah. No. But I did everything I was going to do. But my wife will tell you I was very frustrated, and I get ticked off sometimes because a lot of guys wanted credit instead of doing the right thing for the town.
That is the problem.
That's the problem.
That is the problem.
That's
So, Nick, you're one of the guys who I reached out to make some limited edition releases here. You made us two. There's 250. There's 50 of each one, a Maduro and Sun-Grown. Tell us a little bit about this limited edition release. I think we got some footage. Will show up on the screen here, but tell us a little bit about these.
Yeah, what makes this cigar so special, it's a size we really have never made in the 20th anniversary line. And that line is one of the better sellers in the country right now. What's special about that cigar is the unique shape. It's a bellicoso shape, which we haven't done in this particular line, so we want to do something different with you. And one of the great things about it, you approached us a year ago to do this, almost a year ago. And I think it was a Wednesday, and that Monday we made the whole production. So what's great about those cigars, they were made almost a year ago, and it was to celebrate our 20th anniversary, which is actually almost 9 years ago. So it's a special cigar. For anybody who's looking for something really rich, pretty full-bodied, we have the Sun-Grown, which is going to give you a little more of a spicy type flavor, and the Maduro, which is going to give you a little bit of sweetness. But we wanted to make something special for you, Abe. You've been special to us. We've been doing business for decades, and I think the consumers are really going to enjoy it.
I appreciate it. Like you said, there was 100 boxes total, 50 Maduro, 50 Sun-Grown, and those are going to go on sale right now.
Boom.
Good luck.
Boom.
I don't know if anybody in my corner heard me, but they're going on sale right now. The goat's enamored with Kim Keeney. We got you. Going on sale now. It's okay. Listen, it's Kim Keeney. I get it. Don't worry about it. Nick, thank you very much for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. And once again, your support of our company, what we're trying to do, everything we try to do is always for the end consumer. I'm eternally grateful, man. I really am.
Too.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it.
Nick
Perdomo. Let's give it up for Nick Perdomo.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I really
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. I got commercials. Sam Adams, is that what we're doing? Raffle.
Raffle time.
All right. Hey, what number segment are we on?
40.
All right. I got cards. Here we go. Raffle time. This is raffle round 4. Now, just so you know, you only got 3 more to get this smooth. So let's see. Let's get it right once before the end of the day. Here we go. All right. Here we go. As always, we give away amazing raffles. By buying a Great Smoke ticket, you are automatically entered to win any of these prizes. Any purchases you made have added your chance of winning something cool. We got 3 prizes to give away this time. The first one is an AJ Fernandez signed humidor and cutter. Let's see who the lucky winner who's going to win this prize. Take it to Alex, the randomizer. Look at this.
Oh!
Look at this.
Oh!
Mitchell Smith from Bakersfield, California.
Mitchell.
I'm sure he's with the Bakersfield gentlemen, probably one of that group.
Thank you to AJ Fernandez.
Thank you to AJ Fernandez. Very nice. Now we're going to go to item 2. This is a pretty cool Rocky Patel party case, right? Good for everybody who wants to have a good time and party. Let's see who's going to win this awesome prize. Larry Jones, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Congratulations, Larry Jones.
Thank you,
Very
Rocky.
nice, Larry.
Thank you, Rocky Patel.
All right. And item number 3, this is actually a pretty cool prize. So this is a Drew Estate Acid Coolador.
This is serious.
Yeah, this is serious.
This is serious.
That's going to be some serious shipping. Did you guys realize this when you picked this as a prize?
I think the knife company's doing the free shipping.
Yeah, we're going to get Evan Darnell to do the free shipping. Right. There we go. All right. Let's see who wins this wonderful prize. Dave Davis, Chicago. Hey! That's my hometown.
And thanks to Drew Estate. What an awesome prize.
That was an awesome prize, Dave
Wow.
Davis. Thank you so much. Everybody out there, if you won, if you didn't realize you win, we'll still get your information. We have it already. We will ship it out to you, and please allow 7 to 10 days for your orders to be processed. Once again, earlier in the show, if you didn't catch it, one of the events like this can't be done without help from a lot of people. And one significant part, integral part to the Great Smoke over the last decade has been the help from the wonderful students over at what now is Kaiser University, started as Northwood University, and a group of women called Team Sweden. that we've dubbed this Team Sweden. You want to throw that graphic up just to show that picture in case you didn't catch it the first time? This is a lovely group.
Team Sweden.
Team Sweden, we call them a lovely group of college girls who every year continue to come out, help us with the Great Smoke, put it together. And unfortunately, during COVID and what we've had to do this year, there's been a small amount of girls that we needed. We had 3 earlier, and we have another new 3 girls.
But they look forward to it.
They look forward to it.
This is the rite of passage.
Rite of passage. We're going to take it over to Kim Keeney to meet the fine girls that are Team Sweden that's going to take us home for the rest of this show.
All right, thank you, Abe. I have the, let's call it the evening group of Swedes here. Now, first I'm going to ask you ladies, just introduce yourself and tell me how many times you have worked at the Great Smoke so far.
So my name is Ebba Gustafsson. I've been here for 3 years now.
I'm Maxie, and this is my 3rd smoking event.
And my name is Madeline, and I've also been here for 3 years.
So 3 years, wait. So does that make all of you juniors or all of you seniors? Seniors, another group of seniors. Okay, so what do you think about the Great Smoke this year versus the past years that you've worked?
So I mean, it's obviously very different, but I think we have all like made the best out of the situation, and this whole production is really incredible. So
Yeah, it is very different, but I love the whole setup. Like, I really like it.
Yeah, I also think this is great. It's small and cozy.
It's a nice, what? Intimate setting. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we know who the current Swede in charge is. We met her earlier this afternoon. She wouldn't tell us who the torch was getting passed to, but I figured maybe, since we're friends now, that you guys would give me some insider information. Does anyone want to give it up and say who the torch is getting passed to?
we won't give you a name, but it will be another Swede, so don't worry.
Another Swede will be in the lead. What else could we ask for? All right, ladies, I appreciate it. I'm going to pass it back to Abe.
We love you guys. Congratulations. I know you're graduating this year. Thank you for being part of our last one. Thank you very much. Great, great ladies. I wish them all the best. Their future is bright, hopefully.
What a cool thing.
Great thing. And their future's ahead of them, so God bless them. Great, great stuff. All right. So, what do we got next? We have one of my dear friends. This is a guy who is become a media force, I'd say. He's developed his own app, which now converted to a portal site. They have a slogan, never smoke alone, and their followers are called the Dojo Nation.
And they have the Dojo Verse.
And the Dojo Verse.
And
which
these
is,
guys, man, let me tell you, Cigar Dojo, when they started this app, I can remember people being like, who's going to do a cigar wrap, right? Who's going to use a cigar wrap? Doesn't make, it's the #1 app. I mean, it's an unbelievable community. People are so engaged on it. They do their shows, these video shows and podcasts. It's one of the top podcasts in our industry. They've always pushed it, and they've been, I think, the leaders of innovation when it comes to that sort of community, social community.
I'm telling you, I met them early on when I was first doing KMA. I came across their website, and I'm like, wow. This thing is designed nice. It looked. At that point, I had thought this guy had been doing it for a while. He was like 2 months old.
Yeah.
You know, and then I talked to him for a long time over the phone. Always thinking, oh, it was some young guy. And then I finally found out this guy's like grown up with kids or adults. Yeah. So they're in the Dojo Studios now. I'm gonna pronounce. Normally, my shtick is I pronounce his name wrong.
Let's see.
All the time, but no. Because of the monumental, historic happening, I will pronounce his name right. Let's take it over to Master Sensei Eric Gatormson over in the Dojo Studios in Colorado.
Woo!
Let's see.
Thank you, Abe, and you
Yeah! Look at these guys.
I kind of feel bad that you didn't mispronounce my name. I mean, I'm sort of shocked. I don't know how to respond.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Eric Gatormson.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Abe, we're having a great time at Dojo Studios. We got a group of guys together. We've been watching since the beginning of the show. We're having a blast. We invited everybody from the dojoverse.com to join us today. So people are checking into cigars that came with the Great Smoke Party Pack. We did a cigar draft here. We laid all the cigars out on the table, and then we had a draft. Each guy picks and picks and picks until eventually we went through the whole pack. It's been an amazing day. You guys are killing it, and we're honored to be a part of the show.
Oh, thank you. Listen, you're one of the guys who I respect as far as your work in media production and stuff like that. And a lot of times I've come to your advice. So your opinion on how this is going and how it's, because I'm not seeing what you're seeing. You know, I see a whole different thing, but your opinion means a lot. And for you to say you're going well means a lot to me. Thank you.
Oh, no, it's going fantastic. In fact, I'd like to invite everybody to join us because we have this drinking game going on during the show. And so here's how it works. If you guys want to join us now remember, you got to drink responsibly. Please Uber home. But anytime Michael Herklotz says amazing job, you got to drink. So that's the drinking game that we're playing here at Dojo Studios.
So how messed up are you guys?
Oh, it's terrible, man.
Now I got a question. I have a question.
Yes.
What would cause you to drink more? Me with amazing job, or Juan Cancel and phenomenal?
Phenomenal.
Oh, well, yeah.
Huh? What do we
We
think?
couldn't even do. We would have to have nurses on staff to handle that one. So luckily this is a little less than that.
Well, amazing job you're doing, really. An amazing job.
Hey, amazing.
Oh, don't you guys start too now? All right.
So Eric, have you seen an increased surge today in the dojo verse?
Of course, yeah. This is everybody always looks for an excuse to get away and smoke a cigar. And so this is the perfect, hey man, it's Saturday. Honey, I absolutely cannot shovel or do any housework today because it's the Great Smoke. I haven't missed one since 2013. In fact, the very first one is the first time I met Michael. He was running around looking sharp with a big long scarf that came down.
Was that the paisley pants?
Yes.
Here?
The paisley pants.
Oh, yes. I wish I brought a picture of the
paisley pants.
The paisley pants.
They were living in for me.
And we've been friends ever since. He's one of the coolest guys in the industry, so he's doing a phenomenal job. I would say even an amazing job.
Hey, listen,
Amazing.
Amazing. So I mean, listen, if there was ever somebody that the expression "a cool cat" was made up for, it's Michael Herklotz, right?
Oh, of course.
Right? A cool cat. He's a cool cat.
I've been called a lot of things, but I like that one
but I'm
the
serious.
best.
If I was going, Mike, Michael's a cool cat. Yeah, that's right.
Totally.
So where's
Michael was just on our show a couple weeks ago. He's a fantastic guest as he's proving on this, show today. He's amazing.
Now you run the dojo verse alongside your son, Eric,
Jordan.
Thank you. It's been a long
Jordan,
day. Jordan Gooderson.
All right.
Jordan, he's not wired up to talk. Were you selectively smart and said you were going to be the only one wired up to talk? I guess.
Yes, because the rest of them have had so many amazing jobs that they're a little sloshed. So I figured I would just take the reins and keep things under control just a little bit.
So Eric, if anybody out there in the studio audience or anybody out there who's watching The Great Smoke and is unfamiliar with the dojo verse, tell them how they can be part of it.
So the Dojoverse is our new platform. Since big tech does not like cigars, Apple, Google, we created a new platform. You can just use your browser, go to dojoverse.com. You can use it on your computer. You can use it on your phone. It doesn't matter. And it's got a whole bunch of cool features. You earn, like karate belts as you participate. The more you participate, the higher of a belt. I just recently earned my second-degree black belt. Pretty proud of that.
Amazing job.
You can also get
amazing
I know,
job.
right?
The guy who owns the platform. Amazing.
Well, I wanted to fight along with the rest of the guys. I just didn't want to give it to myself, So, but anyways, it's the Dojoverse. You can check into cigars. You can have a bunch of fun. There's always people on there 24 hours a day. It's really a great community.
Well, listen, Eric, thank you for being part of our historic broadcast. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And, hopefully you'll continue watching and
of course.
Thank you for being part of the show.
All right. Thanks, Abe. Thanks, Michael. We'll see you guys.
Amazing job, fellas.
Amazing job.
Amazing
Live from Colorado, Eric Guttermerson.
Hey.
Great guys, man.
Oh man. So what time is it? It's 4:30.
I'm telling you.
4:30. 15 years of the Great Smoke.
Yeah.
And for a decade and a half, you've had thousands of aficionados all over the country. They've come here. They've gotten on planes. They've come down here, South Florida, to participate in a Great Smoke. But looking back, it wasn't always thousands and thousands and thousands of
No,
people. I mean,
no.
really, it started a couple of hundred people in the parking lot outside of West Palm
Beach, yeah.
West Palm location. I think it would probably be nice to take a little trip down memory lane and take a few glimpses of the history of the Great Smoke.
Oh, cool.
Man, I mean, what a walk through time, you know?
It's crazy because, you know, when you do something like this, your mind doesn't like work as a memory bank, and you're looking at this and you're seeing my wife maybe before I got married, or right around when I got married, and then my wife pregnant, and now pregnant, and my little girl. I mean, it's nuts.
Well, and what about, you know, you just saw your daughter perform.
Yeah.
Grown up, beautiful dress, right? And there she was.
Yeah, maybe 2 years old. You saw me have her on stage. Maybe 1 year old even in that picture. And now she's, you know, looks like a young lady and playing violin. It's crazy watching this stuff. But if there's one thing when you watch something like that you take to heart is how many people we've made happy in 15 years.
You know,
I mean, we made a lot of people happy.
And they couldn't possibly all be captured in a 5-minute video.
No.
And there's so many people who have been to 5 and 6 and 8 and 12 and 15 of these, but so many people have been to one.
Yeah.
Right? And just to think how many unique impacts you've made to bring so much joy to people. I go back to our conversation that we had when we were talking about this idea. And there was no possible scenario where the Great Smoke was not going to happen. It just wasn't possible in your mind.
No.
And seeing a video montage like that is exactly the reason why, right? There was no way you were going to let down your customers, let down manufacturers, let down.
No.
It's incredible.
We actually, we sat in an office for a few hours thinking, because what we didn't want to do is just have a flat experience, right? Everything that my company or my team has ever worked on has always been about experience driven. That's one of the reasons why the Great Smoke's gone from a couple hundred to a few thousand people, is because we always worry about the experience, whether it's my team, whether it's me, how it's going to look, how it's going to perceive, what are going to be the ooh-ah moments, you know. That's what we focus on. The rest works itself out. You know, if you get the experience down pat, the rest works itself out. And watching those moments and seeing some friends who aren't with us anymore is always rough. But I mean, it's been a great ride, and hopefully we'll keep it going for another 15 years.
I'm in if you're in. And if they're in, is the audience in for another 15 years?
Yeah. Say that again? Okay, so we're gonna pick a Feed the Party winner. Is that what you're saying? Let's see who's we got winner number 4. You got a video? Let's hit it. All right, our next winner of our Feed the Party program is a member from Cigar Dudes. He may have created Cigar Dudes, a great group on Facebook, broadcasting live from Poulsbo, Washington, hosting his very own TGS watch party. Feed the Party winner, Sean Nixon.
Where's Sean? Hey, there he is.
What's going on, Sean?
Can you hear us okay? Oh, boy. Oh, we're on a delay. It's going to be a delay because he's listening to us. He's catching up. He's going to say hi.
Is he listening to us on the... Unmute. Unmute if you hear us. Hey!
I'm telling you, he just got caught up.
I know. Unmute. No audio.
This is going to be one of those moments when he goes back and watches this and goes, no!
Right?
No!
Wait, do I hear something?
I am unmuted.
Let me tell you something.
We're good now.
The most notorious thing of COVID is the mute button on these things. Like, it has stricken more people than probably any other thing I know.
Still no audio.
It's going to be one of those moments.
No, I heard him.
Go back and watch this.
Can you hear us?
He's delayed.
Right on. No.
He's watching when I yelled.
Okay. Are you there? There you go.
We're good now. The most
Don't watch the show. Watch
There's probably any other thing I know.
your laptop.
Okay. Anyhow, Abe, I want to say a big thank you for everything that you've done to put this event on. Turn it down. And we're having a great time out here. Just give you a little example of what we got going on here. Barbecue. Here, let me flip around the video.
Let them roll.
So here's the guys hanging out. We've got our grill master going right here.
What's going on, everyone?
That's all we want
to
to
party.
Show you what we got going on.
Oh,
thank you
bring
guys
it.
so much for providing the meat.
Those are the pork chops
It's
I was talking
absolutely
about.
fantastic,
Look
and
at
it's going to
those things.
taste even more fantastic.
That's Feed the Party pork chops right there. Sean, listen, congratulations. I'm so happy you were part of this epic historic event, man. You guys have a great time and try to enjoy the rest of the show, my friend.
Smoke. And
Yep.
Let's give it up for Sean.
Let's give it up, Sean.
Yeah.
So, a little pointer to my friend Monty. It might behoove you to tell them that before we go live, to turn the laptop off.
Solid point.
They get excited, they forget.
This is big time. This is big time.
Well, listen. Are we on? No, we're not.
46.
Thank you. All right, promotion features. Time to tell you our last round of feature promotions during the TGS store. If you haven't hit it up. Our TGS store has substantial box savings today, and the following manufacturers will throw in these extra items with select boxes. You will get a free ashtray and cutter from the fine folks at Miami Cigar Company, a free 4-pack assortment from La Aurora Cigars, and a 5-pack of Room 10 cigars. And the fine folks at Camacho are throwing in a cookbook and bullet cutter. That's an original
Solid.
one. Cookbook and bullet cutter with select box purchase. Visit the TGS store and take advantage of any of those special offers we got today. And now I'm going to take it over to the lovely Kim Keeney to see who's up on deck on our entertainment stage.
You know, who put this microphone out here very short? I am going to have to, hold on, let me take my heels off. Okay, I'm back and the microphone is tall enough now. So, our next comedian is a seasoned veteran and former owner of Long Island's premier comedy club, where such celebrities as Rosie O'Donnell, Jay Leno, Eddie Murphy, Kevin James, and Ray Romano started their stand-up careers. His television and movie credits include The King of Queens, Paul Blart Mall Cop, Grown Ups, and Here Comes the Boom. Dubbed by his peers as the chameleon of comedy, give it up for Richie Minervini. Enjoy.
I don't like the microphone joke. How about a hand for Kim Keeney? Yeah. Her middle name is Karen, but they couldn't put that on the thing. When she moved down south, it'd be KKK. Hey, how about a hand? Keep it up for Honest Abe over there. How you doing? The Great Smoke. I'll tell you what. I was 6 years ago. I was in Vegas with Adam Sandler, Kevin James, Will Smith for The Great Smoke, and I couldn't wait to do this show again. 10,000 people in Vegas, and here we are now in Green Acres at the Polish American Hall with 40 people. And I just was told by the fire chief to tell you this is a non-smoking venue. So knock it off. I've been working pretty good coast to coast, from Tampa to Miami. Yeah, I'll tell you, they called it the COVID-19. I put on the COVID-38. I'm on a diet right now. I'm on 2 diets right now. There's not enough food on one diet. You can starve to death on diet. So I do my Atkins in the morning. I do my keto in the afternoon. I'm down. This is the best I've ever done. I'm down to gaining 1.5 pounds a week. And I got a diet because I'm an anorexic. I didn't know it. Yeah, I was looking in the dictionary, playing Scrabble. It said anorexic, a person who looks in the mirror and sees himself as being heavy. I was like, I am an anorexic. Can be fatal if not fed properly. I've been hit an early bird special. Down here in Florida, things are nice. I mean, it's crazy with the COVID. There's people say you got to wear the mask. Other people say you don't mask. There's a big debate about the mask. If you want to discuss it, we can get into a group mask debate. I got to slow that down. A group mask debate. There's a guy over here. He's already starting. I'm in. Okay. You got to wear the mask. You got to wear the mask. You can't go to a restaurant in Florida unless you're wearing that mask. But you're allowed to take it off the minute you start spending money. That mask is important. You sit down, you start drinking, you start eating, they know you're spending money. No mask necessary. Get up to go to the bathroom, put the mask on, because that's where the COVID lives, right around here someplace. That's why if you're less than 5 years old, you don't need a mask. There's no COVID down here. It lives over here. You go in there, boom. My wife's what they call germaphobes with this pandemic. I don't think it's a pandemic. I think it's a damn panic. People are going crazy. We didn't make love for 6 months because she was COVID scared. Last Saturday night, she told me we could make love if I wear a mask. So she gave me a Matthew McConaughey mask. All right. I got to bring my A game tonight. She's got me a Denzel Washington. All these are jokes. Okay. A nice crowd here. This is great. I'm married for 32 years now. Thank you. That's my attorney. Entirely different now. Oh my God, when you first got married, there was no restrictions. We slept like 2 little spoons in a drawer. Oh. Women would be, put your leg on me, I want to feel you next to me all night long. My big piece of man candy, give me that leg. Mwah. You ever try to throw that leg up there now? She's like, are you crazy? You're breaking my back with that tree trunk, you idiot. And trim those toners. You went right through the flannel. I think I'm bleeding. My wife, I guess the opposites attract. I am actually a devout Catholic. I believe my wife is a devil. But she works out. She goes to the gym 3 times a week. She runs 5 miles 2 times a week. I did my first marathon last Sunday, 6 hours of Law and Order. I was exhausted. I must have walked 6 miles just getting ice cream and beer. You got to be in shape. It's nice to be here. I did many years on the cruise ships until they pulled the plug on those things. So it's nice to be here in front of all you young people. Average age on the cruise ship, 92 years old. 3 people came on board in coffins. They have a very strict cancellation policy over there in Holland, America, I'll tell you that. You have no idea what it's like to work in front of 1,800 people. And neither do I, apparently. 1,800 people, 1,600 of them looking back here with their oxygen tanks. So I see a guy in front of him, maybe needs to laugh. I'm working him a little, I'm working. He's laughing, and he turns blue. Even I know that's not good. I try to assess the situation. I see the problem right away. I said, ma'am, you're accidentally stepping on your husband's oxygen hose. She said, shut up. I'm married to him for 67 years. I can't stand to see him enjoy himself. I have 4 kids. I tell you, kids, I don't know, when I was 18 years old, my father, he drove me up to college. When I was 22, he came to pick me up. And he said, what do you plan on doing? He goes, I don't know, Dad. I'm going to come home and decide what I'm going to do. He said, home? You don't have a home. I have a home. I said, I appreciate you coming up here to see my graduation. He said, I came to get my key back. Kids today, they go away to school, they come back with more kids. Dad, this is Sydney, and I love her. I want to live with her the rest of my life in your house here with you. I said, that's not going to work, son. Economics. I'm still living in my mother's house with her. They don't want to leave the nest. They're like baby birds. I want an iPod. I want an iPad. I want an iTouch. I said, no, I broke. Kids say they're wacky. I'm telling you, they're wacky. My son's texting me. I said, son, I'm driving in a car. I'm doing 85 on 95 going to Florida. This is dangerous. Where are you going? I'm going to see my mother and father and in Florida. Why? I said, again, it's dangerous. I'm going to cancel my life insurance policy. I told him, I took a motorcycle ride from California to New York. I said, listen, I don't want to alarm your 3 sisters and your mother. I bumped up the life insurance to $1 million. He goes, what does that mean? I said, well, you're 23, you should know. If anything happens to me on the ride across, you, your 3 sisters and your mother have to split $1 million. He goes, I get $200,000? When? He's been so much nicer to me lately. I'm watching the football game last week. He comes over. He's holding a pillow. I said, he better put that under my neck. I had a wife and I, 32 years. My gosh, it's amazing to have 4 kids. And kids, I think they're a little wacky. I think you might agree. These millennials, they don't have it together. I was in the dollar store last week because I think that 99-cent store has crap. There's a kid online in front of me who's got a pregnancy test. You got to help the kids out there. I said, young man. I said, you don't want to buy a pregnancy test here at the dollar store. He said, I buy everything at the dollar store. I said, like what? He said, well, last month I bought condoms. That's my point. And they got condoms at the dollar store now. When we were kids, it was a pharmacy. You had to go into the pharmacist. You see him maybe 5 to 7 right before he closed. It's just you and him. Words were not spoken. You looked at the pharmacist in the eye. He knew you were a kid. You boom, a Trojan in a brown bag. I remember the foil too. It was red and white with a silver stripe. Oh, I had it for 5 years. Then I went to college. I remember the night I used it too. We were at a party on the 4th floor. The kids were walking downstairs. I dropped a water balloon on them. That was my big experience in college, yeah. That dollar store, you ever go to the dollar store? I was there recently, and being a New Yorker, the kids follow me around here in Florida like I'm going to steal something at the dollar store. He's like, he's bothering me now. So I figured I'll bother him back. I said, excuse me, how much is this? He said, $1. I said, oh, okay. How much is this? $1. Next aisle, how much is this? $1. Then finally I tell him something, how much is this? He goes, I don't know, I just started 2 weeks ago. I did buy some condoms. I bought some condoms. My brothers got them for me, actually, for my 65th birthday. And yeah, 65. I said to my doctor, I want to appear 10 years younger. What should I do? He said, tell people you're 75. Thank you, Doc. I had to get a full exam. He started with a proctology test. He said, I think you have a polyp. I said, I'd like a second opinion. He put in another finger. Terrible. So they got me 30 condoms for my 65th birthday, 30 condoms. I said, oh, good, I can leave these in the will to the grandchildren. I'm married 30 years. I didn't even know this condoms come in different colors. Did you know that? Yeah. I didn't know that. First night out, I put a condom on and looked down. It was blue. I thought I had tuberculosis. They have glow-in-the-dark condoms. Here's some advice for you gentlemen out there. Make sure you let your wife know you're coming out of a dark bathroom into a dark bedroom with a glow-in-the-dark condom. If you thought it was some lightning bug, Zeke fly killer hornet, she came after with her book, I'm 50 Shades of Black and Blue down here right now. And they only glow for 10 seconds. I know that now. I went down 2 steps, the light went out. I fell down the last 6 steps. My wife said, are you okay? I said, I think so. She said, good, because it's Tuesday night. Why don't you go throw out the garbage? I see the microphone's working. The joke didn't. That happens. This is a good crowd. You have excellent control. Nice to be here in Okeechobee, driving here. But I'll tell you, people are healthy down in Florida. They're absolutely healthy. I'm on the road. There's a guy next to me. I'm at a light. There's an old guy next to me. He's got a headband on. He's got the jogging suit on. I'm lost. I'm trying to get here. I said, excuse me, how do you get to 95? He said, stay away from red meat. Son of a bitch. Another hour. This has been great to be here. It's nice to be, because I just found out to be working again is amazing. It's probably going to be a $10,000 fine. You have hired a non-essential. I thought for 30 years I was cool. I was a comedian. I didn't work for the government. I didn't work for the man. I was a stand-up comedian traveling around the world, only to find out you're non-essential. I went to public supermarket, and there's a kid behind, paper or plastic? Paper, plastic, paper. He's essential? How low on the dividing line am I? I'm in the mirror at home going, paper or plastic, paper or plastic. I can do this. Now, a lot of times you come to a comedy show, you see a comedian perform, and people go, geez, I'd like to remember that stuff. And you go home, you can't remember a damn thing. You say, oh yeah, his kids were, they wanted money. And his wife was Legos. I was drunk, that guy sucked. And I love this cigar show. I was in a celebrity cigar show out in Las Vegas, Nevada. And my God, they had celebrity cigars. I ordered a Bill Clinton, but it tasted a lot like a Monica Lewinsky. If you don't laugh it up, I'm going to bring them the hard stuff, okay? That's the way it works. I don't have much time left here. I got to get going. I have another job coming up in November. Driving on the highway down here in Florida. We're in Florida, folks. I'll tell you, you don't see a lot of other drivers, but you do see a lot of knuckles and white hair. It's like bumper cars to these old bastards. They're just bouncing off your car. You look at them and they wave back, I'm good. I'm used to New York driving. I'm a New Yorker boy. I like the Florida much better. You drive in New York, you cannot use your blinker, even though it's used to an indicator to get in the next lane. You put your blinker on in New York, the guy behind you like, this son of a bitch trying to cut me off. And he's got the balls to warn me. They fill in the spot and they give you the finger. Hey, right there, buddy. I was in England, nicest people in the world, England. My gosh. They even let their passengers drive. The policemen over there, they don't even have guns. They don't carry them. They're public servants. They have a whistle. So I'm renting a moped. I'm going right down Big Ben. I'm looking up the clock. I didn't notice the light turned red, and there's a cop going, halt. I could blow it louder, mate. Could really hurt your ears. Son of a bitch. Must be a Yank. I'm from New York. I'm used to a New York cop. Freeze! That's the second suicide today. You guys are great. Have a great smoke. I'm Richie Minervini. Here comes Kim. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you, Abe.
Rich. Come here. Wait, come here. Come on over here. I'm ad-libbing. Yeah, take a mic.
A microphone would help.
That was great, by the way.
Thank you, Abe.
I laughed really good.
Pleasure to be here. Good to see you again.
Good. Come on. I just want to show. Can you pull up Richie Minervini again? Oh, I just showed it. This is called the COVID effect. Do you see this? This is called the COVID effect. Listen, when I was talking to you, it took me about 5 minutes to realize you were Richie Minervini. I've been looking at this for 3 weeks.
Looks very essential to me, by the way, in that photo. That's essential.
That's only a year old.
You're going to start braiding it in the back.
I can't afford a haircut. Hey, Abe, thanks a lot, pal.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
By the way, I got to tell you, I did it again.
What?
You're
laughing in the bathroom?
It's a 15-minute break. I run in to take a leak. Standing there, he lays a great punchline.
How many leaks can you take in a day?
Hey, listen, I got to stay hydrated.
Holy cow.
Anyway, don't listen to a comedian when you're going to the bathroom. That's just a public service announcement to everybody.
All right, this is going to be our 5th manufacturer feature coming up. Pretty sure the site's going to crash again, so let me prep everybody so you don't...
Is he mic'd?
Huh?
Is he mic'd?
Is he mic'd? I don't know if he's mic'd. All right, good.
Great.
So, get on, log on to the Great Smoke website, get in the store, be prepared. Our next larger-than-life guest could be considered a curmudgeon by many of his devout fans, but it doesn't take away from a work resume that could pale many in this industry. He has worked alongside the likes of Lou Rothman, Jonathan Drew, Nick Melillo, and many others. In 2015, he began his own company called Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust, and today is regarded as a cigar expert throughout the industry and a forefather of online media. Let's give it up to my man, Steve Saka. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Back up. That lens ain't wide enough. Back up. There you go. Oh, hey, he's looking limber.
I know.
Look
strong,
at you.
Strong.
Wait,
Put
sit
it right
down right
there.
here. There you
Gentle.
go. There you go. There you go.
That's rented glass.
Yes.
Stevie.
How you doing, brother?
Good to see you,
Have a
man.
seat. Have a
Good to
seat.
see
What's
you,
up, my man?
friend.
How you doing?
Fabulous.
This is a man who's obviously full.
Full?
He's happy.
Are you saying full of myself? Is that what you're saying? We starting off that way?
No, not at all.
Stevie, how was the trip down?
Let's not talk about that. I already told Abe I'm going to hijack this shit. So
Knock yourself out.
I got a few things. Look, there's very rare that I have the opportunity to talk to this many people. So I'm going to use it. Number one, I want to give a shout out to my factory partners at Hoyda, Nicaragua, and Nicaraguan American. What I do is not possible without them.
Yes. And they put up with you.
And you know what that means.
Yes. I mean, kudos to those guys.
Number two, I gotta thank the retailers that had faith in me, and you in particular, Abe. I mean, look, you got me on here with legends. You know, Carlito Fuente, for God's sakes. Are you kidding me?
What? You guys are just palling
crazy.
around. You're palling around in the lobby over in the green room.
Unreal. And number three, I have to give a shout out to all the people that smoke my cigars, because any success that I'm enjoying is because, not that they buy my cigars. Thank you. Please keep on them. I want your money. But.
Oh, that's a new tune.
But it's the fact that they share their love and their passion for them with their friends and family. And I want you to know, I don't take it for granted. I really don't. I will always do my absolute best to earn that respect over and over again. And then, of course, finally, I have to, look, it's like a Grammy speech, right?
Right?
Get the hook.
Hey, you came out with your own Grammy Award.
Right. I got my own other thing, and that is I got to give a shout out to everyone in my company. I mean, we're a small crew. We're a small family company. You know, it's my eldest son, John. It's Yvonne. It's Dave Lafferty. It's Amber. It's Allie. We got Casey on the team now. I mean, but the number one most important person at Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust is my wife, Cindy Saka.
Amen.
Not only has she put up with my ass for 40 years almost, she is not my partner in life, she's my partner in the business. And she is absolutely integral to it. And I think she knows it, but I want everyone else to know it.
Good.
Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust would not exist if it was not for Cindy Saka. And I want you, babe, to know I know it. I love you. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
So, let's talk some cigars. Let's talk some tobacco. Or, let's talk some smack. I'd rather do the smack.
Smack on who? I don't know what they fed you over there before you got here, but this is a different Steve Saka diet. Normally, I would expect it. Oh yeah, I had to fly in and get ready for this show.
Well,
They had me come, and there was a makeup chair my right butt cheek couldn't fit into.
You know, I noticed.
didn't know what to do.
I noticed that the
all right, we're gonna go down this road.
priming. that this particular priming is about a 14, and I was hoping for a 16. With the
You want to talk smack? I mean, come on.
What I don't understand is, as a fat man, I'm sitting next to him, for God's sakes, which is terrible.
Well, yeah.
The only-
I made sure you sat next to me. I
The
look
only
pretty
thing
good right
I'm only
now.
glad that Kim isn't between us, because if Kim was between us,
well, that would at least balance out the couch.
I mean, good God. But you as a fat man, you got a desk.
Yes.
Me, I'm on full display.
Full display.
Oh my God.
Let me
Full
help.
display.
Let me help.
Oh.
Now you can't see it, you know?
Hey, wait, hold on.
Tell me what you want for Christmas.
That's exactly what he said. Tell me what you'd like for. You know what he wants for Christmas? When Michael's launching his own new company this year,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
What he wants for Christmas is he wants all of you to try his cigars and give them a fair, honest shot. 'Cause
Amen.
This man works hard.
Amen.
He deserves it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great stuff, man.
Hey, I have a question. Can I open with one? Because I was thinking about this.
Floor is
Steve.
yours.
So you are a larger-than-life personality.
We're already in the fat jokes.
No. And you really have done an amazing job. Someone's drinking right now. You've always been incredibly ahead of the curve when it comes to engaging your community. In the early bulletin boards, all that. You've always done a great job. And I think people just associate you always with tobacco. I'm very curious, what did 16-year-old Steve Saka want to be? What were the dreams of a 16-year-old Steve Saka? Because for a lot of us that did not have the good fortune of like a Carlito story or a Newman story.
I know what it is. It was a Chippendale dancer.
No, it was. I wanted to bang Deborah Jo Fondren. She was like Playmate of the Year from like what year was that? She was like, oh my God. When I was 16,
you were
that's
better.
all I'm
You were
thinking
better
about.
off with Chippendale dancer.
I think maybe let me try the question again. I don't think that was quite specific enough.
You asked what I wanted when I was 16. I told you what I wanted.
He said what you want to aspire to be, not what to do.
Yeah, maybe. Career-wise,
You
if
know
I
what?
was thinking
Let
a little.
me say this. I have been somebody that there's never been any grand master plan. I enlisted in the Navy when I was 17. Yeah. Cindy and I got married 19. We had a baby almost immediately, and I've been a grinder. You know, I've always had to grind. I've always had to work. You know, my dad came to this country not speaking English. My wife's side of the family, her dad was a foundry worker. I mean, we were both very blue collar, and I've never lost touch with that. And you know, on the engaging with the community, I'm not engaging with the community. I am the community. I'm that guy. I'm still a cigar geek at heart. That's who I am.
For those of you that don't know, back when I moved to Florida in 97, 8, something like that, Steve was a patron in my first store. When I had one shop, he would sit in the shop. Hey, Steve. Hey. You got anything good?
Do you really believe that was my personality? Honestly, let's be serious. You're so full of shit.
But no, he was, and then you moved. You were living in Jupiter.
No. I wasn't. I was doing a job.
Work.
In Jupiter.
Okay, you were doing work.
I was down there for a long time, but we lived up in New Hampshire.
Okay.
I didn't move to Miami until I became president.
No, but then you finished your work, so I didn't see you for years.
Right.
Then I'm on a trade show floor, and there's this guy who used to sit in my lounge. I mean, who's this guy? And that's when you started working with JR.
Yep, Lou Rothman.
Yeah. I'm like, what are you doing here?
He gave me a huge opportunity, and I don't know if Lou will see this, but shout out to you, my friend.
He's in town.
I learned so much from Lou Rothman, and I can't say he was like a mentor kind of guy. He wasn't like, let me tell you how to do this, let me explain this to you. Exactly. He's one of those guys that every time he said something, you should be paying attention and listening.
Exactly.
Because you would learn something from him. And I was basically side by side with him for like 4 years, and I learned so much, and I'm so grateful. Because I was a huge cigar geek, I'm huge into tobacco, but look, cigars, tobacco are part of what we do, but there's also the business of cigars.
Yeah.
And the business of cigars is what makes it such a hard challenge. So you can be the greatest cigar maker in the world, but you have to figure out how to get them to the people, and you have to figure out how to get the people to smoke them, and you have to figure out how to get the retailer to represent the brand. It's a tough gig, and you know it.
Yeah.
You know it. You've been through it, and we'll see what happens. But man, it's a rough gig.
So you just came back from Nicaragua.
Uh-oh. I just realized something.
What?
I forgot to thank David Lafferty on my team.
No, you did.
Did I?
Yes, you did. You mentioned him by name.
All right.
But he's certainly deserving of another.
David Lafferty's amazing.
Let's give it up for David Lafferty again.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I worked with Dave closely for a year or two, and tremendous guy.
Dave's a great guy.
Tremendous guy. But you just got back from Nicaragua.
Yeah, I was the first white boy to make it back. How surprising is that?
Wow.
And how was it?
Let me say this. So I'm in Nika. I'm driving around the truck, right? People are yelling in the street, "Sucker! Sucker!" I thought I was hitting shit, because they just hadn't seen anybody fat and white for like a year.
Funny.
You know what I mean? So like the first 2 days, like everyone's just screaming my name out as I'm driving around town.
That's great. But it's nice to be back?
Yeah, look, I have to be back. I'm a real hands-on guy, and to be honest with you, I'm way behind the curve for 2021. Everything I did in 2020 that got released was work that I had done in 2018 and 2019. So for me, I have to do it myself. It's part of what I do, and it's part of me being a pain in the ass. I'm a pain in the ass. I know I'm a pain in the ass.
I get it.
But that's just the only way I can operate. I got to do it myself.
What are you most looking forward to in this spirit of returning to normalcy? What's the thing that you're most excited
I
to
know
sort
he's
of
not looking
get
forward
back
to is probably all the traveling. He hit the road a lot.
Yeah, I work the road. What I look the most forward to is to be able to take those monthly trips to Nika, because I really need to be in Nicaragua about 7 active work days of every month in order to make sure that everything is going the way I want. This last year, we were doing the quality control checks on our end, and I probably destroyed maybe 11,000 cigars, opening boxes, you know, because that's normally something that every month when I'm there, I can look at the production before it gets put in the boxes. And I haven't been able to do that. And look, when you're a small guy like me, obviously I know the jokes, but when you're a little guy like me, everything is stacked against you. The big companies, they have the shelf space, they have the sales team, they have the marketing dollars, they have the brand recognition. So the only thing that I can do is my cigars have to be not only as good as, but they must be better. They have to be better, because that's the only place that I can compete. Because at every other level, I can't compete. I just can't. And the only way that that's really possible is if I'm there. So that's the part that I'm looking forward to the most, is being able to just do my job the way I want to do it.
Well, I think it's fair to say, if we look at all of the ratings that came out this past year for last year, all of the lists, big and small, as represented by the Half Wheel Consensus, bro, your cigars are speaking for themselves.
I pay all those bloggers off.
Well, you do a hell of a
Checks
job.
in the mail.
A hell of a job. I think your work is clearly paying off. You make great products.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
In all seriousness, you know, the project we work on, did you ever think that Red Meat Lovers Club would have such I mean, look, I mean, we got beat up this year on it. I mean,
yeah, and let me say this. It wasn't our goal. Look, I don't believe in limiting cigars. If people want to buy them, I want to make them. The only limit is if I can't make them the same quality and consistency, that's the limit.
Right.
So like with Red Meat Lovers, we had done that before. I had the materials, but we had to pull the trigger in March of last year to know how many to make.
Yeah.
And I don't remember March. We were like, is it a zombie apocalypse? We had no clue. So we're picking out a number of cigars that we're going to maybe sell in November, right? And we were conservative, and as a result,
well, we picked a middle number between the 2 years.
But so, you know, it's not our goal to disappoint the consumer and them not be able to smoke a Red Meat Lovers.
I agree.
And I think we're going to find a way to fix that this year, aren't we?
We're going to announce it in March. In fact, I'll announce it here first. Everybody's watching The Great Smoke. What are we going to do in March? I'd already talked with Steve Saka. We're going to get, look, the one thing as a retailer I try to always say is, my job is to please people, right? I'm a make people happy person, not disappoint people. So there was a lot of people who didn't get a chance. And then there were some people who obviously, when you have cigars like this, we limited people, but they're aftermarket, so because there's such a high demand, so we're going to solve that problem.
Yeah.
We're going to take orders and reservations in March for a very little fee. You reserve your Red Meat Lovers. You don't have to worry about when it comes in, how it comes in, going to the website crashing, fighting everybody.
Love crashing your website.
Yeah, it's going to be crashing
It's been crashing all day.
It's been crashing all day. But yeah, for a very small fee, you could reserve your Red Meat Lovers Club. You can reserve how many you want, doesn't matter. And then when they come in, a link will be sent to your email. You can complete the payment.
Like a deposit.
Like a deposit, very small deposit. It'll automatically ship to you. It's the first time we're ever going to do it. But this way we won't disappoint anybody. You know, you'll have a 3-week window to go, no rush. You don't got.
And then I'll be able to start my production
and
in
we
March.
start the production, and we can make everybody happy who wants to be happy. And
Great
have
idea.
enough Red Meat Lovers Club.
You guys are always thinking ahead. Good idea.
Yeah. We talked about it. Now, look, many times, Steve Saka and I are on top of business people. We're very personal friends.
We're good friends.
His wife is godmother to one of my daughters.
Which really pisses me off because I'm not the godfather to that daughter. I don't know what that says.
Yes. Yes. Well, anyways.
Yeah, just gloss over that.
We're good friends. Steve is always supportive, but you know, every time I come to Steve, I always have to do a 30-minute conversation until he finally just says yes. I even just try to say, why don't you just cut to the chase, because you're going to say yes anyway, but I still got to go through it. But this week, Steve Saka decided to hijack my event, throw his own little thing on it. He made his own raffle and prize. And what did I say? I say, do whatever you want to do, just let me know. Hey,
And I was going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do it anyway. Didn't have to listen to anything, but tell our listeners, because I don't want to be the one to explain this. Right. Tell our listeners this added feature that you basically commandeered on your own.
If you're a ticket holder and you buy the limited edition, the DTT
which we will talk about,
which we'll talk about, you are instantly in a raffle for one of the mega Saka Squatches. These are really, really rare.
Nice.
And these are only meant for stores. They cost me about $350 because of the mold cost on them. And so far, there's only one consumer that's won one in a raffle, and then there's that one whacked out chick that stole one from a cigar store.
I was just gonna say, so two
Two of them
consumers
are out there. So if you buy that, you're in for that.
Awesome.
In addition to that, if you buy any of my products today, you're in a raffle for a $500 gift certificate from my friends at Smoke Inn to buy any Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust cigars
And you can
want.
buy it on either site, our normal Smoke-In site.
That's true for the ticket holders, and that's true for the non-ticket
Right, for the
holders.
$500
You
gift
buy
card.
something today from Smoke Inn that I make, you're in for the $500 prize.
Which we will get you the data, and you will do the drawing next
That is
week and
correct.
announce
And
the
next
winners.
Friday, after you guys get your orders sorted out,
Yep.
tentatively we're saying Friday, but I know you're going to have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. No,
As
we'll
soon
get
as
it
they-
done this
As soon as they get me the numbers, I'm going to do a Facebook Live, and we'll figure out who's going to get the goodies.
Very cool.
There you have it.
Very cool.
Steve Cigar making an already epic event more epic, so that's awesome. So, Steve, you know,
Uh-oh.
Oh! Who's gonna tell him no?
Carlito's got
it's
it.
yours. Make him sign it.
Yeah. Would you like me to sign that for you?
It's gone.
The masked bandit.
What Carlito doesn't know is he took my sock of squash. That's
Right,
from my
I
store.
brought it back from the store over here.
All right, so Steve, look, always working hard under pressure. You made this special release, or you had this. Tell me about this.
Yeah, so
I'm even going to say DD&T EX-38. Tell me about this.
This is a perfect example of how anally retentive I am. This is a blend that I started working on in 2016. There's a tobacco variety grown in Costa Rica that they typically call Morón. Morón is a San Andreas seed that they grow in Costa Rica. That's the name they give it. It's grown primarily as a wrapper crop, but they ended up with, there's always, when you grow tobacco, you end up with leaves of all different sizes. And there were a lot of little pequeño, really small, short, tiny leaves that you really couldn't make into a cigar wrapper. So I started playing with it as a Ligero. You know, and it's got this, and I know this is not going to help sell these cigars, but I'm just going to be honest with you. It's got this weird kind of, like almost a musty, chocolatey, kind of soft red pepper nature. It's just a really unique taste. So I wanted to play around with it. So I started making this blend, and the EX stands for extraterrestrial because it's this weird tobacco that I had never done. I always, in the factory, I have to give it some sort of code name because they get confused because I'm always making so many sample ligas. And the 38 on it, this is actually the 38th iteration of this blend. I've never been satisfied with it. And I actually put it on the shelf in 2018 because I was just done screwing around with it. You know, you kind of work yourself into circles. I don't know. I put it on the shelf. Abe says, hey, I want something special for the Great Smoke. I'm thinking, you know what? That's a really weird blend. That's a unique blend. Who gets to smoke Costa Rica Morón as a Ligero? I don't think there's another cigar that I know on the market that's like that. And so I made these last minute. We made them on like December 10th. It was like literally the last couple days the factory was open. And I'm actually like, I'm now wondering what didn't I like about it because it's pretty fucking good.
It really is. Look,
there you go.
Steve shipped us 2 of these for product marketing, you know, product photography. And, you know, as confident as he's sounding today, like he calls me up and goes, what did you think? Now my response was, how would I know? I'm not opening these up. I got like 200 to sell to consumers. He goes, no, those are yours. Smoke them. And I got you 200 coming. And I smoked them. And actually it was, I posted that day. It was fire. So it was a good, it was a really, really good cigar. And everybody out there, here we go. The website's going to crash. 200 of these 10-count bundle packs are going on sale right now. Good luck.
Ding, ding.
Awesome. There you go. Oh, so thank you very much, Steve. What else you got going on? What's the plan from here?
Man, right now, and God bless our customers. They got me in a tailspin. We are just so behind on Sober Mesa Brulee and Blue and Mi Querida and Umbagog and Sin Compromiso. I'm so thankful that I'm just, man, I just got to work. I got to grind harder. I got to work harder. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's okay. I'm going to throw that gopher project. What is it? Was it gopher or beaver? What was it you said?
No, you want the woodchuck.
The woodchuck, yes. I heard the woodchuck story. I'm like, all right, I want that cigar.
Yeah.
We're going to make that cigar, the woodchuck.
We're going to make a woodchuck. Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy
What was that
year.
story? You saved the woodchuck on the side
No,
of the road?
that wasn't what it was. I had this woodchuck. It's living under a shed. It destroys everything. It eats everything. It's a big fucking rat is what a woodchuck is. So I catch the wood. I had the woodchuck. I'm trying to shoot the woodchuck. Woodchuck's smart. This woodchuck was in Caddyshack, right? Can't get this woodchuck. I finally catch the woodchuck. Well, it's a woodchuck. I'm going to shoot it. So I put a picture online, and next thing I know, I got people going, you can't kill the woodchuck. That's terrible. That's this. That's that. Boom, boom, boom. And just so everybody out there understands, most places you're not legally allowed to relocate a woodchuck because they're considered a nuisance.
Oh, really?
Okay. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna start a GoFundMe page. 8 people complained at me. It cost $375 for the animal people to come in and relocate the woodchuck. Here you go. Go to this web link. Donate $25. You're telling me that I'm worse than Hitler. Here's a chance. Put your money where your mouth is.
Save the woodchuck.
And if I raise the $375, I'll donate another $375 to my local animal shelter. I wasn't being cheap.
Right.
It's just, I was like, this doesn't make sense. You know what? Of those 8 people, not a single person donated a single penny. All right? They took the time to tell me how evil I was, but they didn't even make a $5 GoFundMe contribution to save the woodchuck. So all words, all bullshit. So I reached out to my cigar pals, and I can't even remember. We raised like $4,000 for the animal
Are
shelter.
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh,
we
wow.
did it in like 48 hours.
And what happened to the woodchuck?
Woodchuck, this very, very nice-looking lady driving a Subaru came and took the woodchuck and said she was going to relocate it. I don't know what she did if she drove it off my property. I mean,
well done.
The woodchuck is still chucking wood.
Yes, the woodchuck is still chucking wood.
All right, thank you, Steve. I
No,
appreciate it. Everybody give it up for Steve Saka.
See you, brother.
I appreciate it, my man. Thank you, Stevie.
No, thank you, brother.
Thank you. I love you. Love you. Thank you so much.
Exit stage left.
Right.
I'm going there.
Right. There we go.
Steve Saka, gang.
Man, there's electric in the air, right? Steve just came in supercharged.
Amazing.
I don't know what Evan Darnell fed him over there, but man, he was...
A Sakalaka, apparently.
A Sakalaka, yeah.
Sakalaka.
Sakalaka. I'm going to have to go get me one of those after here.
Abe, I think we can certainly say at this point you have an endless amount of friends. Endless amount of friends.
I'm a blessed man.
With endless support for what you're doing. And so, as luck would have it, I have a few more messages from your friends in the industry. So let's roll that tape.
Wow.
2, 3, happy.
It's not his birthday, dude.
Oh, okay. Hey, Abe, 15 years of the Great Smoke. So happy to be a part of it from day one. I remember when we used to drive into the parking lot and see all of your patrons right in front of your store, and to see how you've grown and what you've done over 15 years. We're just happy. I'm happy to be a part of it and to see what you're doing today. So congratulations on 15 years.
I think my first year at Great Smoke, he was raffling off a yellow Camaro, and this year he's taken it all virtual, which congratulations to you and the team over at Smoke Inn. Absolutely phenomenal what you've done and what you're continuing to do.
And my first Great Smoke was in 2018, and we are very excited for all of you guys to try the new Alec and Bradley Kintsugi, as well as the Alec Bradley Project 40 Maduro. Very excited for that. So thank you all. Enjoy the Great Smoke, and thank you, Abe.
Abe, see you soon.
Hey guys, this is Christian Eiroa with CLE, Asylum, and Eiroa Cigars. And I've been thinking about Abe and the Great Smoke. I think this is his 15th year already, and it really is amazing. I keep going back to when I first met Abe, and it was probably 25 years ago when we both started our careers. Abe was always looking to do things differently. He always wanted to make sure he made an impact, and that his events were always different than what anybody else had done. I remember he used to use first at the store, and now of course you can't fit that many people. You get suppliers, you get competitors, you get customers that show up. Abe, I love what you've done with it. Congratulations. This is number 15, and hopefully you do it for 50 more years. And I'm glad I'm a part of it, and I wish you nothing but the best.
How you guys doing out there? I'm Eric Espinoza from Espinoza Cigars. 15 years, wow, it's been 15 years for the Great Smoke. And in those 15 years, I've only missed one of them, okay? And the reason I missed it is because my son got married that day. And I invited Abe to the wedding, and he told me that the Great Smoke was more important than my son's wedding, and I've never forgiven him for that. I stopped talking to him for like 2 days, because he made that decision. But it is what it is. What am I going to tell you? I can't kill a guy. He's pretty kind of big. You know, it'll be tough for me to fight this dude, but it is what it is. And now for this year, they're keeping it alive, you know, with the virtual. So, you know, he's doing what he's got to do to maintain this event. You know, hopefully we'll never have to do it virtual again, and we can go out there and do it. And I promise you, you know, I won't miss another one unless, you know, my son has a baby or what have you, and I'll make me a grandfather, okay? So I'll see you guys at the virtual. Congratulations again to the whole Smoke Inn team.
Hey, thank you for having Iconic Leaf Cigar be part of this great event this year. You guys are really keeping your face in the wind and not taking no for an answer. It's really amazing the growth of this event every year, and it's this virtual great smoke party in a box concept is fantastic. We can't wait to see how this event continues to grow next year. And again, thank you for having us, Iconic Leaf Cigar, be part of this event this year. We hope all the end consumers really enjoy this format. Take care. See you soon.
Hi, I'm John Oliva Jr. from Oliva Tobacco Company and Excelsior Tobacco. I just wanted to relay how thrilled and really honored we are to be asked to participate in this event for the first time this year. Over the course of the last 14 years, I've watched and followed the Great Smoke turn into probably one of the most anticipated smoking events of the year. And the way that this thing has just taken off has just been amazing. This year, given the difficulties of COVID, I just really want to give mad props to Abe and all the guys at Smoke Inn. This had to be a monumental undertaking, but as is indicative of everybody in our industry, we always find a way to beat hard times. So to Abe and the guys, congratulations to all the smokers. We really appreciate you, and just wanted to say thanks, and have a great time. Thanks.
Wow, Mike, that was really nice to hear from all the people in the industry, man. Very cool.
And they just keep coming and coming and coming.
I tell you, blessed. All right, well, we have our third TGS cocktail hour. We're going to take it over to Ashley Garcia and see what she's mixing over at the TGS bar.
Hey everyone, I'm back for our third and final TGS cocktail. By now I hope you have worked up a hearty thirst as I am about to show you my twist on an old fashioned called the Piglet. I hope you all really enjoy this drink. Don't forget to post a picture of your drink using the hashtag TGSCocktail. If I like your picture of the Piglet and broadcast it during the show, we will send you a complimentary bottle of Ezra Brooks 99 bourbon. Good luck and cheers.
Well, this is one good-looking cocktail. What do you think?
I know they call it the Piglet. This is my dream come true.
This is a spin on one of the this is a classic bar drink.
It's old-fashioned, but there's bacon.
Bacon.
I'm a big believer. You know, everything's better in with bacon, but this is
smells delicious. Ready? Cheers! Hey, everybody out there who has a Piglet, cheers!
Salud.
Cheers, everybody! Salud.
Salud. And as a reminder, and Ashley just said it.
Ooh.
As a reminder, if you've made this drink at home, you have to take a picture, tag it with TGS Cocktail on all your favorite social media platforms, TGS Cocktail. Make sure you include the bacon, and then take that picture, post it, use the hashtag, and you're going to win free booze. For all your other photos that you're taking from your watch parties, use TGS 2021, hashtag TGS 2021. So when this is over and Abe and I can open up our phones,
we can see your photos.
We can see all the fun you're having.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to tell you something. Juan Cancel is fired. Juan Cancel, you're out. This is the new old-fashioned right here.
This is something.
This is the old-fashioned. This is the official old-fashioned of the Great Smoke.
And you know what? I don't know about you, but I needed this right now.
Right, we're getting to that. We're getting to that point. I don't think I realized what I was thinking when I said let's do an 8-hour broadcast. You know, I'm not kidding. Like Jerry Lewis is what was in my head. Like these old like our parents would watch it all day. It'd be on the tube. We'd go out and play. We'd come back. It'd still be on. Like, let me go out and play some more. We'd come back. It'd still be on. It was like on all day. And that's kind of what I envisioned, not realizing we would be doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're doing it.
We're doing it.
You know
We're doing
what?
a great job.
It's going great.
Going
it's
great.
going great. And how about a round of applause for the audience?
Yes. Yeah.
You guys have done it with us.
Yep. Absolutely. The fact that you guys are here and you've been here the whole show. When I was thinking about this, like, who's going to want to sit here for 8 hours? But you guys have done it. Kudos to everybody here and everybody out there, because the viewership has not dropped.
It has not.
It has not dropped. So kudos to everybody out there.
And
man.
for the folks out there who are watching, if you have not shared this video, please share it on your social media feeds. Let's get more and more people watching. And when this is all done, this is going to live on, right?
Forever.
It's going to live on. So go back, find it, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook, and share it again. And let's drive this viewership up to make sure that everyone gets to watch all the great stuff that we've done.
Let's break Facebook today.
Break Facebook.
Let's break Facebook
Hey,
today.
Do we have a vendor feature?
We do have a vendor. We're going to take it over to Kim Keeney to our next vendor feature and talk to Aaron Thomas Collection. Kim, take it out.
Thank you, guys. So right now I'm with someone that I would definitely categorize you as an artist. Look at this art in front of me, guys. It's gorgeous. So let's start off with question 1. If your name is Tom, why is the collection named Aaron Thomas Collection?
That is a good question. Actually, that's my son's name, Aaron Thomas. So I named the company after him, and he actually started just 3 weeks ago starting to do production. So I taught him how to make these unique, one-of-a-kind artisan ashtrays.
They're gorgeous. Now tell me, is every single piece that you make different? Are they one-of-a-kind pieces every single time?
Absolutely one of a kind. And no two are going to be the same. So if you order them, they're going to have the same theme, but they are going to be different from each one. As an example, like this is a black smoky. This is a black smoky crush. What happened, it was by accident. I broke some of this glass, so I started piecing it together. So I have no loss whatsoever on all my glass. So we have several collections here. I've got the blue smoky, and also that's the graffiti. This is a medium, which is a blue smoky, and that's the medium size. And then we have vanilla and vanilla crush, and as I mentioned earlier, I broke some of this, and that's what happened with that. And those have been probably some of the most popular pieces there.
Okay, so we have one-of-a-kind glass, and I see from behind, you guys can't see it, but every single one is personally signed by the master himself.
Yes.
There we have it.
And I was thinking about that. Now I'm going to have to start having Aaron sign these now.
I mean, you can get, some collection is from you. You never know which signature you're going to get. One might be more rare than the other. You never know where it goes down the line.
Absolutely.
So let me hear about your fused glassware process.
Well, fused glass is, we put 2 pieces of glass together here, and then we heat it up to 1545 degrees for 5 hours. Fuse it together, it's flat, then we turn around and put it in a mold, which I carve all the molds to make the ashtray. Then we slump it, and we heat it up again for another 5 hours at 1450 degrees, and it drops down into it. So the process is a 10-hour process to make one of these ashtrays.
I believe we have a video to show everybody.
Ah.
presentation is great. Who doesn't love it? Well, I'm a visual learner, and now I know a whole lot about glass, even though if I try to make it, it's definitely not going to work. So let me ask you a question. If my favorite color is black and purple, can I have it customized however I want?
You can, and we've done a lot of custom work. I've done work with the University of Texas. I do also have done some golf tournaments, so that's all available. We try to do at least a minimum of 20 ashtrays if we do custom, and then I include the logos with it. So minimum 20 or more, of course, so we can definitely make that happen.
All right, well, one of my last questions would be, do you have any other styles? Are these the main two styles that if anyone comes to you, this is what they should look out for?
This is what's on the website at the moment. We're always going to be coming out with the new collections. This is the medium on the website, and those are $109, and this is the medium size with the 4 spots, and these are $129. And then you also receive an artisan card with a little message on the back of how I got started in the glass business. And we also provide boxes for all of them as well, for each of the sizes. So we're happy to ship them out.
That's beautiful. Do you have any special for the lovely patrons of the Great Smoke?
We decided to go ahead and do free shipping for the weekend, so we're looking forward to having you contact us, and we'll be happy to work with you and make you a beautiful ashtray.
All right, Tom, I appreciate you giving me the time. This is the Aaron Thomas collection, and I am going to throw it back to Abe at the desk for a raffle.
All right,
Beautiful.
there was. Listen, just so you know, we have these ashtrays in our retail shops. And I don't know if you can get this on camera, but this is one of our logoed glass ashtrays.
Beautiful.
There you go. How's that? Good?
Really nice.
Yeah, very
Really
beautiful
nice.
stuff. So
you know what's nice about these two? You don't see porcelain ashtrays that are this deep and this beautiful. Like a lot of times you get those round ones, but they aren't so detailed, but they're deep. Or you see the ones that are really beautiful, but they're not deep, and the wind blows and your ashes go everywhere anyway. This is perfect.
Yeah, the process he makes this with the glass is amazing.
Really
amazing.
beautiful.
All right, so we are giving away more raffles.
Raffle
All right,
time.
it's raffle time. Raffle round 5. Here we go. Round 5. We're coming in the home stretch, Mike. We're coming in the home stretch.
I thought we just started.
No, we're coming in the home stretch. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Anybody who bought a ticket for the Great Smoke, you are automatically entered in all these raffles, this one and one more final one. Any purchases you made have bought yourself additional chances at winning one of these 3 items that we're going to start with now. Our first item number 1 on the screen, a Romeo and Julieta Nicaragua golf bag with towel and a box of Reserva Real Nicaragua cigars. Let's go to the randomizer and see who won this puppy. James Winters of Cheshire, Connecticut.
Hey, Cheshire, Connecticut.
Cheshire, Connecticut.
in the house.
In the house. James, congratulations.
I grew up in Northeast Connecticut. Connecticut is
did
near
you?
and dear to my heart.
Nice.
So, way to go, Cheshire.
There you go. All right, item number 2. We have a 30-count box of Perdomo Estate Selection Vintage Executive Collection right there. So, Alex will take it to the randomizer, see who won that baby. William Brockett of Smyrna, Georgia. William, congratulations. You have won that item. Now, our third item and final item for this segment was probably one of the most sought-after giveaways that we had last year. We had done a few virtual events, and the fine folks in Drew Estate, when they had done a release of the Undercrown Dogma Sun-Grown version, had made this beautiful katana sword set, and everybody wanted it. We happened to have an extra one.
You know what I would say, Abe? They did an amazing job.
Amazing!
Amazing job.
That's for the dojo guys out there.
Dojo guys.
Wait, wrong drink. There you go. Amazing. They all stopped playing out there.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. So let's give away this katana sword. Let's take it to the randomizer. Let's see who won this prize? Garrett Young of Honolulu, Hawaii. You guys don't know how fitting that's going to be later on in the show. But Garrett Young, Honolulu, Hawaii, congratulations. You have won yourself a katana sword, and that's going to cost me a whole lot of money to ship.
And thank you to the sponsors.
To Honolulu, Hawaii. We're going to take a quick break.
Welcome to All American Tobacco, importers of fine cigars and accessories. At All American, we provide an unparalleled combination of services like none other. We provide transportation from the factory offshore to your distribution center in the U.S. We clear the product prior to arrival either by air or sea, with all your shipments insured until they reach your door. On staff, we have a fully licensed custom broker, Federico Gogliamella, along with attorney Chuck Giraji, one of our owners, that's licensed to practice law on both coasts, Florida and California. Chuck is there to eliminate the headaches of the FDA fee, customs, and of course the excise tax. Because we incorporate every facet of the logistics products, we expedite your shipments like none other, so you don't have to. Once we are provided with a PO to send to the factory, we process, insure, and complete the entire transaction from start to finish. Most importantly, our parent company, All American Farms Incorporated, along with our senior partner, Ron Giraji, has bought, sold, and imported produce worldwide for 27 plus years. All American is fundamentally built for speed and efficiency because of the delicate nature of shipping and importing fresh produce. We bring this speed and efficiency to the cigar world at no extra cost to you. And you can monitor that process 24/7, 365 days a year by dialing 800-955-2853. You'll always find a human at All American Tobacco.
All right, welcome back everybody here and out there. Welcome back to TGS 2021, the digital experience. I'm your host, Honest Abe, with my co-host over here, Michael Herklotz, the man who inspired me to look better today.
You look great.
I'm trying.
You look great.
I'm trying, my friend. So look, Michael and I go way back. Michael, I think I first interacted with him. He was managing the Davidoff store. And I knew of you. I hadn't really talked to you, but one of our clients wanted one of the Davidoff releases that were like only to their stores. They would like to make every now and then. I reached out to you to try to get one for that customer. I think it was my first interaction with you. And then over the years, I've had the luxury to sit on panels with you and boards, and we got to know each other very, very well. Then when you finally made the move to Nat Sherman, you reached out to me. And this time it was unheard of to have a lunch during the middle of a trade show, right? It's like, well, you know, I'm at Nat Sherman now, and we're going to have this lunch. I'm like, lunch?
The issue was, as you well know, and I'm sure many folks understand, that the trade show, there's very limited time, and the evenings are always filled, right?
Yeah, you got something going on every night.
Everyone's got something booked.
Which is a great story I tell, because for many years I went to the trade show, I didn't know this. Because, you know, when you're nobody, you don't get invited anywhere. I mean, that's just the way it goes. And then one year Ashton, I think it was Ashton, finally said, hey, we'd like to take you out to dinner. I'm thinking, oh, this is great. This is going to be me and my rep.
Nice, intimate, sit down.
Night dinner for two.
Yeah, nice.
I walk in the room, there's like 400 people.
9,000 people.
I'm like, what's this? Like, oh, you guys do this every year? So that's
every
like,
night.
Right.
They did it every night.
Right. So that's when I finally learned, like, oh, you actually get taken out at night and you get things done.
Well,
but
the
yeah.
fun thing about that lunch, it was meant to be intimate, and we really, we wanted to engage feedback from a very select group of folks, and that group of folks surely was going to be booked every night.
They were.
And so we thought, let's see if we can just peel you off. I think it was 2 hours, right? And let's just sit down, have lunch at Emerald's Delmonico.
I remember.
A dear friend.
Great lunch.
And it was a great lunch. We got a lot of helpful insight, and really that lunch, it really framed our thinking about how we were going to sort of bring back Nat Sherman International's premium cigars to relevance.
Which was really something, because I'm going to tell you the truth. When I had gotten in the business in 96, 97, 98, Nat Sherman was a selling brand. We would sell a lot of the Host, the Hobart, and then it just gone.
Quieted.
It became more of a JR online brand.
Yeah.
It died in the retail store. So when you had left Davidoff to take on this venture of saying, hey, because great family, right?
Great family.
Great family. In fact, I did a project once where I was trying to work, and I talked about Chano Ozinger, and William Sherman was the other manufacturer I approached at the time who 100% supported the idea. Actually sent me a check I had to mail back because the project never took off. But great family. And here you are telling me how you're going to revitalize this now brick and mortar non-existent brand. And you sat us, you fed us, and we followed you for the ride. And what a ride it was after that.
It was really incredible. I got to tell you, those 9 years, really some of the proudest moments of my life. Really, you know, we were all in to make this work. Starting with the Timeless collection, then with the 1930, the Sterling, working closely with manufacturing partners who really believed in us, believed in the vision, and made our products as if they were making their own. The Casadas, the Plasencias, Davidoff and Honduras. And so fast forward, you know, over the course of those 9 years, we had what I truly believe is one of the greatest portfolios of premium cigars, every price, every palate. It was a really, it's a huge point of pride for me. Unfortunately, we closed the company in the fall. We tried to sell the company, and you know, the circumstances of COVID made that impossible. And so we unfortunately had to close the company. But when one door closes, another door opens.
So tell us about this door, right? So here you are, you think you're closing this chapter in your life, not sure what you're doing, but it wasn't over. What happened?
So I kind of had in the back of my mind that I was going to venture out on my own. I had spent 9 years with Davidoff, 9 years with Nat Sherman, 4 years in retail before that. So basically a 21 year career in premium cigars, and always working for someone. And I'm obviously very grateful to have the opportunity to work for these incredible companies, but it was really time for me to do something on my own, and Ferio Tego was going to be that thing. So my plan was to launch Ferio Tego as a small boutique kind of limited brand, and get my feet under me and slow roll it and try and build it. However, what also ended up coming to fruition was the opportunity for Ferio Tego to acquire the brands that Nat Sherman International owns. So all of the brands that we built together over those 9 years, Timeless, Metropolitan, Epoca, our Ancora accessories line, we got the opportunity to purchase those. So I approached my now business partner, Brendan Scott, who was our CFO at Nat Sherman, and Brendan and I worked very close together through our time at Nat Sherman, building the business, and actually worked very closely together, kind of winding down the business. As we sort of went to close, I approached Brendan. We had been talking back and forth, and we just said, hey, why don't we take a shot? Like, let's see, maybe there's a chance to approach Altria and to see if maybe we could acquire these brands together and see if we can allow them to live on. And it was met with a resounding yes, not only from Brendan, but then from the folks at Altria. They loved the idea. They wanted to see these brands continue. And so now Ferio Tego, in addition to being this flagship brand, is also now the parent company of Timeless and Metropolitan and Epoca and Ancora.
Now, is that going to be Brendan's role? Is he going to be the CFO, or do you guys have distinct roles of what you're, you know, how you're going to run Ferio Tego?
You know, at this point, our titles are partner and figure it out.
Figure it out.
I mean, you know, starting a business yourself, we're starting lean and mean. Right now,
having a partner who's a CFO is a plus.
Solid.
I mean, a big plus.
Listen,
right?
I have a degree in drum smashing. At least he has a degree in something that's applicable to business. But he's really, I'll tell you, we in the 9 years that we worked together, we really were the perfect complement to one another, the yin and yang. You know, I'm obviously a much more front of house, creative, running the business, but the back end, the finance, the compliance, that stuff is not in my wheelhouse at all, because I've been fortunate enough to work for companies that had those departments. In this case, Brendan led that department for 9 years, and that's right in his wheelhouse. So this really is the perfect team to be able to not only build and launch Ferio Tego, but also to restore Metropolitan and Timeless and continue on the legacy of these great brands under Ferio Tego.
Oh, very cool. Now, we got some photos. Can we put them up of this is your Ferio Tego. You're coming out with a new brand called Philanthropy under your company name.
That's right.
Can we put those up, Monty? See the photo shots of the new cigars? He's looking for them. We'll get back to him.
No problem.
Let me know when they're up, Monty. So where are you at in the process? How long before anybody that's sitting out here in the crowd today or at home watching will be able to see some of this product back on the shelves, and especially your new Philanthropy cigar?
So the running joke that is not a joke in our industry is that despite the time it takes to create the products, it's always the boxes.
The packaging.
It's the boxes.
Always the packaging.
And that is certainly no exception in this case. So there they are, hot off the press. So boxes will be an issue because, Abe, remember, we spent the fall winding down the business. We sold everything.
Right.
So not only are we launching Philanthropy from scratch, but to a large extent, we are launching Timeless and Metropolitan from scratch. We have to reprint all the bands. We have to reprint all the box labels. We have to make all the boxes, which are all made by hand.
Yeah.
Not just the cigars made by hand.
No, I know.
So it's a lot of work to do, but we're still tracking okay for late spring to early summer for Philanthropy, and then hopefully for Timeless and Metropolitan squarely in summer,
Nice.
right around that PCA time frame.
Wow. All right. Very, very cool. Have you hit any unexpected obstacles in this process so far?
I have hit nothing but unexpected obstacles this whole
feeling.
process. But you know what?
I know the feeling.
Those are great moments, and I'll tell you, having a partner like Brendan, and frankly having manufacturing partners like the Casadas, the Plasencias, and Davidoff, everybody is all in it. Everybody wants to see this come back, and so as much as this really is kind of a two-man band, it's really not. We have incredible support from everybody that's helping us put this thing back together and get it back into market. So hopefully we're going to be back in the humidors of retailers and consumers within the next few months.
That's awesome. So look, I want to say something out to everybody in the audience right now and everybody at home, right? So Michael, just to show you his dedication, not only to the history of this industry and this product and to consumers, Michael, when I asked him to do his project, flew down here, didn't ask for anything. He's come on his own dime, his own time. He's dedicated 8 hours of his life, right? Plus the hours we did yesterday, right? To help make history happen. So I hope that when his brands start hitting the shelf, everybody out there at home who's enjoying this day and what we've created here and watching will go out, find the Nat Sherman brands, find his new brand, and like Steve Saka said, man, really give it a try. Everybody give it up for Michael Herklotz.
Thank you.
I really couldn't have asked for a better co-host today, man. I'm so happy. Not that our backup wasn't, we had a good
Great backup.
I mean, listen, we'll share it. Might as well share the story, right? So when Michael texts me and says, hey, bad news, we got a storm coming through. I may not be able to make it down. My head starts reeling. This was like
Wednesday night. Wednesday night, I got my first alert.
Yeah, Wednesday night I get an alert. He's supposed to be here Friday morning. My head starts reeling. I'm in the middle of finishing this 68 episode production schedule. I'm sitting with Alex, the GOAT, in my office. I said, look, I need another 30 minutes to work on this. You got 30 minutes to start reeling through your head who we can get as a backup if Mike can't make it. Because what I didn't know was this would be extremely hard to have done by myself. Absolutely.
It was hard with two of us.
So props to Fred Rui. We
Yes.
had reached out to Fred Rui in Orlando. He had some business meeting that he was going to let his wife handle. He was on standby. He said, if Mike can't get on a plane, give me a call. I'll be down there for the table read at 3.
Fred texted me at 6:45 in the morning yesterday to check in,
Yeah.
to make sure, and I sent him a selfie from the airport, and I
Yeah.
said, we're on.
Yeah, Fred was very gracious in giving up his day to come and support this event and cover us in case Michael couldn't make it. And from what I understood, he had about 6 or 7 scarves.
Good man.
Ready
Good
that he
man.
was going to alternate
Very strong.
in tribute to you during the show.
Very strong.
All right.
Fred's the best.
So listen, Michael, honestly, best of luck.
Thank you.
Obviously, you can count on Smoke In. We'll be there to support your endeavors. Whenever you're ready, you know how to get a hold of me.
Ferio Tego.
Ferio Tego. Remember that name, folks. Ferio Tego. Okay. Feed the Party. Now, one thing I forgot to mention throughout this whole show, and I'm sorry to all my friends at Feed the Party, right? There is a code, SMOKEIN, SMOKEINN. If you place an order, use that code, you will get 20% off your Feed the Party order. So we have 5 winners, and now we're going to go to our last winner. Our final winner has an interesting background, and I'll guess you could say he's the alpha of the group called the Cigar Wolves. Another great cigar group, broadcasting live from Lancaster, California, hosting his very own TGS party. Let's run the video. Feed the Party winner, Jack Venturo.
Where's Jack?
Hopefully we get Jack on screen. Hopefully he'll know to have the laptop off. Hopefully we'll be able to have a conversation with Jack.
We're looking good.
Well, hello there, guys.
Oh!
Hold on. First thing, I gotta change my hat. It's gotta be the right hat.
Oh, look at him.
Nice.
Oh!
Good man.
Look at that.
This is a man that's prepared.
My man Jack, look at this setup he's got there. And they are the Cigar
What's
Wolves.
up, gang?
What's up, Cigar
Yeah,
Wolves?
I don't know about the Alpha. The Alpha's a bit, it's a step too high.
That's Lee. We'll get to him later. Anyway, this is the Cigar Wolves. This is Carlito Jack Smoke Pit, and we've been eating since like 11 o'clock. So there's like not much meat left. Pacific Central Mountain. I don't know times.
Oh, they're drinking.
But I got we drinking. We're drinking, we're smoking, and we're eating. Check this out right here.
Let's see
We
the
got the
setup. What's
tomahawk
in there?
on.
Whoa! He's got the tomahawk.
Red meat lover approved.
Amen.
Yes. We already ate the fillets and we ate the pork chops. Best pork chops we've ever had.
Right? Am I lying? Are they the best pork chops ever?
You know, they call you Honest Dave, and I was like, how honest can he be? And then I tasted the pork chops, and you were like, those are the best pork chops, and they were the best pork chops.
Best
so
pork
Dave,
chops
you gotta be
ever.
honest. I was like, yeah, he knows his stuff, right?
Amen.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the layout. Here's what we got going on. Here's everybody. Say hi, everybody. Hey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting. Thank you for everything.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Now, Jack.
Awesome. And then we got the TV set up here to see you guys.
Oh, look at
It's
that.
on mute because we know stuff.
Smart. Smart man.
Good.
Smart man.
We got it all. We're doing this on the char griller grills. I got the whole setup here of all the char griller grills. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff, pancakes and all kinds of junk.
Bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes.
Bacon pancakes.
Jack, do me a favor. Post pictures of those bacon pancakes, all right? Hashtag.
Post the pictures of the
TGS.
pancakes.
Yeah. Here's the whole setup. Everybody in the little area.
Look at this
Look
setup.
at this. Look at this.
Coyote Jack Smoke Pit.
There you go. Hardcore.
Solid setup, fellas.
Here, Brothers of the Loop.
Coyote
Drinking.
Jack Smoke Pit. Look at
And
that.
we got all the loot.
Look at that.
And
Jack,
fellas, you guys
Everybody's
having
got
fun?
their.
Oh yeah.
And
We're drinking all kinds of fun
Bugs
stuff.
out. Hand sanitizer.
got
I
this.
saw some sanitizer. Good.
Essential.
We're not drinking that.
I was gonna say, if it gets grim, you guys gonna start shooting that stuff?
Yeah.
We also been measuring our temperatures to make sure.
That's a meat
He just
thermometer.
lasered his eyeball, by the way.
Look, Hawkins over
What are you
there.
looking for?
Look, they got the tags out.
Awesome.
Hey.
Chicken cock.
Hey, I hope the Wolves.
Here's the favorite one today.
Oh, was that chick? Oh, there you go. There you go.
And then we got our badges to make sure we got let into the event.
we're all official.
See?
Hey, Jack, I just hope you.
Yes, sir.
I hope you and the Wolves can make it in person next year when we're back in 2022.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would love to meet you guys, but you got an interesting job. You do some interesting work. Why don't you tell everybody out there exactly a little bit what you do?
So in this pit here, I do my YouTube cooking show.
Yep.
And it's basically just me and my pet rabbit, who's a puppet. And it's Coyote Jack Smoke Pit, at Coyote Jack Smoke Pit on Instagram and .com and all that stuff. There it is. And we're sponsored by Char Grillers and B&B Charcoal. And I basically just cook and pair cigars and pipe tobacco with liquor and that's basically it for fun. And then on the side, to make some money, I do puppeteering and editing and movie making and art.
For what studio?
All that stuff. I work for Jim Henson Company and Disney and puppeteering
Yeah.
stuff.
Look how modest this guy is.
Such a humble guy.
I know, he's so humble. I'm trying to get him there. He works for Jim Henson
Remember to watch
Studios.
Earth on Disney Plus today.
Incredible.
Good stuff.
Guys, awesome
Hey,
job.
did you get the Cigar Wolves toy, the package I got you?
I did get the beautiful package. I haven't had a chance to post it. I'm posting it next week early. I did.
Good. We sent it to you, man. We sent you the toy and the sign and everything.
I got the metal sign, the pin, and the whole little toy figurine. Thank you so much, Jack. There it is.
There you
Cigar
go.
Wolves.
Yeah, we just want to say thank you again for all of this that you've done. You guys have done an amazing job. We've been watching the presentation this whole time, the interviews, the acts. It's been good stuff.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the show. We love you guys. Cigar Wolves. Give it up for Cigar Wolves.
Man, I'll tell you, it's so cool to see people having fun.
Oh,
right? I mean, it's the thing that I think personally, when I was thinking about this event, it was like, how do you create that energy? How do you feel people having fun? And then to be able to pull in on folks like this who are just partying with their friends, they're doing it safely.
Yeah.
They're, small groups. And I think that's how we've all been enjoying cigars, especially through COVID now, is, you find that that germ circle of people that you trust, and you say, okay, let's get together, let's be smart, but let's enjoy a cigar, let's have a good time, man. And it's healing. It's healing.
Look, that's what we've been experiencing, dealing with people talking. We didn't realize how healing and uplifting this event was going to be across the country. And let me tell you something, this is a humble guy. Like, I've seen some of his work, Google him. This guy, I do puppeteering. No, dude, you're with Jim Henson Studios.
Yeah, like
in
the
Disney.
real, the OG puppets.
Yeah.
These are the puppets.
This guy is great. He is good. He submitted a video which was very cool with a little puppet, and we picked him, and they're cooking up the great stuff from the fine folks at Feed the Party. Now remember, go check out their website, Feed the Party. They got some of the best pork chops I promise you'll ever have. Use the code SMOKEIN, SMOKEINN. Get 20% off your order. And if you order those pork chops, I want you to post a picture and tag me and tell me, was I lying, or are they best pork chops you ever had?
Let's not forget, let's also make sure that you're tagging TGS 2021 for all of your photos that you're taking throughout this broadcast, because we want to be able to see the fun that you're having once we get off of this set. So hashtag TGS 2021. And if you've made any of the cocktails tonight, make sure that you tag TGS Cocktail.
Speaking of cocktails, Ashley Garcia, I know my man Mike liked that cocktail so much.
Ooh.
Can we get him one more?
Ooh.
Yes, and you might as well bring me one more. I might as well start.
It's time.
Start
It's
winding
time.
it in.
It's time.
Start winding in. And speaking of that, we're going to go to our field correspondence, because the Red Meat Lovers Club hosted a watch party at our headquarters, smoking headquarters in Boynton Beach, Florida. They offered a lunch service, and now they have supposedly their epic dinner service. The Secretary of State has promised copious mounds of beef. Let's check in with our field correspondent, KMA's very own producer, the best that we can afford, Paul DeCrocco. And let's see what he's doing, and Steve Saka, and whether they're behind
Do you have any ideas?
beef or not yet. Let's check him out.
There he is.
What's up,
How's
Paul?
everybody doing?
What's going on?
Listen, as negative as it may have been, no matter, whenever you mention my name, Abe, I get so excited.
Hey, Paul. Now, it obviously
Yes, sir.
came up that you overindulged on your appetizers. Were you able to
Yes.
carve out a little room for some real meat?
So I have not eaten yet, but I mean, I'm not going to let not being hungry stop me at a Red Meat Lovers
No,
Club
sir.
event.
No,
if
sir.
you can see here, we've got all this food here. Kevin from Cigar Prop is here. We've got the line is going, the carving station is going.
Any of the New York
We're just
crew
having
show up, Paul?
any of the New York like
I had
New
friends
York,
from- I
like
had
Brooklyn,
friends-
New
I
York.
had friends from New York that were going to show up. I don't know if they did. That's all right.
You know what? It's very possible that they are here.
Well, if they did,
usually people from New York seek me out.
if they did, shout out to New York, and if not, well, then they missed it. Their problem, not ours. So what's going on?
I will tell them all.
Show us around.
We got Boston here, though.
Boston!
You know that they're in the house. They're shouting for you. Guys, it's a great event. I'm sitting here smoking my favorite cigar from Steve Saka, the Sin Compromiso. Listen, people are just having a terrific time here, enjoying libations, if that's the right word, and copious amounts of beef. Evan Darnell is walking around with a big cigar printout of the Red Meat Lovers Club cigar, and he's stuffing sandwiches on it and serving it directly to people. It's just a really great time. We're enjoying the broadcast. Really some touching moments over there with you guys, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it was awesome to see Carlito. It was terrific to see Steve. Abe, I'm scared I won't have a job after this, because now you see what real producers do.
Don't worry, I already asked. We can't afford money. You're safe. You're safe.
Well, we'll keep some beef on the side for you guys.
Now, I heard that when this is all over, Boynton Beach is still open, so we may pop over and see everyone after. Is that the plan?
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing that everybody's planning to come here, and you can see it. I mean, as people leave the studio there, they come here. I mean, as you can see, we got, everybody's keeping their distance, but a nice crowd here enjoying. Derek Dukes is here. He just finished his whole plate. He's going back for seconds.
Good man.
I mean, it's a really great vibe here, and we're really enjoying seeing the show. And of course, Kevin Shahan brought the belt.
Hey, Paul, do me a favor. Just turn the camera back to the room and just yell out. Tell everyone just to yell out and wave to us. Let us see how much fun they're having.
Okay. Hey, guys! Let them know you're having a good time!
Perfect.
I hope that wasn't too loud for you.
Yeah,
it was brutal, actually, but it was perfect.
I apologize.
We're so glad
I tried to take my earbud out.
We're so glad you're having fun.
Thank you,
Give our
guys.
best to everyone. We'll see everybody there later.
All right, we'll see you soon, guys.
All right, Paul. Take care.
That was so cool.
I was hoping they were going to take that red and whack him over the back of it with him. Wow. All right. Has everybody been having a good time out there? That's awesome to hear. So we've had a lot of entertainment for you. We're not done yet. This is our final comedian for the day. And we're going to take it over to Mel over at the entertainment stage. Mel, who do we got up on deck?
Thanks, Abe. So our final comedian today for the final comedian today traded the Big Apple for oranges as he brought his unique comedy style from New York City to Florida. He was born in Queens and lived in the Empire State pretty much his entire life. Let's give it up for Michael Parenti.
Thank you for having me, Abe. Good job raising money. Thank you for having me, Abe. Let's give it a round for Abe. Let me get this out of the way. So I have to make a personal announcement. I know this is on going out to the public, and I haven't told anyone this, Abe, so I want to announce it before I begin. I got some shocking, surprising news from my wife this morning. I've been married 20 years. I have 3 boys, and just when I thought the diaper stage was over in my house, there's going to be a new addition to my family. Thank you. It's true, my mother-in-law is moving in with us. You know what I wish more than anything? I wish that was a joke. So, I haven't been in a room with this much smoke since I was born nursing in my mother's basement in 1965. This is amazing. This feeling is coming back to me like I haven't had it so long. So do you guys know in New York they actually give a class for women to teach them how to smoke cigars? It's $100 an hour. It's $200 an hour if you want to watch. Thank you. So I was in my son's room today. I tell him, he's 17. The guy is on the computer 24/7. So I walk in the room and I'm like, Andrew, it's not healthy for you to be on the computer all the time. He said, not healthy? Didn't your generation smoke inside for like 50 years? I said, forget it, you could do whatever you want. So to make us happy, he started smoking instead. So guess where I'm from? Does anybody know where I'm from? You guys could talk while I'm talking. New York, thank you guys. I'm an Italian from New York. Do you guys know why Italians don't like Jehovah's Witnesses? Because we don't like any witnesses. So did you guys see that story in Florida where that guy saved his dog from drowning from an alligator? Sir, you're nodding your head, right? He goes in the water, he grabs his dog out of underneath the water, and he saves his dog from drowning. That's not the way an Italian would save the dog. What an Italian do is make a phone call. He'd be like, honey, we're going to need a new dog. Forget about it. That's not going to happen. Anyway, so this is definitely a different generation than the generation I grew up. Electronics is a big thing now. As you can see, you're broadcasting this whole thing live. Everyone, I think, is addicted to the electronics. You guys, you know you could tell if someone's addicted to their electronics? Just steal their phone for like 5 minutes. It looks like they're having an epileptic fit. Call me, call me. I think I might be addicted to my phone also. I go to sleep every night with my cell phone on my chest on vibrate. I actually fall asleep, and if somebody posts something on Facebook, my phone buzzes, and I'm like, oh, I like it, I like it, I like it. That's a good picture. I like it. That's a good picture. Yeah. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. I think I'm a little addicted to Facebook. I'm on it a little too much. I think that's actually the problem. And you know, because I'm on the phone so much, I'm constantly reviewing how much am I paying for this phone. I'm paying $300-400 a month for 4 phones in my family. So I took my teenager's phone the other day and I started screening his messages. It looks like he was getting all these inappropriate messages from his girlfriend. And they weren't married, so that's not okay. So I was furious. I took his phone while I was sleeping. I ran over to my wife and I'm like, honey, look at this. Why can't you send me messages like that? Come on, all I ever get is, come on, there's photos and everything. Come on, you're going to have to pick it up. Come on. She didn't think that was funny. So she goes, no, this is serious. What are we going to do about this? I said, well, we have her number. Maybe you could call her and she could teach you how to text. That'd probably be preferable right now. So I had to bribe my son, Andrew, when I moved to Florida 4 years ago, you know, to come down here. And before I say anything else, I've been married actually 30 years, and I'm the perfect husband. Let me tell you why. Every day, as soon as I come home, I walk in the door, and I'm like, honey, I love you, give me a kiss. And my wife comes around the corner, sees me kissing my dog. I have a little white Maltese, and I figured out something since I had this dog. I think I like dogs more than people. Is anybody with me on that? Thank you so much. You know why? Because they love you unconditionally, dogs. I mean, if I locked my dog in the trunk for a week, and then I opened the trunk, my dog would come out and say, oh, I love you, thank you for saving me. Could you imagine if I locked my wife in the trunk for a week? I don't think I'd get the same reaction. So I was teaching my dog how to potty train in the house on one of those wee-wee pads. You guys have that little white pad? You have to teach your dog how to go. And every time my dog would go to the bathroom, I'd have to give her a little pee-pee dance to give her encouragement. So every time she went to the bathroom, I'd be like, hooray, you went pee-pee, hooray, hooray for you. And my wife saw me dancing with the dog, and she goes, what's wrong with you? You're kissing the dog. You're dancing with the dog. What about me? So now every time my wife goes to the bathroom, I'm like, hooray! You did pee-pee, hooray! Here's a treat. So a lot of you don't know this, but I live in an HOA community in Florida, and they have a new law right now in the HOA community. They actually they go around and they sample the dog's poop. And they take a sample of the dog's poop, and if it's your dog, they send you a $100 bill in the mail. Did you know that, sir? Yes. So they came over my house in January to get a sample of my dog's poop so they could find me if they find in the neighborhood. And when he came into my house, I gave him my sample instead. And he called me a few days later, and he was like, I think your dog has a problem. His cholesterol's like 600, and he drinks too much red wine, and I think he's having too much sausage. Something wrong with your dog. He's an Italian dog. That's right. That's what we do with Italian dogs. Yeah, so my youngest son started playing T-ball. Did you guys know T-ball is completely changed now? When the kids hit the ball, they don't run to first base anymore. They call their mom to pick him up in an SUV and drive him to first base. Like, hurry up, Mom, he's throwing the ball. My oldest son lives in New York, and I went to visit him recently. I landed the plane. I got off on the Bell Parkway. I cut someone off accidentally. He got out of his car and started approaching me with a crowbar. I knew what I was thinking to myself. I'm home. Thank you. It's good to be home again. Nobody beeps at you in Florida. And he said to me he was having problems with his girlfriend. I said, what's the matter? He goes, it's just not working out. I said, you have to have the talk with her. It's time to have the talk. So he said, okay. And he called me last week. I said, did you have the talk? He said, yeah. I said, what happened? He said, we're engaged now. So they went to the Amalfi Coast on their honeymoon. $500 a night on their honeymoon. And he's showing me photos. And he's like, Dad, look at this place. Isn't it amazing? $500 a night right on the water. Isn't it amazing? I said, yeah, you know what's more amazing? I'm still paying for your car insurance. That's what's really amazing about this story. Thank you. So it's good to be here. Florida is a new experience for somebody who used to live in New York. Everything is different. You know what's really different? Publix. Publix is a whole adventure going in Publix. It takes forever to go in there. You could literally skin your own calf quicker than it takes to get a pound of ham in Publix deli. I ordered a pound of ham on Tuesday, and I went in Sunday to pick it up online, and the guy told me it wasn't ready yet. I said, but we ordered it Tuesday. He said, we've been busy. And, I go shopping for my family because I'm much more cost conscious than, my rest of my wife. When I go in and buy cereal, I don't buy Captain Crunch. I buy Lieutenant Crunch because it's just much more affordable. And I was online trying to leave Publix, and the cashier, it's okay, let him talk. It's okay, I'm having a good time. The cashier in Publix was asking me my life story, and while he was asking me my life story, somebody stole my groceries from me. It's the first time I've ever been in Publix. And so I run out there. I get the guy in the New York headlock. I said, what do you think you're doing? He said, I'm taking your groceries to your car. So what are you talking about? He goes, I work here, Mr. New Yorker Smarty Pants. I was like, well, I'm not going to tip you. He was like, well, we're not allowed to take tips. I said, what country did I just move to? That is just insane. Everything is different in Florida. If you're from New York, everything takes just a little bit longer in Florida. There's actually no such thing as fast food in Florida. Do you ever go to McDonald's? First of all, McDonald's can't even get the order right even once. The first time I went to the counter, I was like, hey, I'll have an Egg McMuffin and a Big Mac and a cup of coffee. He's like, whoa, ho, ho. Slow down. You must be from New York. I said, slow down. I've been in here like 15 minutes already. It takes about 24 minutes to get an Egg McMuffin in McDonald's. And they get it wrong every single time. So when I go to McDonald's now, I just go through the drive-thru. I'm like, yeah, just put $20 worth of food in the bag. I don't care what it is. Anything you want. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Oh, sorry. Put $20 of food in the bag. Sorry. Things just take a little longer. My middle son always sends me some good text messages when I'm out and he's home with my wife. One of the messages he sends me to let me know that my wife is in a bad mood is M-O-W. He texts me, M-O-W. Do you know what that means? Mom on warpath. Sometimes he just texts me a picture of an Indian on a horse like this. Just to let me know. And if he forgets to text me and I come home, he gives me a look to let me know that my wife's not in a good mood. He gives me the mom on warpath look. So my oldest son, as I mentioned, he lives in New York. He just got engaged. He's doing well. He's married. But when he was younger, he was not my best student. He would get 20s and 30s on all his tests for a couple of years. And my wife would run around and say, he's got ADD, he's got ADHD. And I was like, honey, relax. He doesn't have ADHD. He's just stupid. I mean, I love my son, but he's dumb as a golf ball. Things have changed since I've been a kid. My mother let me go out anywhere I wanted. No helmet, no cell phone, no bike. My mother would be like, I'd be like, Mom, I'm going to New Jersey. We'll see you in a couple of days. She'd be like, okay, honey, have a good time. Me and my friends, we're gonna sleep on the Verrazano Bridge. Okay, honey. We'll see you in a couple of days. My 17-year-old son can't go to 7-Eleven by himself. It's a block away. She's like, don't you know kidnappings happen within a mile of the house? I'm like, no, I didn't know. Maybe we could send your mother. Yeah, so I've been performing all around Florida. Some of the places I perform are a little sleepy. I mean, I'd be happy if I actually find out some of them are sleeping. The only time I get a response from some of the audiences is if actually I say a number, because they think I'm playing bingo. Well, I'm 54 years old. Bingo! I have 3 kids. Bingo! Been married 30 years. Bingo! And I think that's my time. My name is Mike Parenti. You guys have been a great audience, I guess. Have a good night, and I'll see you when I see you. Abe, thanks for hosting this whole thing. Do I go this way?
Michael Parenti. Now we're going to roll to Sam Adams.
Whoops, your cousin from Boston. I did not see that coming. Anyway, Sam Adams Wicked Hazy IPA. Juicy, right? Can we not tell my mom about this?
Kids Cancer Foundation for all of your support. Thank you, Abe at the Smokin' for your continued support.
And the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation.
Hey guys, this is Barbie and Baron and Grayson. My son Aiden, their brother, was diagnosed with ALL 3 years ago, and we just wanted to say thank you so much for all that you do to assist the families at the Kids Cancer Foundation, and Abe at Smokin' for the continued support with the Great Smoke event to benefit the Kids Cancer Foundation. So thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Thank you, Kids Cancer, for all of your support and everything that you do for us. Michelle, Nicole, Megan, you ladies are phenomenal. Your events are so over the top. Thank you so much for having us. Also, Abe at the Smoke Inn, thank you so much for your support as well, too, with your most recent event. I greatly appreciate everything you guys do for us. Once again, thank you so much. You people are phenomenal. Mwah.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Michelle O'Boyle. I am the founder and executive director of the Kids Cancer Foundation. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Abe, Smoke Inn, and all of you who are participating in the Great Smoke for your continued support of the Kids Cancer Foundation. It's thanks to individuals like all of you that we are able to provide the many programs and services needed to meet the needs of our young patients and families battling childhood cancer. None of that would be possible without the support of individuals like all of you. For more information about the Kids Cancer Foundation, please check us out on Facebook or visit our website at www.kidscancersf.org. Little warriors need big heroes like all of you. Thank you for helping us help them fight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Great Smoke 2021, the digital experience. Today we are making history, me and my co-hosts, Kim Keeney, Melanie Sisko, and my main man here, Michael Herklotz. Been a savior for me today, man. I cannot tell you how indebted and appreciative. Look, my linguist.
Just write it down. Write it down.
Write it down, man.
Hey, listen, you know what?
We're getting tired.
This has been awesome. It really has been awesome. And I just want to point out what we just saw, that great feature with the Kids Cancer Foundation.
Yeah.
You know, I think maybe it flies over people's heads sometimes that despite all the fun we're having, we're doing business, we're trying to grow our companies, but our industry is so generous. And to be able to help people like we're doing through this event, through your ticket purchases, to be able to help causes like that. I mean, you hear their stories, you see their faces. You know, it's one thing to see people having fun, and that makes me feel good. I know it makes you feel good. But when you see the gratitude of the people we're really helping, that really is extraordinary.
And honestly, look, she got us a lot of the video footages late. She had like another 8 or 9 videos from families and children. And I'm going to tell you something. It was always part of my vision when we started The Great Smoke that would always be tied to a charity. It's just a way of me to give back for the blessings I've received being in this business and life. And, you know, when we did this, and we were just talking about this as walking over, I had no idea what to expect. I mean, you could see we didn't cut corners. We didn't say, hey, let's cheapen this up. Let's not spend a lot of money. I mean, I publicly said the Wi-Fi for today, one day alone, was $4,000. So this broadcast could go out smoothly.
But by the way, the Wi-Fi's been great, huh?
It's been great, knock on wood. But you know, there was a lot of logistics. We didn't cut corners, but I wasn't worried about being profitable this year because when you try to do something like this, like our first Great Smokes, profitability wasn't a concern. We knew that we had to make the experience epic. And I had called Michelle at the Kids Cancer Foundation. I said, look, I don't know what to expect. I really, really don't. I don't know if we'll break even. I don't know if we'll make money. But you have a guaranteed personal donation from me no matter what. Fortunately, I don't know all the numbers, but my guys over there said that the shipping department's going to be probably in a traumatic experience in the next 7 to 10 days. So I have a feeling that this could be the most money we've ever raised for the Kids Cancer Foundation. I don't want to say anything yet because I don't have the final numbers.
But I think maybe it's worth at least reminding people that you can be generous on your own too.
You can.
Right? So you can go to their website, you can make a donation. It's such a great cause. You're directly impacting people's lives. And that goes for all the charities. Cigar Family Charitable Foundation.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes. And it's one of the reasons why I liked about doing this digital version is that's going to be out there forever. And that URL, if you ever see this, if it's 2 months from now, 3 months from now, you want to make a donation, please click it, donate it. These are families that can use it. They're young children, middle-aged children. You know, they're going through a very, you know, tough experience. Yeah, it's a tough experience.
We're all having a hard time with COVID.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Compared to what these kids are going through.
Yeah.
And all of the generosity of viewers, of consumers, of ticket holders, it's going directly to make their lives better. Man, you know, I like seeing our audience smile.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I like seeing those smiles.
I love that. Bye. I love that little girl. I can't watch that enough. All right. We are coming into, like Michael likes to say, the final,
it's the final countdown.
All right, this is our last manufacturer feature. Can you scroll you went too fast. I didn't start. I love the teleprompter guy tonight. There you go. All right, we have come to the final manufacturer feature of the day. And while he may be the last, he is certainly not the least. Even though he was a high school Latin teacher, his family roots eventually lured him back into the cigar industry. A man I like to call and who I've dubbed the Great White Gringo, Mr. Terrence Riley. What's up, buddy?
You didn't say Grince, it said Gringo.
No, I knew.
What's up, Teach? How are you, bro?
Listen, I gave you the name. I should know what it was.
Yeah, that's true. That's
yeah,
a good point.
The teleprompter said the Great White Grins. Did you think I was going to say grins?
I was wondering.
No.
I didn't know what was going to happen.
The Great White Gringo. And the reason why I gave you that name is obviously, you know, Patrick Riley, your nephews to Manuel Quesada.
Yes, sir.
Of, Quesada Cigars, who, by the way, called me last week.
No kidding.
Very interesting conversation.
Really?
Yes, I was surprised. I think the last time I talked to him is when we had him on KMA Talk
Yeah,
Radio.
when I was there.
Yeah.
And by the way, speaking of Manolo Quesada makes Timeless and Ferio Tego. And those will be coming soon this spring and summer. If I'm on the camera, I'm going to pitch it.
How's that for a segue?
I'm just going to make sure.
Well done.
We bring that in.
Listen,
anyway, TJ.
He's a great man.
Manuel Quesada has always been a great person and a guy who has just been so nice and a pleasure to talk to. One of my mentors, Sal Fontana, loved him. He was the first to introduce me to him. In fact, Lou Rothman was on the same show with him.
They were great friends.
Talked highly about him.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm just going to have a little moment here because Sal Fontana, who actually introduced me to Manuel Quesada at one of my early trade shows, this is the month of the 10-year anniversary of his passing. Yeah, he actually passed
can't
away.
believe
Really?
it's been 10
It's
years.
been 10 years?
It's been 10 years since
Oh
February.
my God.
So yeah, I mean, Sal was one of those guys who probably would have been the most proud of me right now in this moment of what we're doing here.
I can guarantee you he is.
I know.
He was an incredible guy.
Great guy, man, and I miss him. So, Terrence, what's up? So you are with, Aganor Salif.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much dubbed by yourself. I mean, that was kind of one of the first things that happened when you went over to the company was you wanted to brand the name and you made the name Aganor Salif. How did you come up with that being the name?
Well, so the growing company is called Aganorsa, and every company tries to separate itself in its own way. And for us, what makes us different is the leaf we grow. So it made sense to make that the focus of the brand, is the tobacco that we grow. And so we named it, the company after the growing company, which made more sense, I think. Casa Fernandez it's a nice name, but...
a lot of Fernandez.
Yeah, a lot of Fernandez.
There's a lot of Fernandez.
There's Osos Fernandez, my cousin.
Yes.
There's AJ Fernandez, of course, who's very famous.
It's like chins in a phone book.
Yeah.
It's a lot of Fernandez.
So we moved to Aganor Salif. It starts with A, so it's at the top of the list. And,
like Acme.
Yeah.
Right below Acme.
Yeah. So all that helps, and it's
So
been
for
really
everyone
successful.
who's perusing the phone book,
Yeah.
looking for cigar recommendations, they're gonna find.
Yeah, they'll see us right away. We're right at the top.
Well, for many years as a company, Casa Fernandez kind of flew under the radar, didn't have a lot of stir, a lot of talk about, and all of a sudden Aganor Salif is hot. People are talking about it. You have some releases such as the Lunatic, Night Watch, the anniversary of Cuba 109, Supremely for. What do you attribute, all of a sudden, this shift now of this kind of culture that now the Aganor Salif has developed in consumers that wasn't existent before?
Well, I think we just brought attention to the brand. Like you said, it flew under the radar. The best cigar you've never heard of is one you don't really smoke. And so we worked with our retail partners. We worked with a lot of social media towards our consumers, and tried to show them what we're doing and why it's different and why it's special. And I think that's really the key thing. At the end of the day, I work for the company. But when you or a consumer says, "Hey, Aganorsa is really great. You got to smoke an Aganorsa. They're doing great stuff." That has a lot of power, and that's what we're aiming for. The only metric of our success is the enthusiasm for the product from our retail partners and consumers.
Terrence, let me ask you. I think we've had similar experiences.
Yes.
We were not born into tobacco.
That's true.
We didn't major in agronomy. And we've also had the good fortune to work for companies. And particularly my experience with the Sherman family was an awesome experience because you got to work for a family legacy, and you kind of balance that outsider versus insider. Part of the family, but technically not part of the family.
Sure.
An employee, but you treat it like a principal.
Absolutely.
And I think you have really embraced that that philosophy. And I was just curious, how is that for you? How do you balance and straddle that line inside and outside?
Well, again, for me, it's really principally about myself. I put a lot of pride in what I do, and I think that's the number one thing, is that whether I'm working, I've been working since I was 14, and I worked at McDonald's, and I've worked at all sorts of different places, and whatever job I've had, I've always put a lot of effort into it, and I always feel if I was the person coming up and dealing with somebody like myself, I want them to behave the way I try to act, and so I think that's a big part of it. And then again, also you realize that you have the objective viewpoint of seeing yourself outside of when you're in the family company. Sometimes it's easy to get trapped in that thought process if everybody sees things the same way, and you can kind of take yourself out of that to some degree and be like, okay, well, I know that we think this way, but there's this whole other viewpoint that you're not seeing. So I think there's a nice balance to it where you're able to kind of be objective to some degree, but also, by putting blood, sweat, and tears into it, you have that connection with it as well, and so you care. And that's really the biggest thing, is intent and concern. I mean, does this person care about the company, and that's what, when we hire people, that's what we always look at, and for me, that's a big thing, is that are you trying to do what's best for your partners, for the people you work for your consumers, and hopefully everything works out.
I got to share with everybody, the reason why I give you the name, the Great White Gringo.
Oh.
Right? Because I mean, this is a true story. When Terrence Riley first came on board, I didn't know who he was. He reached out to me.
Neither did anyone else.
Yeah, neither did anyone else, exactly. Some Irish guy. I thought he was coming to sell me beer. I had no idea. But no, honestly, he reached out to me. He set a meeting. I met him in our Pompano location.
Yeah, Pompano store, yeah.
And he was telling me about how he had just started working with, at that time, I think it was still called SAG.
Yeah, exactly.
It hadn't changed the name, which a name that's not relating to any consumer in the universe,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
SAG,
yeah.
Right? So he wanted to work with me. He wanted to do deals. He wanted to do something. And I liked his gumption, but I said, look, man, I've tried. Listen, Fonseca is a great name. It had been around for a while. That was one of the key names they had at the time. And I'm like, look, I've tried selling this brand now multiple times. It just doesn't sell. The consumers don't relate to it. It doesn't go. He basically wouldn't leave my shop until I agreed to give him a chance, show me all the new stuff they're making. Yeah,
Good
at
man.
that time.
Yeah.
Stay
till the end.
Quesada. I think the first one was the Quesada white boxes.
Yeah,
they're
the
showing me.
Tributo, yeah.
And all this stuff. And I'm going to tell you something. I think within a year, we had started doing more business with, now they had become Quesada cigars, in that 1 year than I had probably done maybe 5 or 6 years combined before that. So for me, that's why he became the Great White Gringo. And not only that, but through the years of our relationship working together, we've always been very good at bouncing ideas. Like he's one of these guys that will work it. He comes to my office when he doesn't have to. Hey, I got an idea. What do you? I'd like to do something. And like one of your national advertising programs back then, we started in my office, which back then was called the Casa Magna Challenge.
Yeah, Casa Magna Challenge.
He told me what he wanted to do, and it was a little flawed. But I said, look, let's do it like this. I think we could work it out.
We tweaked it a little bit.
We tweaked it a little bit, and it came out great. And it was so successful in our retail stores that next year you launched it like nationally.
Yeah, national campaign,
At much stores. And I think there are, I'm not kidding, I think there are still consumers today that look for that cigar just because of that little campaign that you ran. So you're always one of these guys that's never shy, never open to try new things. And I think I've bounced ideas off you. I've called you up and said, what do you think? So kudos to you on that, because you've taken all that energy and you happen to do it again. It's like now are you looking for a three-peat eventually, or are you good with the repeat?
One day at a time.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
But no, kudos to you, man. It's
Thank you.
a testament to you and what you've been able to do. Because one time you could say you were lucky. You came in, you did a brand, lucky. Now it's your turn, right? One time we could say you were lucky, right? And that's Sherman. Now we're going to see, hopefully you're going to knock it out of the park again.
I have no doubts.
The track record, yeah.
Ferio Tego.
Ferio Tego.
Ferio Tego.
Hashtag Ferio Tego.
Terrence, let me ask you. You were a road warrior. A lot of us were. I mean, the climate of our industry demanded that you hit the road, you beat the streets, you go store to store. You were stationary probably longer than you've ever been.
Yeah, forever. The longest I've ever been in the industry.
How has that changed your approach now moving forward as you manage your time, thinking about how to plan out your time? Do you want to get back to the pace that you were before? Do you think that COVID has brought kind of a different philosophy about how to approach, whether it's sales calls, whether it's events? What has COVID done to sort of your perspective as you now approach normalcy again?
So I think it opened the door where it's a traditional industry, and so we're usually the last to grab new technologies and things, and COVID kind of opened the doors where guys that you would never think would have a Zoom call or something like that were willing to do it.
Right.
They may not still have cash registers.
Yeah. No POS. But they'll do a Zoom,
Totally true.
And so that opened the door for that. And so I think it's going to be kind of a mixture between, again, I still think it's important to see people in person. I think that's one of the really great things about this industry is that intimate connection you make in person, doing things like we're doing right now, having a cigar, having a drink, having a conversation. It's really important. But there's lots of places that are hard to get to or that you can't get to as often as you'd like to. And so that's really an opportunity where we can do these Zoom calls and we can do these new things that we've developed over the last year. And so it's a mix. I think it's a mix. I don't think it's going to be one extreme or the other, but I definitely think that if you can still get enough person-to-person contact in key moments and then the rest of the time utilize the new technologies that have developed, I think that's a home run.
Now, have anything new planned for 2021? I mean, you just came out with Rare Leaf.
Yeah, we came out with Rare Leaf.
Now, Rare Leaf is now a regular production item. It's not going to be like a limited release.
So the idea with Rare Leaf was that...
Isn't that kind of an
it's a balance. So
right?
Yeah,
Rare Leaf, but we make it all the time.
Yeah.
That was a what?
Oxymoron? Listen, come on, man. We're in hour 7.
Yeah. So, no, usually when you come out, like, when you have tobacco, you have certain lots, you have certain fields that will produce a unique tobacco, which you either kind of dilute into other blends, or you can create a limited edition. And the problem with limited edition, of course, as I'm well aware with our experience, is I get a call from Abe, and Abe says, I need more, my guys are looking for it, where's my boxes, they're calling my competitors, and then, so that causes a problem. And so what we wanted to do, it's true.
I do my job.
With Rare Leaf, the idea is to have our top accounts, our Aganorsa Select accounts, to have consistent access to Rare Leaf consistently throughout the year.
Aganorsa Select accounts.
Yes.
What are Aganorsa Select
Aganorsa Select accounts are accounts that have they've committed to a certain level of support of Aganorsa and our brands.
Okay.
And in return for that, you can sell lots of great cigars. To reward you for that, we do various things to help your business. And one of them is things like Rare Leaf, where you're going to be the only type of stores that have access to Rare Leaf because of that support. So it's going to be something that is consistently produced, but only available in select retail locations.
Not bad for a Latin high school teacher.
We try. We'll try.
It's pretty good.
We're doing what we can with what we got.
So look, I reached out to you for the Great Smoke. By the way, what do you think of this?
Amazing. Honestly, you guys have done. I thought when I was driving up here, I was watching it as I was driving.
That's great.
Yeah. I only killed 2 people.
That's terrific.
There's a couple of corpses on 95, but I mean, other than that, it's fine. But you could just. My first thought was this rehearsed? Like, was there a bunch of preliminary shows?
We went through some transition scene, like the Raffle scene, which we've mastered today. It's been working so well. We went through them. I can hear Monty laughing. We went through some scenes last night just to work through the transitions, but no, I mean, these guys. Michael just flew in yesterday, and Kim and Mel showed up, and
yeah, I can't believe. I mean, I've had the pleasure of seeing Michael many times over the years at Pro Cigar and his charity events in Carnegie Club. So he was not unexpected, but the whole thing altogether to see. Just the transitions and the interviews and how smoothly it's gone. It's really incredible that you've pulled this off.
Thank you.
Kudos to you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you.
Appreciate it.
One would say an amazing job. No?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amazing
This
job.
is probably the greatest day of our lives.
Amazing.
I don't want to exaggerate.
There you go. The Terrence Riley.
The greatest day of our whole lives.
So Terrence, you're one of the guys who I reached out to. I asked you if you could make us something special for the Great Smoke. Once again, you started brainstorming on what you want to do. And you came up with this right here, which is the Aniversario Great Smoke Edition. Tell us about this cigar.
So this last summer, we came out with the Aniversario 109 Maduro. Our Aniversario line is a special line. It's one of our ultra premium lines. And this past summer, we released only 250 boxes of the
original release. Right.
And that was nationally.
Now let me ask you a question, because as a retailer, I got to ask.
Yeah.
Who do you think you're doing a favor when you make 250 boxes for a national release?
This is a conversation for your office. I don't know.
No, I'm just curious. Because you know how much grief that causes for guys like me?
So the idea of some things like that is that it's not. It does cause grief, but sometimes it will drive customers to your store because people are looking for it. So they'll call different stores. They'll call people. And again, they went to our partners, so they had to at least call our partners to find it. And that's the benefit, is that hopefully, and again, if they call and you're out of them, hey, I've brought a customer to you, and you can turn that customer, there's lots of other Aganorsa you can sell them, or Ferry Otego, or God knows what else. So we're bringing you customers, and the rest is on you.
All right. So you make 250 boxes, and what is this? The similar cigar in different sizes?
So this is in a Toro size. This blend was amazing. It got rave reviews. It's honestly probably my favorite blend that we've done since I've been with the company. I thought it was amazing. And again, my opinion doesn't even matter. We're here to sell cigars, and we have to gear to different types of flavor profiles and what people's tastes. But personally, I thought this blend was absolutely incredible. And so we did it in a Toro for you as a special edition for the Great Smoke. And
so anybody who didn't get a chance at the first 250 boxes.
See, another benefit. There was only 250 boxes, and now, so again.
And there was what, 100 of these made?
Only 100.
100. Now, did we roll the footage, Monty, of what the cigar looked like? Because it's red? All right, good. Just wanted to make sure. So now, I just want to ask, because I didn't get an update during the break. Steve Saka sell out? Okay, so here's a guy that was all worried because he didn't want me to limit it. I don't think you'll sell out, Abe, if you only do one per person. Let them buy as many as they want. I said, no, Steve. I want to make as many people happy as possible. So, do you feel any pressure? Because now we've sold out every LE.
I do. Well, yeah.
You're coming around the home stretch. You're the last guy on deck.
Yeah, I do. It's a lot of nerves. I'm a little nervous.
The question is, will he break the internet?
Yeah,
Will you break the internet? So here we go.
Guys, help me out here. Break the internet.
If you were a fan of the anniversario, you have a chance to try it again. This TGS limited edition is going live now. There we go. Let's see how that
The pressure's on. I'm getting a little, nervous.
We're going to find out whether you're really the great white gringo.
Yeah. I could be the average white gringo.
No. Listen, it's been a crazy day. Tons of support.
It's
Michael
amazing.
and I have been kind of taking breaks and looking in the messages and the people watching. It'll take me 2 days to answer all the texts.
We can't.
Yeah, just delete it. Do a video
after, and we'll do a community thank you, and we'll catch up on the next.
It's really, really crazy on how much it's been. But listen, I appreciate it. I love you coming in. Thanks for being part of this.
No, thank you. This is amazing. Honestly, I feel pleasure to be with so many great people. Fuente, Perdomo, Saka, so many people. It's
kind of
incredible.
a cool
Rocky.
energy. Kind of a cool energy in the air.
No,
today,
amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
Even here. You know,
it's the greatest day of our lives.
Greatest day of our lives.
Greatest day. I don't want to exaggerate and blow it out of proportion. It's the greatest day of our lives.
Everybody, give it up for Terrence Riley. Thank you very much. Big T.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, you want to do it? Sorry, I don't know what we're doing.
Oh, you're good.
Thanks.
Holy cow. It's coming to a close. Thank you, sir. Yes, it's coming to a close, Mikey.
I'll tell you what.
Almost home.
You know, I think it is fair to say that it has been an epically long day.
Epically long.
But we have got to give props to your team. And before we go on, let me just say for a second, and for the benefit of the folks in the room, I'm going to ask you to stop chewing for a second and listen up. This was not a week in the works. This wasn't a month in the works. This wasn't a quarter in the works. This was a year in the works. This was a year in the works. The day after the 2020 Great Smoke, they started working on 2021. Never imagining what would happen. Shutdowns, lockdowns, travel bans. And here we are a year later, some in person, watch parties around the country, and people watching at home enjoying this event as if they were here. And if there was ever a weak link in the old Great Smoke, it was that you had to be here to enjoy it. But now you can be anywhere and enjoy it. And I think we need to stand up and give a round of applause to Abe and his crew. Let's give a proper standing ovation for the 2021 Great Smoke.
Thank you.
The smoking team, everybody has done so incredible. It's just awesome. And this should really, it should feel great, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But it has been a long day.
It's been a long day.
I mean, let's face it, it's been a long day. And you know, it hasn't just been us here on the set or our friends in the audience. We've had our friends watching from watch parties, and we still have continued support coming in from our vendor partners, from our sponsors, and we have, I think, one more montage left. So let's roll that tape.
Oh, wow.
Well, hello, everyone. It is Sean Astin here, and I just want to send a monster shout-out hello to my main man, Abe, and to the entire Smoke Inn crew. It is an extraordinary thing to take your annual event and to turn it into an online event, a virtual event, which otherwise I don't know if I'd be able to attend. I'd get very busy. But here I am looking at all of you aficionados who are able to come together in one virtual place, even though we know your hearts are together. And I just wish you all well. Abe, I love you. If loving you is wrong, Abe, I don't want to be right. All right, and you can tell everyone I said so, even though I just said it. Congratulations, everyone, and enjoy.
To Honest Abe and the staff of the Great Smoke, congratulations. Happy Sweet 15. 15 years ago, I went for the first time as a consumer. I fell in love. One of my favorite cigar events in the nation. What an amazing job. This year, under very difficult circumstances, you have managed to bring us together. Look for an innovative way, because at the end of the day, this industry is about the people and about us and us being together. Abe, in the name of Altadis USA, Monte Cristo, Romeo and Juliet, H. Shortman, and Aging Room Cigar, congratulations. Happy Sweet 15. Abe, this industry is a lot better because you and your team are here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Matt Booth from Room 101, and I want to give a big shout out to my man Big Delicious and the Smoke Inn family for putting on their annual event, The Great Smoke, Smoke, Smoke. Mad props to them for continuing it during such turbulent times and finding a way, an innovative and new way to reach hither, thither, and yon to the kids of Cigarlandia and beyond. And taking it nationwide, I think, is a really significant step. So I'm very proud of you, man. I love you. Every last juicy, delicious ounce of you. I love every bit of you and the Smoke Inn family. So come on down. Get some cigars. If you feel so inclined, get some Room 101 cigars. Might be a nice look. And enjoy yourself. The Great Smoke 2021 is coming at you. That's all I got.
Hey everybody, Dylan Austin, president of Davidoff of Geneva, Americas. And I'm sitting here in gorgeous Tampa Bay, Florida, which hopefully by this Sunday is home to the Super Bowl champion Buccaneers. Taking a minute out of my day to congratulate my good friend Abe DeBobna, his team at Smoke Inn and the Great Smoke on an amazing 15-year evolution of the Great Smoke. I remember when Abe and I first talked about the idea behind this event. You know, his goal was to create one of the best premium cigar experiences in Florida. Ultimately, what they've achieved is one of the best premium cigar experiences in the entire country. So Abe, Smoke Inn, Great Smoke team, congratulations, an amazing run. I hope there's many more to come. And thank you guys for your continued support of Davidoff of Geneva. Cheers.
This is the Brothers of the Leaf, Juan Lopez, Gurkha Cigars. Can't believe it's been already 15 years since Honest Abe, one of the best guys in the cigar industry, started this amazing cigar festival, the Great Smoke. The name serves it right. Fortunately, we won't be with you this year like we normally are, hugging and kissing and smoking great cigars. But I know the great people at the Great Smoke and obviously Smoke Inn are going to do the best they can with all of our help on the manufacturing side to make this virtual experience one you won't forget. I want to thank Abe. I want to thank his staff. I want to thank everyone that shows up every single year. And let's pray to God that we all stay safe, keep smoking great cigars, and we'll see you next year live to hug and kiss and smoke cigars. Love you all.
Welcome to the Great Smoke 2021. Robert Holt on behalf of the Southern Draw Cigars family saying thank you to brother Abe and the entire Smoke Inn staff for being very innovative, getting us through COVID, not being turned down or turned away. The Great Smoke is happening. Hard work. We've seen it. Thank you so much for including Southern Draw in the Desert Rose Lonsdale. We look forward to being back on the fairgrounds in 2022, but for now, enjoy your day, enjoy the Great Smoke, and thanks for including Southern Draw Cigars.
Welcome back to the Great Smoke. I was going to say KMA. Bro, the Great Smoke 2021, the digital experience. We have now officially entered, I'm here with my man Michael Herklotz. We have now officially entered hour 8. This is the closing hour, not hour, we got about 30 minutes probably.
30 minutes left.
About 30 minutes left of the show, and for everybody.
And amazing stuff left.
Amazing stuff
Amazing.
left. Amazing. All the way till the very last second in the credit. So that's a little teaser. Don't turn your stuff off when the credits roll, because we still got stuff for you to the very last second. Now, KMA Talk Radio, which is obviously our show that we've been doing now, is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. When we started the show, we used a remixed version of Bob Marley's Buffalo Soldier as our theme song. About 2 years into the show, my dear friend, who I didn't even know was a musician, told me he had an original song he wrote called My Big Cigar. The instant I heard the song, I knew that that would be our new KMA theme song. What kind of historic broadcast would this be if I didn't have my dear friend at least wind down this historic event with his timeless cigar classic? Everyone give a big round of applause for my good friend, Rico Girardi. Are we good? Are we on?
We're on.
We're on. All right. So
I got to tell you,
you like the timeless cigar song?
A solid segue. I have a feeling that maybe this just opened us up for a moment. Timeless Cigar.
Timeless Cigar
is going to be back in stores
by Ferio Tego
this summer, exclusively for Ferio Tego.
There you go.
Manufactured by the Casada family, the Plasencia family. We are really looking forward to it.
By the way, we forgot to mention that before that montage segment was over, the Aganorsa Leaf limited edition sold out. So
sold out and broke the server.
Broke the server again.
Server dropped, came back on, and sold out.
Every limited edition we had today sold out
and crashed in the process.
So not only do we do it once, we did it 6 times today.
So there's something. There's a thank you. There's an I'm sorry. There's a you're
Right?
welcome.
Thank you.
We did it.
Thank you to everybody out there. We deeply appreciate your love and support, as always. And now to take us out and wind us down, our last entertainer for the evening, Rico Girardi.
I like to smoke 'em like Sir Winston Churchill, like John Kennedy, yeah. Remember Coach Red Auerbach, smoked 'em for victory, yeah. Where you can take my wife, take my car, but you can't take my big cigar, my cigar, my cigar. My cigar, yeah, my big cigar. I like to smoke 'em like Uncle Milton, just like Branch Rickey, yeah. George Burns and Groucho, smoked 'em for everybody. Where you can take my wife, take my car, you can't take my big cigar, my cigar, yeah, my big cigar, my cigar, yeah, my big cigar. Where you can take my whiskey, take the whole damn bar, you can't take my big cigar, no. Tell you about the women now. Girls smoke 'em like Marlena Dietrich, just like Demi Moore, oh yeah. Kids don't smoke them on a magazine cover until her lips got sore. Where you can take my Rolex, my Rolls Royce car, my hole-in-one, my Eagle or my paw. Take my Playboy bunnies on my custom-made guitar. But you can't take my big cigar, yeah. My big cigar, my cigar, yeah. My big cigar, my cigar. I said Romeo and Juliet, my cigar. Monte Cristo too, my cigar. Beethoven is the one for you now. Everybody sing it with me now. Hey, big spender. Hey, big spender. Hey, big spender. Time with me, yeah. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Thanks, Abe. The Great Smoke.
Abe, I gotta tell you, I have heard that song since the moment I started watching your show, and I always sing it.
That's
it's
the guy.
always stuck in my head, and I've never asked you the question, and I've meant to every time.
There he is.
And it's such a great tune. Can we give another round of applause, please? It's such a great song. Amazing.
I mean, how lucky am I that I'm starting a cigar-centric, radio show at the time, and I happen to know probably the one guy who writes a cigar-themed song and makes it awesome. So thank you very much.
What a great tune.
What a great tune. Okay, here we go. This is our last raffle time of the night.
Raffle
round number 6. Closing her up. Let's see who our last 3 lucky winners of the night. And we got some big prizes on this one. Pretty much, you made a purchase anywhere up until this point. Anybody who's a ticket holder, you have an entry to win. And our first item is another Romeo and Julieta golf bag with clubs. Here we go.
With clubs.
With clubs.
With clubs.
We're going to see who our lucky winner is. Alex, my man, on the randomizer. Let's see who wins his baby. Oh, Chris Haskell. Oh, Monroe, Ohio. Congratulations, Chris. I don't know if you're a golfer, but you just won a nice bag and clubs.
You better start.
You better start. Congratulations.
And thank you to Romeo.
And thank you to the fine folks at Altus. Now here's an epic prize pack. We have signed boxes by the man himself, Steve Saka, a Muestra de Saka box set, one of each of the 4 different sizes, all signed by Steve Saka. Somebody's going to be a lucky winner of this prize pack. Let's see who wins this great prize. Rick Warnell of Franklin, Tennessee.
Franklin, Tennessee.
Congratulations, Rick.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. You just won a great prize pack. As always, please remember, we're going to be slammed. Give us 10, we've said 7 to 10 days. It might be 7 to 12 days, but give us time. We'll get all the TGS orders out. And last but not least is this epic item from Drew Estate, this Mega Bridge ashtray. This is going to go out to a lucky winner. My man, Alex, let's hit the randomizer. Let's see who won this beautiful ashtray. Bill Rossi, Oakland, Pennsylvania. I believe he's
Oakdale, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, sir.
Oakdale, Pennsylvania.
One of us is still awake. Oakdale,
and thank you, Drew Estate.
Thank you, Drew Estate. That is the raffles for the day. Now, I have a moment here that I think everybody in this room should pay attention. This is going to be a very important part of the show. And also, everybody at home, pay attention, because what I have to say is that this has been quite the experience. Wouldn't you say so, Mike?
It has been the time of our lives. What did Terrence say?
The time of our lives.
Greatest night of our lives.
The Smokin' team was, I need everybody's attention, it's important. The Smokin's team was committed to bring you a mega cigar event regardless of what was going on in the world. And not only that, but to do it in a fashion that would be innovative, groundbreaking, and something that will be talked about for years to come. A whole lot of blood, sweat, and yes, some tears went into the making of this event. And on behalf of the whole smoking team and myself, I hope you all truly enjoyed this ride. But as we look into the future, one can't help but yearn for the days of past. The TGS experience that spread like a positive virus, that made a small local event grow into one of the greatest cigar events in the country. So I can't help but ask myself, what is ahead in 2022?
What is ahead for 2022?
I present you the last luau in 2022. Hopefully you guys all
Who's gonna
can make
be
it.
there? Who's gonna be there?
Hopefully you can all make it. Hey, Monty, if you can you freeze that last frame up there? I want that to stick up there for a while. I love the way that looks. If you can get it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So hopefully everybody will come back in epic fashion, because as we were committed to doing this event, we're committed to coming back stronger than ever and incorporating something like we've never done before, including what we've done tonight in 2022. So that being said, now it's that time where I need to thank a lot of people. First and foremost, the three people who are sitting up here with me today, Michael, Kim, Melanie, thank you so much for being part of this historic event. What did you think? Did you know what you signed up for when you said yes? No, absolutely. She's not on. Can we get the mics on, please? Or a mic on, or Kim's mic on? Just Kim's mic. If we get Kim's mic on.
Oh, here I am.
Oh,
Loud
yes,
and clear.
I bet you.
Yes. So, was I prepared? Absolutely not. I had no idea what I signed up for, but I am so overwhelmingly impressed by what you pulled off.
Well,
this
thank
was incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you for being part of it. Mel?
I'm in awe. It's been an awesome day. I don't care if it was 8 hours. It was 8 hours of complete awesomeness. I mean, this chick, I'm so happy I got to see her and meet her. And then you guys are absolutely fabulous. Michael Herclocks, you talk a lot, but you were great. I love it.
Michael was my savior today. I couldn't have asked
I
for him.
think so too. He did a great job. He knows
Couldn't-
exactly how to come in right at the right time.
Couldn't ask for a more amazing coach than all three of you. I honestly couldn't have done it without you. You guys have been awesome, each bringing a lot of time and your effort and work. And look, let's please give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Come on.
Well, Abe, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, time to not hopefully forget anybody today. If my smoking team, everybody out there, Danny, come here. You guys are done. You're not doing it. Come on, I want my smoking team up here. Come on. Briggs, Italo, everybody. Come behind the couch. Come behind the couch. Behind me, behind the couch. Come on. This is the, look at these guys. These guys, look. Wait, take your picture. You're part of this. Is Marissa and Lisa here? Yes. Somebody get Marissa and Lisa out of the green room. Ashley. Come on. Lisa, Marissa, come on. Come on, sweetheart. This is our newest bartender at the Great Smoke, who did all the drinks you guys did.
Awesome.
Awesome. She's so good.
Lisa, our new member. This beautiful young lady who's expecting her first baby has had to put up with me for the last few months. Marissa, forgot her last name. Richmond, thank you so much. My operations guy, Matt Briggs. All right, who we got? This guy. This is one of the main reasons why all your packages across the country came out and got out the door. It'll look out there, worked like a horse. All right, it'll. My man Danny, who's genetically close to me but doesn't work for us anymore, but used to, worked this day. Historically, I'm glad you were here to witness it. The GOAT. The GOAT. Alex Tavella. Our social media guru, AJ Smokes. After our KMA episode with Dion Giolito a couple weeks ago, he got inspired and he said, I'm doing the Dion Giolito look.
Strong.
All right.
Very strong.
And is Gustavo here or did he leave? Oh, he left.
Gustavo!
Gustavo! Our graphics guy, the guy who put that logo together for the last luau there. And of course, our webmaster, Brian Ives. Stephanie, get over here. Stephanie Lippman.
Stephanie.
Okay. So I've never had an event planner or organizer in any of the Great Smokes. Stephanie was somebody I hired this year for the first one when we were going to do it live. And I never forget when we were getting to the point where we were starting to plan it. I called her in my office. She sat across my desk and I said, all right, I have some news for you, Steph. And the first words out of her mouth was, hey, you're not going to do a virtual event, are you? It literally was. I said, wait, I didn't tell you what we're going to do. And within 20 minutes, she said, I love it. We're going to do it. She's been integral and helpful. And I look forward to working with you again next year. And thank you.
Monty.
The Team Sweden girls, if they're here, thank you. I know it's your last year, wherever you're at.
Team Sweden.
We get a camera on them.
Team Sweden!
There they are. There they are. We can get them. Thank you, ladies. Come on up here. You're done working. Come on. Team, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Don't do it. Don't be shy.
Abe.
Yes.
Monty and crew. Monty
Of course.
Yeah.
I got him
Sorry,
on here.
Sorry.
But thank you. Always keeping me in check. He's the last guy. He's the last guy. Team Sweden, thank you to all the amazing entertainers, especially my dear friend Alan Goldfarb. If it wasn't for you, my friend, my daughter wouldn't have had my grandfather would have had the most amazing experience today. No, thank you. Honestly, thank you. Uh-oh, he's coming. Watch the boom. Watch the boom. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks to Billy Grotto, Sam Adams Beer, always will be the official sponsor of the Great Smoke. Thank you, Billy and Sam Adams. Thanks to all the amazing manufacturers, not just the one who came here today, but all the companies who supported this crazy, crazy dream. I don't know if she's out there. Oh, there she is. Yes, yes.
Brandy, 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 Brandy,
So,
Brandy.
I'm going to pay the price for this later, I'm sure, but.
Yeah, but she's getting an Opus X.
But yeah. That's what happens when you ask her. Oh, no, come on over here. Come on. So. This is where we stood at the end of the first Great Smoke, giving away prizes, and this is where she should be now. I've said it before, and I've said it many, many times. And anybody out there who's listening, if you're not married or deeply in a relationship, remember this. The women you choose should make you the best version of yourself, a better man. Should never be an anchor for you. And I couldn't do any of the things I've accomplished in life because they say, oh, yeah, no, not have a family, if I didn't have the right woman next to me, and that's my wife, Brandy DeBabness. So everybody, please give it up. Okay, so I also want to thank the fine folks over at Gurkha Cigars who once again allowed us to take over their warehouse for a whole week to get these boxes out. That was a process within itself. Thank you to all the cigar media guys that I've reached out to and basically did a tour on circuit who helped me spread the word and the message of this crazy event because most consumers didn't know how it was going to be. So thank you very, very much. And to all the amazing people who watched all day and you people here in the studio, give yourselves a round of applause for coming near and far, being part of this historic event for almost 8 hours. Thank you very, 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 very much. And especially to the thousands of viewers out there, thank you as well. Thank you for taking out your Saturday to be with us today. And Monty from Showtech, Nick Stoner, all your crew, you guys who put this suit together, thank you so much. One of the things I've always said is I believe that whatever greatness we have is the greatness of our patrons and our consumers. I've always believed that we have the coolest, the greatest, most awesome patrons, and this proved it today here, the people watching, the people here at Hope. Thank you also for our amazing socialites on Facebook. Visit our Facebook page. We're proud of what we did. Be part of our community. And all your inspiring words this week that we got really motivated us more than you know, really. So I look forward to seeing you all at the last luau at the Great Smoke in 2022. Thank you. That's it. Cheers. 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 Good shit. Look at this.
You guys are still here? What the hell are you doing here? The show's over. Go home.
We pulled it off again. Here comes the sun, ba-da-da-da. Here comes the sun. I said, it's all right.